Good morning and welcome to the second day of SALT. So we're about to start the first session of the day. We'll have 3 talks in this session, and then as a reminder, we'll take questions. We'll try to alternate between questions from the audience and questions from the audience in person and the audience online on Zoom. Okay, I think if there are no other announcements, we are set to begin. So our first presentation of the day will be provided by Antonio Maria Cleani and Luis Miguel Toqueva Perez. The title of the talk is Debunking Multiform Dimensionality, Many, TANPL, and Morphosyntactic Opacity. Please take it away.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you all for coming. So my name is Luis Mi. Antonio couldn't make it, but he's on the Zoom, so he'll be available for questions after the talk is over. So let's start with the very general observation that inside nominals, much has to or is compatible with mass nouns, whereas many is compatible with plural count nouns. And they also differ in their interpretation, so that when you have something like much coffee, the interpretation is in terms of dense measurement, or it could be weight or volume, intensity sometimes, but many, when it combines with a plural count noun, it has to typically be cardinality. It's more restricted. So many coffees is, the number of coffees is X. So this asymmetry has led to the generalization in 3, which we are naming here uniform dimensionality. And the generalization says many, unlike much, is associated with the dimension of cardinality across all contexts. But just a flag here that this generalization is stated in terms of surface forms, so that it presupposes that there are 2 unrelated morphemes. There's a morpheme much that selects for mass in P's and is underspecified for measurement or the dimension of measurement, whereas many selects for plural count MPs and encodes cardinality. But there's been arguments by Wellwood 2018 and 2019 that go against such an approach. And that universal or that semantic generalization seems like a robust universal, but it's been recently challenged by Snyder 2021. And the observation, or he starts with the observation that just like container nouns are ambiguous between a cardinality interpretation, so are plural count nouns like oranges. So a sentence like 4, there are 4 oranges in the punch, can mean that the cardinality, or there's a plurality of oranges whose number is 4, or that a quantity of orange which measures 4 oranges worth. And Snyder goes on and says, when you combine that plural count noun oranges with many, the ambiguity still holds. So if we control for the context, and I'm giving you the context here, but I'm not getting into it now, we will spell it out later. If we have a context like 5, and we utter a sentence like, Mary put as many oranges in the punch as John, the cardinality interpretation, or at least Snyder reports that the cardinality interpretation is infelicitous in this context because Mary has 5 oranges, John has 10. Whereas it's true, or it's felicitous in under the volume interpretation. So given that reported judgment, the UD generalization that we saw before is false, or at least inaccurate. So what's Snyder's alternative? Snyder's alternative is what we call here multiform dimensionality. And it says many, like much, can associate with different dimensions of measurement. And I just want to flag here that the judgments are controversial, and that I wouldn't be surprised if there's no one here in the room that shares the judgments, because we haven't been able to replicate them. But we're going to take them at face value, and we're going to report that there's variation in the volume interpretation with the percent symbol. So there's variation, and now the question is, where is that variation? And there are 2 possibilities. Either the variation is located in the semantics and regulated by EMD, or it's elsewhere. Well, our goal today is to show you that it is not in the semantics, it is actually in the morphosyntax. And we should maintain UD as a semantic universal. And the variation will lie on how different grammars spell out much in the PF module. And many will just be an opaque form on the surface. So in a nutshell, let me give you a taste of what the proposal is going to look like. So we are going to adopt a decompositional approach to degree morphemes. So much and many are just surface realizations of an underlying much. And whether plural has the expected effect is going to depend on whether it is in the scope of this underlying much. So we'll eventually end up with two different structures, one where much is low and semantically interpretable plural is structurally high, whereas the structure on the right, where plural is structurally lower than much, and therefore much is measuring cardinalities or pluralities. Okay, and we're going to motivate the universal in 9 as a more abstract UD generalization, which is if much has a semantic plural in its scope, the associated dimension of measurement is always going to be cardinality. So let's start with the motivation for the traditional UD from SALT 2009. And so SALT says, well, when you answer a how many question, the only answer is a cardinality one. So if you say how many potatoes did you buy, the only answer is 5, but not 5 pounds. Also, equatives enforce a cardinality reading. So Fred has 7 potatoes weighing 4 pounds total. John has 10 that are smaller, but also weigh 4 pounds. It is not possible to say that John has as many potatoes as Fred. And then the third diagnostic is that that many anaphorically makes reference to degrees of number, so cardinalities. So John ate 10 kilos of potatoes a year. Ash ate that many is not possible or is infelicitous because that many cannot refer back to 10 kilos. Okay, but then Snyder says, hold on a second, we haven't really thought this through, and says, we can actually answer a how many question with a volume answer. And the same goes for equatives. So the examples are in 13. So we're making punch, we'll be making lots of punch today. So John knows that Mary needs 5 pounds of orange pulp, but she's unsure if John has purchased enough oranges to do so. So she asks, how many oranges did you buy? So the reported judgment from Snyder is that you can either say 5 oranges or 5 pounds. And then 14 is the equative, so again, making punch. Mary squeezes 5 normal-sized oranges, and then John does the same with 10 small oranges, exactly have her size. And when you say Mary put as many oranges in the punch as John, the cardinality interpretation is false or infelicitous, but the volume interpretation is reported to be okay for some speakers. But then he says, when you use that many diagnostic, this doesn't hold. So that many always enforces cardinality for whatever reason. So if John says, I put 5 oranges in my punch, and Mary says, I put that many too, that can only have a numerosity reading, but not a volume reading. And Snyder hand waves this and says, well, this is not a problem if we assume or we abandon the assumption that a measure context always induces a measure interpretation. But this weakens his proposal in a way because the whole motivation behind the MD generalization is the fact that there's this alleged ambiguity. So if all the tests that pass for UD don't really pass for MD, then what's the point? Okay? So let's think about some of the problems for this multiform dimensionality proposal. We've already mentioned one, or I've already flagged one, which was the interspeaker variation that's not reported in Snyder. Also, not every diagnostic is successful. We saw that with a that many case. And then there's the unreliability of how many questions. So the volume interpretation or the volume answer to how many question might be independent of the semantics of measurement. And in fact, it could be something due to the semantics and pragmatics of questions more generally. The fact that questions don't need a direct answer. And an answer to a question like how many oranges did you buy in terms of volume can be felicitous if his buying a particular volume of oranges contextually entails him buying a particular number of oranges. And let's also consider this. So let's look at other questions which are not how many questions, but degree questions more generally. So, for example, in 16, So imagine we are in LA and Ash asks how far is San Francisco. Pablo can say 617 kilometers or 6 hours by car. And both a distance and a duration interpretation are felicitous, and I don't think we want to claim that far is ambiguous between distance and duration. Otherwise, we would expect the ambiguity to still hold in 17, and yet it doesn't. So how far does Kelly run? It can only be answered as 15 kilometers, but not 15 minutes. And then the final challenge for Snyder's account is the cross-linguistic support, or namely the lack of cross-linguistic support. So if MD is a semantic universal, we should also find support for it outside of English. And we're going to show you some data from Spanish and Italian today, and that data doesn't bode well with MD. So we're turning to this now. And just some background, so in Italian and Spanish, the equivalent of much or many is this tant morpheme, and tant is going to agree in 5 features with the noun that modifies, number and gender, and the much-many distinction is going to be encoded via agreement or concord, as opposed to suppletion in English. And so for the volume interpretation, what we need is this tant morpheme to be univocally singular, as in 18. So tanta naranja, that's the Spanish, much orange, feminine, that can only mean the volume of orange is bigger than a contextually determined standard. And if it's plural, however, as in 19, then we get the cardinality interpretation. So tantas naranjas, many oranges. So we can go through the diagnostics motivating multiform dimensionality, and we'll see that the same holds there if we control for the context. So again, the contexts are very similar to the ones of English, so I'm not going to read them aloud. But the idea is that, again, we're making punch, we're making orangeade, and Andre has 5 oranges, Beatrice has 10 that are half the size of Andrea's, and we can say Andrea has put tantas naranjas as Beatrice, and that's just false. That's uninterpretable given that context, which is unexpected if multiform dimensionality was true, because we would expect the volume reading to be available, but it's not. That many, the other anaphoric that many test behaves just like English, also enforces a cardinality interpretation. So imagine that, again, we have the same context as before, and Ash says that he has put 5 oranges in the punch, and then Kelly replies, I have put that many too. That's also the numerosity of oranges that I've used is the same. And Italian just behaves like Spanish. Okay, what about questions? Well, questions are also like English, so these are the only diagnostic that allows the non-cardinality interpretation as well. But again, we can account for that if we have a theory of questions that doesn't require a direct answer, right? So imagine we are in the farmer's market, and Maria is buying produce, and the shopkeeper asks, ¿Cuántas naranjas do you want? So how many oranges do you want? And Maria can say 5 or 5 pounds. Okay, so let's take stock here and see what we have seen so far, and what's the general picture or in terms of the data. So we have shown that the motivation, the original motivation for multiform dimensionality as Snyder 2021 formulates it or thinks about it is not as strong as he claims it is. And in addition to the variation that's not originally reported for English, we've also shown data from other languages, namely Italian and Spanish, where the reported judgments are not available. And what this seems to suggest or indicate is that MD cannot be right, at least possibly as a universal of semantic interpretation. And potentially where the variation is not in the semantics, but somewhere else. So in the remainder of the talk, we are going to propose that the dimension of measurement is going to be conditioned by the syntactic position of this underlying measure morpheme much. So let's take a look at that. So I've said this at the beginning, but let me reiterate it. We're going to motivate the reformulation of the traditional SALT uniform dimensionality as the more abstract universal in 23, which says if much has semantic plural in its scope, the associated dimension of measurement will be that of cardinality. And what this looks like schematically is we have our nominal, and when much is lower or closer to the MP, when much is lower than plural, then we are going to measure the MP before that MP is made plural. So we cannot measure pluralities, and we cannot obtain a cardinality interpretation. But when much is structurally higher, then the plural comes in first, makes it a property of atoms and sums, and then much is going to measure that predicate. So what are we assuming here? Well, we are assuming that this morpheme much has a degree phrase and introduces a measure function, which we call mu. And we can assume a lexical entry for much along the lines of Haeckel 2000, where it takes a degree and an argument of any type. In this case, since we're talking about the nominal domain, it will be an argument of type E. And then dim is, or stands for, the dimension of measurement to be resolved. And also following Wellwood, we take the value of mu to be underspecified for the dimension of measurement, and that value is going to be resolved by what is being measured. And many, or italics many, is going to be the surface form of this underlying much plus a plural feature at PF. How the morphology does that is the morphology's problem, or the morphology's module task. It's not the semantics. And we're going to show you that we can account for the universal if much, and the data reported by Snyder as well, if much merges in two syntactic positions, one which is lower in the nominal and one where it's higher, maybe where numerals come from in the number phrase. And we're also going to assume that morphosyntactic number is different from semantically interpretable number, and there have been independent arguments for that. So for us, morphosyntactic, or we take a morphosyntactic number to just be agreement, an uninterpretable agreement on the noun phrase, and semantic plurality will be performed via something like link star operator or something along those lines. So again, these are the two structures that we are already familiar with. And the one on 26 is the one where much is low on the specifier of the noun phrase. And the end head says, or we'll spell that out in a moment, but basically you can think of the end head as an individuating head, as an atomizing head. And then plural will say, well, I have a sister which is atomic, I'm going to return the sums. And then num is going to just perform agreement. And then the one in 27, we have our MP, we have the atomizing head, then we have the plural, and then much is going to come out later in the derivation. Okay, so what is the semantic machinery we are adopting? That's here on the slide. So the end head is an atomizing head, and we can read Y triangle X as Y is materially constituted by X. Plural is going to map that individuated property, that property of atoms, to a property of pluralities, and we are adopting Wellwood's 2018 lexical entry for plural. And the double X is just a plural variable, and so X of double X means that X is an atom of that predicate. And we have the denotations here in 28 and 29, and we can talk about that more in the Q&A. We also have the full derivations later on and in the appendices, but schematically what this would look like is that we have the MP, which is a property of individuals, then in says, just give me the atoms, and then plural says, return the sums of those atoms too. So under the low position, what we have is the syntax structure we're already familiar with many times. We've seen that. And then the LF, or the denotation in 32, which ends up meaning a plurality, every atom of which is constituted by orange stuff, whose volume is at least as large as some contextually determined standard. So the measure function of much is resolved when much composes with the noun phrase via predicate modification. The measure function is resolved as volume because it's scoping over portions of matter. And then at PF, we would have the rule in 31, which says pronounce much as many in the context of a plural noun phrase. What about when much means cardinality? Well, when much means cardinality, what we have is, again, the syntax in 27. We're already familiar with that. We've seen it many times. And then the denotation of that is in 34. So here, we need to, orange has to be a property of atoms and the sums before much is composed with it. So once much enters the derivation, again, via intersection by predicate modification, both of them are of type ET, what much is going to measure is that property of pluralities. And when you measure pluralities, it just follows that you have a cardinality interpretation. So the interpretation, the layman translation of 34 is a plurality of oranges whose cardinality is at least as large as some contextually determined standard, and every atom of which is constituted by orange stuff. And then the rule in 33 says pronounce much as many in the context of a plural numeral phrase, or number phrase, sorry. Very briefly, because we still have time, what we have shown so far is that by proposing that the degree phrase can come into two different positions in the syntax, we can get the desired semantic interpretations. We don't need to assume a lot of complex semantic machinery. And we are also making the prediction that, well, we might find languages where this much-many distinction is morphosyntactically less opaque. So that's the prediction on this slide. So there's a language with two different vocabulary items, X and X prime, such that at LF, X scopes over portions of matter, and X prime scopes over portions of pluralities. And we're going to show you here that Norwegian is such a case. So just like English, Norwegian has a much-many distinction. So mye plus much MP, mange plus plural count MP. Pardon my Norwegian, if there's any Norwegian speakers in the room. And just like in English, 35A, there was not mye water left in the well. There wasn't much water. And then when we have a plural noun books, we have to use mange. Unlike English, Norwegian keeps a distinction in the comparative form. So mere has to compose with or requires mass noun phrases, whereas flere requires plural count nouns. And so that also maps, those surface form also map to a particular semantic interpretation. So flere is going to map to dense measurement or a more diverse dimensions, whereas flere is always going to denote some sort of cardinality. So in 36, for example, adapted from Baden Omer to 19, what we have is Havard drank mere water. Then Magnus, it's not possible to say flere water, whereas 36b, and the interpretation is volume, a volume one, so the volume of water that X drank is bigger than Y's. And then 36b is Haver read flere books than Magnus, meaning the cardinality or the number of books that the Haver read exceeds Magnus's. So that maps it to our hypothesis and proposal very well. And we can schematically think about it in these terms where the positive mie, which is the equivalent of much, plus the competitive morpheme, if we are assuming Jonathan Bobolik's robust cross-linguistic support, where the competitive is built on the positive. So if the degree phrase containing both forms is structurally lower than plural, then we're going to get mere in the morphology and volume or weight or intensity in the semantics. When we get mie and the competitive higher than plural, what we're going to get is a cardinality interpretation in the semantics and the flare form in the morphology. So these are the trees, which basically represent what the schemata in the previous slide were talking about. And we take this to be strong support for UD and for the idea that, there might be different positions of much in the nominal. And we also know that much or the degree phrase can merge into or adjoin to different positions in the VP, so this wouldn't be surprising either. So let's go back to the question that we started off with. And that question was, well, if many can mean volume or dense measurement more generally, should we abandon UD and enforce multiform dimensionality? Our answer today, hopefully it was convincing, was that we shouldn't. And UD, uniform dimensionality, is still a semantic universal, and variation is where we expect variation to be, which is the morphosyntax. And we have adopted this decompositional view of degrees where much or small caps much introduces a measure function, and the value of this measure function is going to be underspecified and resolved via what is being measured. And what we take to be what is being measured is what's in its scope in the syntax. What's the syntactic input to the semantic composition? And this might have the result that some forms are opaque at PF. But crucially, uniform dimensionality as an abstract formal universal should not be abandoned. And thank you very much to everyone for coming, to everyone on the Zoom, and to everyone who made this project possible, and to Antonio, who couldn't be here in person, but will contribute to answering questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have plenty of time, in fact, more than 12 minutes for questions. So we'll start from the audience. I think we'll begin with Anna there.
Hi, thank you very much for a great talk. I might have missed something. My question is, how do you deal with agreement data, like 3 apples is enough for this pie?
So can you repeat the example, 3 apples?
3 apples is enough for this pie.
Yep. That is a good point, and what we would have to say there is, well, we don't know so I think, and this is my personal view, that agreement in that sort of constructions is a bit of chaos when you have so the claim is that when you have the singular form is measure, right, or some sort of degree, but when you have the plural form, it's individuating, right? When you actually look at other contexts like passives in a measure context, you get plural agreement. So, for example, imagine we're making punch or something, and the recipe calls for 3 apples worth of stuff, and you make the thing, and someone asks, what's in it? And you say, well, 3 apples were added. It's not possible to say 3 apples was added. So whatever's going on with agreement is potentially something that's not semantic, but maybe syntactic. And there are models of agreement like Iran Landau's semantic indices where you have syntactic concord, and that's just pure agree, and then semantic concord, which is regulated by other mechanisms. So I would have to say that that's some kind of semantic concord that's not.
Okay, so there are theories where this is treated as a completely systematic feature of English, and so I'm talking about Susan Rothstein and Fred Landman, and also the work of that I did with Peter Sutton, and so it is something that actually follows from the semantics.
Yeah. And I have I have an ongoing project that I'm actually arguing against that.
Okay.
So that's why I don't think that we should rely on agreement too much as a diagnostic for degree interpretation. But that's a great point for sure.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Let's see if there's no question from the audience, so we're going to go over there.
Thank you, Luismi and Antonio, for your talk. I really enjoyed it. I have a data point about tant. So if I understand well, that this would be the expression of a morpheme much that combined with plurals would only give cardinality readings, right? But I think there's several usages of tant as anaphoric that only works actually in downward entailing contexts, like, I don't know, Andres has 4 children, I don't have tantos. Yo no tengo tantos. And I wonder, even if it's combined with plurals in that case, I wonder if that is exactly a cardinality reading, right? Suppose you and me, we both presented exams. Yours was much longer than mine, or whatever, and you had 120 mistakes, right? Out of 150. And I had 30 mistakes I had, I don't know. Suppose we had different number of mistakes, right? But I can say in that scenario, Luismi had a lot of mistakes, pero yo no tuve tantos. That doesn't mean I didn't have exactly 120. I could have had even more, but proportionally they weren't as many.
Right.
Right? So I wonder if that wouldn't be a counterexample to having cardinality readings for tantos with plural. And my second question was, if you have considered the variation between two WH questions that are cuánto and qué tanto, that cuánto does ask for a cardinality, but qué tanto not necessarily. Qué tantos?
So I'm going to answer your first question, which is it's in a downward entailing context, and I agree with that. And so is much in English. Much is an MPI. You kind of find it in positive polarity context. So you kind of say, I drank much water, right? And in Spanish it's the same, and you would need to use something like mucho. And mucho and tanto is basically the same thing. You would still get the cardinality interpretation when it's plural. And I don't think I get your point about the I don't have as many mistakes as you do. I still think that's cardinality. And if you think about, and even if it's something like a proportional measure function, like 8 out of 10, we're still doing some sort of counting, right? So whatever it goes on into that composite measure function has to have some cardinality flavor. So I still think that the universal still holds, because we need the input to that fraction to be cardinality, or to have some sort of cardinality value. And then your second question was whether we had considered things like cuánto versus qué tanto, which would be the equivalent of what much, literally. So I'm not a speaker of the qué tanto variety, because in Peninsular Spanish that's not very common. Older speakers do say it, and the older speakers that I'm surrounded by do have the cardinality interpretation when you say, ¿Qué tantas naranjas compraste? They mean, do you buy 2, do you buy 5, but certainly not 5 pounds. So I would say that the judgment also holds there. Maybe there's variation across Spanishes, I don't know, As far as I know from Peninsular Spanish, there's nothing special going on there.
Thanks. Anything from the online audience? So we'll take one question online, then we'll go with Andres, and then I think Robert. I don't know. All right, so our next question is from Liz Kopok. Please take it away.
Thank you for a very, very clear talk. I wanted to follow up on Anna's question. So if the dimension of measurement is, say, like, I don't know, let's say number of boats per square mile, and we're comparing, the density of boats in lakes, then I think indeed there is cardinality involved in the measurement, kind of in the numerator of the fraction, but then there's also a denominator, which is the volume of the lakes being compared. And so in some sense, it is a cardinality dimension, but in another sense, it's a more complex dimension with volume in the denominator. So maybe what we want to say is that many can apply to a range of dimensions, including cardinality, as well as ones that have cardinality in the numerator and some other thing in the denominator. So that was one sort of follow-up on Anna's question, and then I have another little point. Maybe I'll stop there.
Yeah, so that was precisely what I was thinking about. So we've been reading what people say about composite measure functions, and sometimes it's not completely clear to me how the dimension is resolved. So for us, we would need to say, so if we wanted to maintain the strictly compositional account, we would need to say that for composite functions, maybe there are two loci of measure function resolution. One where it is base merge. So you merge, you compose, and then you resolve the measurement, and then you do some sort of operation like QR or something, and then you measure over something else, and then you resolve the denominator. That's possible. Another possibility is that the syntactic structure is different, and that's what's been argued for pseudopartitives in German by Pasternak and Sauerland recently, where you have different types of proportional measured interpretations that map into different syntactic structures, so that's also possible. But these are certainly the questions that we want to keep probing, because if the universal is right, we should also make the same predictions in those domains.
Yeah, thank you. And the dimension could potentially just be, contextually resolved as some kind of cardinality dimension, where we define cardinality dimension as something that has cardinality in the numerator and something else. Right. Potentially in the denominator, maybe nothing.
Right. We would need to say something else. There might be some other mechanism that undergrounds what's behind composite measure functions that just not as simplistic. And I think we're fine with that, and I think our machinery should be able to handle those cases, but we haven't really looked into them. But yeah, that's a great point. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. We have time. We have time for one more question, so I'd rather maybe just take one from the audience, and then we can continue. So Andres had a question.
No?
Yeah, now it works.
Thanks for the talk, very convincing and clear. Have you any thought about neuter tanto? Because if I'm correct, you neatly predict that tanto in the neuter use only should have a volume denotation, right? But I think that this is clear. I can construct some contexts in which you can coerce or force a cardinality reading, but mostly it's about volume, neuter tanto. And I think that you predict that because tanto is numberless. But tanto is also genderless. So I don't know if you have a good story how tanto combine with what, because probably it's not combining with individuation or something like that, right?
So do you have any particular example in mind, like with tanto and a nominal?
Tanto as a neuter. For instance, if you say, llevo 7 cervezas, bring I 7 beers, you say, si traes tanto, I think that's weird.
Right. And in that case, so when you say, so when you said that, the interpretation I got was, if you try the equivalent in volume, or the equivalent of 7 beers in terms of volume, right? Like, I don't know, like a jug, a super big jug or something, then, and I think that's predicted, right? So in that case, we're good. And even in the VP domain, where tanto is just an adverbial that's numberless and genderless, you also get the non-cardinality readings. So yeah, I think we're good there, but we should probably double check. But thanks for the question.
Thanks so much. I'm afraid that's all the time we have. Thank you very much for a great discussion. So we're ready to move on. Our next talk will be online by Henriette de Swart, Bert Lebrun, Martin van der Klis, Jos Tellings, and Martin Fuchs.
Perfect variations in dialogue, a parallel corpus approach.
Okay, the title of the talk is Perfect Variation in Dialogue, a Parallel Corpus Approach. The talk will be pre-recorded, and then the authors will join us for discussion. Please enjoy.
Perfect variations in dialogue, a parallel corpus approach. My name is Henriette de Swart, and this is joint work with Bert Lebrun, Martijn van der Klis, Martin Fuchs, and Jos Tellings. And we are the time and translation team at Utrecht University. What we work on is on the present perfect. The present perfect in English is an instance of the have perfect that we find all across European languages. And it's built on the auxiliary have and a past participle. And what we focus on is the present tense form. The core of perfect meaning is traditionally viewed as reporting a past event with current relevance. We see this clearly in the English resultative perfect, as in Mary has moved to Paris, but also in the experiential perfect, Mary has visited Paris, the continuative perfect, Mary has been living in Paris since 2010, and the hot news perfect. The core of perfect meaning as reporting a past event with current relevance imposes restrictions on the distribution of the perfect. For instance, it is incompatible with past time adverbials, and it does not appear in narrative sequences. So if you have a past time adverbial like at 6 o'clock, you combine that with the simple past in English rather than the present perfect. And if you report a sequences of events, you do that in the simple past and not in the present perfect. Now, if you think of this as the core perfect meaning, it is somewhat surprising that we find cross-linguistic variation in the combination of perfects with definite past time reference and narration. For instance, English is the only language that restricts the perfect with definite past time adverbials. French and Dutch easily combine the perfect with past time adverbials like at 6 o'clock. As for narration, the situation is slightly different. Dutch is as restricted as English, but in French we can report a sequence of events in order in the passé composé, the French counterpart to the perfect. So if we are faced with this problem of the have perfect and cross-linguistic variation, the first thing that we do is to look at the literature. There are many proposals for the semantics and pragmatics of the English present perfect. There's also an extensive literature on the have perfect in other Western European languages. And the overall finding is that there are some languages that are similar to English, for instance, Swedish and possibly Spanish. There are other languages that make a more liberal use of the perfect than English, in particular French and Italian. But there are also languages that make a more restricted use of the perfect than English, and we can think of Portuguese and modern Greek. In the literature, we find descriptions of these distributional patterns, and we find some formal accounts. However, there is still an empirical problem because we don't really know what the range and limits are of cross-linguistic variation in the distribution and meaning of the half-perfect. We just don't have enough parallel data. And this also raises a challenge for the account because we want to build a cross-linguistically robust compositional semantics and pragmatics of the half-perfect, but that's not quite in place in the literature yet. So what we are doing to address this problem is to adopt a form-based approach. So we are squarely within a compositional semantic perspective. We build on the combination of an auxiliary, have, or in some languages also be, in combination with a past participle. In order to get a grip on the cross-linguistic variation, we use a data-driven approach. In particular, we build on parallel corpora, translation corpora, to get to the cross-linguistic variation. And the aim of the whole project is to find commonalities in the semantics and pragmatics of the half-perfect, as well as identify the meaning ingredients that underlie cross-linguistic variation. The way we are doing that is by using translation mining. Translation mining is a methodology that we developed in Utrecht, and it is in essence a way to ground cross-linguistic semantics and multilingual data that we extracted from translation corpora. We use a range of different corpora, but in this talk I will focus on the parallel corpus of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone that we build on the basis of the original and a range of its translations. And the languages in this talk will be English, Swedish, Dutch, German, Spanish, and French. Let's see how it works with this translation mining approach to Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. There are a number of steps that we take in this talk. We need to prepare the data, add some annotation, and then we can carry out a frequency analysis and map out the cross-linguistic distributional patterns, and we can combine the two in a linguistic analysis. The first step is that we build a data set. And in this data set, we select sentences that contain a finite verb form from the first and the last chapter. And we split the data set between parts that appear between quotation marks, and we label them dialogue, and the remaining text is discourse. You see that in this example. You can't blame them, said Dumbledore gently. We've had precious little to celebrate for 11 years. All in all, the data sets consist of almost 500 discourse contexts and over 300 dialogue contexts. And then we work on the alignment with the other languages. So we align all the finite verbs in the original with their translations in the other languages. And then we annotate all the verb forms, both in English in the source language and in the translations. And we do this using standard labels from traditional grammar. So for English, we use terms like present perfect and simple past. For Spanish, we use terms like pretérito perfecto compuesto, for German, perfect, etc. And this provides us with the following overview of verb forms used in the narrative discourse part of Harry Potter. Now, this is a little bit small, so we can make it a little bit bigger, and we use color coding here. So the color coding helps if you don't know all the languages, because we use dark green to identify all the simple past and perfective pasts in the data set, and we use lighter greens to identify the imperfective pasts and the past progressive in English. And so what we see is that green is the most frequent verb form that appears in the data set, and we can also see that in the following chart. So in narrative discourse, the most frequent tenses that we find are simple pasts, perfective pasts, and imperfective pasts. And the green column co-occurs with a red column, and the dark red stands for the past perfect. So when we switch to dialogue, we see that we have an entirely different range of colors. Now the most frequent verb form is the present in orange. And the present is, of course, natural. It's expected in dialogue because this is where the characters talk to each other. And so they report on the here and now where we are in the storyline. And they also look forward to future actions. So they use future tenses and imperatives here colored in pink and purple. And they also look back at the past. And where we find overall cross-linguistic stability in the distribution of orange, purple, and pink verb forms, we see cross-linguistic variation in the way that languages look back into the past in dialogue. In languages like English, Spanish, and Swedish, looking back to the past is what you do in the past tense. But in German and French, looking back in the past tense, looking back at the past, you do that with the perfect tense. And the present perfect is always blue in our data set. Now, if you compare this color coding to what we saw in the dialogue data set, you see that there was no blue in the discourse data set, and blue appears only in the dialogue parts, just like orange and purple. The cross-linguistic variation we also see when we look at the frequency data in more detail, and you see that the numbers are quite different across the languages. Summing up, we see that the dominant color in the discourse charts is green. Stories are always told in the past tense. In the Germanic languages, we use the simple past. In Romance languages, we use the perfective and imperfective past in alternation, and the past tense shows up in combination with the past perfect. In dialogue, the dominant color is orange, and the present shows up in combination with blue, green, and purple. And so that represents the fact that dialogue is anchored in the here and now. We are looking forward to the future with imperatives and future tenses, and we're looking backwards to the past. In that looking backwards to the past, we find cross-linguistic variation in the sense that some languages are more past-oriented, in particular English, Swedish, and Spanish, whereas others are more perfect-oriented, German and French, and Dutch is in the middle, as we already saw in the beginning. Now, this difference between tense use in discourse and dialogue turns out to be statistically significant. So if we run association tests, we can see that there is a register correlation in tense use. And the effect size is bigger in perfect-oriented languages than in past-oriented languages. So in languages like German and French, there is a bigger difference between tense use in discourse and dialogue than in languages like English and Swedish. What this means is that we really have register variation because there is one author for the original and there is one translator for the whole novel per language. So we cannot label this as dialect variation or some other kind of variation. It's really related to the register. And what is also important is that even in perfect-oriented languages like French and Italian, where it's often said that the perfect replaces the perfect past, this is not entirely true because the perfect in all languages, including French and Italian, is restricted to dialogue and has not replaced the perfective past in narrative discourse. The implications for the analysis of the perfect are the following. If the perfect is restricted to dialogue, we say that it belongs to the spoken language grammar. The dialogue parts in Harry Potter, of course, are not as spontaneous as conversation, but as far as the features of tense are concerned, they are similar to what we find in the spoken language grammar. And so the restriction of the perfect to the spoken language grammar is a cross-linguistically stable ingredient of the perfect in Western European languages. And for linguistic theory, this means that we have to analyze the perfect as an indexical tense aspect category, similar to the present. Now, the present, we know, is anchored to the extra-linguistic utterance time in real-life conversation. But when we analyze this in written dialogue, we see that the present and the perfect appear in direct speech. And so the perfect here is interpreted with respect to the utterance time of the speech act verb. So what we find in these examples is that the dialogue parts are always interspersed by speech act verbs like saying, asking, answering. So there is a linguistic anchoring of the utterance time in dialogue. So far, so good. What we have seen is that there are frequency data per language, and we have identified the indexical nature of the perfect as a cross-linguistically stable ingredient of the perfect. We've also achieved a global comparison of past or perfect-oriented languages, but we need to carry this cross-linguistic comparison one step further. Because what we want to understand is when languages use a past or a perfect, and that must have something to do with the meaning in the sentence in which the verb form appears. And the way we get a grip of that, on that phenomenon, on that distribution, is to organize verb forms in 6 tuples. Remember that I said we selected finite verbs from the original and we aligned them with their translations, and then we annotated them. So for each finite verb form in the original, we have a series of annotations in the 6 languages. And if we organize them in 6 tuples, we can use those 6 tuples as the input for multidimensional scaling. Now, multidimensional scaling is a statistical algorithm that is used in typological research to find dimensions of cross-linguistic variation. So if we take the 6 tuples of verb forms as the input to multidimensional space scaling, then multidimensional scaling will produce a scatter map in 2-dimensional space. And that 2-dimensional space will give you the 2 most important dimensions of variation. Now, MDS is more complex than what we can do with our human brain because it tries to place the same verb forms close to each other on a scatter map. So it tries to organize all the English present perfects together and all the German perfects and all the Spanish pretérito perfecto compuestos, and the same thing for all the verb forms. We can't do that, but MDS can do that, and then it produces this kind of map. And it looks a little bit hard to read at first, but what you see is that we use the same color coding as what I introduced to you to before. So orange stands for the present, blue stands for the perfect, green stands for the simple past. And each dot is a particular configuration of verb forms. And some 6 tuples are more frequent than others. If there is no number to it, it's a singleton tuple, but the most frequent tuple is the one that has 96 occurrences of all tenses using a simple present. In order to make these maps more readable, we draw lines around the different domains of the verb forms. So everything within the orange domain relates to present tense use in English, for instance. Now, if you look at these maps and you try to identify the 2 dimensions of variation in this 2-dimensional map, then you see that on the horizontal axis, the more we look towards the left, the more we are dealing with future time reference. And the more we go to the right, the more we are looking at non-future time reference. And in the vertical dimension, you see that the upper half gives us non-past time reference and the lower part gives us past time reference. And this contributes, this relates globally to the distribution of the colors over the map. Now, what we want to do is we leave most of the colors aside. We're going to zoom in on the perfect. And if we zoom in on the perfect, then we want to argue the following point. The English present perfect lives in the right upper corner. And that's where we find the classical perfect uses as we know them from the literature. And there's a little bit of variation at the edges. So sometimes there's alternation between blue and orange, and sometimes there's alternation between blue and green. But roughly the classical perfect uses, we will find them all at the far right end of the map. What we will find in languages that make a more liberal use of the perfect is that they extend their meaning towards the bottom. They will include the classical perfect readings, but they will extend their meaning to the past time domain. Let's see how that works. This provides us again with the English map, but now I only colored the perfects. And there are 26 instances of the present perfect in this data set. And we can now compare the English map to the other languages. So if we look at the Swedish map, we find also 26 instances of this perfect in Swedish, but they are distributed in a slightly different way over the map. Note that the dots across the different maps are always in exactly the same location. It's just the color that changes because the color gives you the language-specific verb form used in that particular context. And Spanish is also somewhere in that area with a little bit of variation compared to Swedish and English, but it's also the same number. Now things are changing because we get to Dutch, and what we see is that there are a number of blue dots in the upper right corner which are starting to turn orange. Also, we are adding a large set of 27 blue dots in the bottom of the map. where we are in the past time domain, remember? And when we move forward to German, we see that there are even more dots that are added to the blue domain, but we maintain the 27 that we had in Dutch. We add 15, and if we go to French, we add another 12. And now we are at 99 instances of the passé composé. So if we go back to this global overview, you see now what I mean by saying that the classical perfect lives in the upper right domain, and the extended languages extend the meaning of their perfect to the lower part of the map, where they get more past time reference. Summing up, we see that all languages maintain a presence of the perfect at the far right of the map, right? This upper part where we find the classical perfect. And there is a stepwise extension of the blue domain in the lower right corner of the map. This is really a subset relation because we add more dots, we don't lose them anymore. And these extended meanings are more past oriented. So we really get a nice perfect past scale, with English and Swedish on the far right as more classical perfect languages, and French and German on the far left as more liberal perfect languages. And Dutch and Spanish are a little bit in the middle. But note that English and Swedish, we think, are really the same perfect grammar, but the other languages are not exactly the same perfect grammar. So what we want to see is where German was adding blue dots to the Dutch blue domain, and where French was adding blue dots to the German blue domain. So we want to see what are the cutoff points between these languages so that we can get a grip on the linguistic ingredients in those contexts that drive this scale. And we do that by using our interactive interface. So we have these maps, but we can go from the maps back to the data. And we do that by clicking on dots on the map. And if you point the mouse at a dot and you see the tuple, and then if you click on it, you get to the underlying data point. In this way, we can investigate first the classical perfect domain, and we see that all languages share these classical meanings, such as the resultative meaning that you see illustrated in here. See what I have become, the face said, and we see blue in all the languages, meaning that all the languages use are perfect in this context. Same for the universal reading or the negative existential reading. My dear professor, I've never seen a cat sit so stiffly, blue in all the languages. Also, the existential reading, you've had nearly 15 minutes now out, she says. We have blue in almost all the languages, but now that we see that French uses a different construction in this context. So this is one way in which we get some of that noise in the distribution, because in this configuration, you just have a different construction. And we label this as freedom of translation. Okay, now there's one more classical reading, which is the continuative reading, but here we don't find cross-linguistic stability, we find cross-linguistic variation. There's only one context in the data in the Harry Potter data set that illustrates the continuative perfect, but it's a familiar observation from the literature. So how long have I been in here is a state, describes a state that started in the past and continues in the present. And we see that Swedish also chooses a blue verb form here, so it maintains the perfect, but all the other languages switch to a present in this context. And that explains the fewer blue dots in the upper right corner. There are also differences between English and Spanish that we couldn't really see very well in this data set, but that we saw better in the other data set that we investigated. And it has to do with observations in the literature that the Spanish pretérito perfecto compuesto can be used to refer to an event in the hodiernal past. And hodiernal past meaning a recent past of today, or linked to the deictic center at least. So here is an example. What did you just see? This is in chapter 17, where Harry is looking into this magical mirror, and Quirrell is asking him, what did you just see? And in Swedish, you see that we also use a simple past, just like in English, but in Spanish, we can use a present perfect here. And not only in Spanish, also all the more liberal languages. So we get to see this subset relation again. The cutoff point between Dutch and Spanish relates in that past time reference that we identified for Dutch before, which contrasts with the hodiernal past time reference for Spanish. So if we have an adverb like yesterday, we are no longer in the hodiernal past, and Spanish will have to use a perfective past in this context, just like English and Swedish use a simple past. But in Dutch, we can use a present perfect, and we can also do that in German and French. The difference between German and Dutch resides at the larger level. The Harry Potter dialogue data set mostly consists of very short turns. There's a lot of turn taking, but sometimes we have a little bit of a longer sequence of sentences in which the characters reflect on something that happened in the past. And in these contexts, we sometimes find sequences of perfect sentences in languages like German and French, but such sequences of sentences appear in green in Dutch and Spanish and Swedish in English, because they don't like to use their perfects in narrative sequences. So this makes the cutoff point between German and Dutch. And so far we've seen that German and French are the same, but there are subtle differences between French and German, which relate to lexical aspect. So French can report a past occurrence of a state easily in the passé composé, in the French perfect, but with stative verbs, German would rather switch to a simple past, to the preteritum. And we see this with a verb like know, which is reported in the English simple past, which is maintained in Swedish, in Dutch, and in German. But both in Spanish and in French, we see that we can use a present perfect here. For Spanish, this might be even more surprising, but it's a hodiernal past, so that works. And the Romance languages in general are not so sensitive to this lexical aspect feature. So this is a contrast between Germanic and Romance languages. Summing up, we identified a subset relation in which English and Swedish are the most restricted perfect languages, and French is the most liberal perfect language in our data set. But this is really an implicational hierarchy, right? All languages maintain the classical perfect semantics, but the more liberal perfect languages extend their perfect to the past domain, creating some sort of competition between perfect and past. The semantic features responsible for variation relate to all levels of meaning, the lexical aspect, the compositional semantics, and the dynamic semantics. So far, so good. We have identified a number of ingredients of variation, but we haven't really gotten into the pragmatic role of the perfect in dialogue. And if the perfect belongs to the spoken language grammar, that is one of the tasks that we still have to achieve. And again, we first look at the literature and we find two proposals there. There's the proposal by Portner, who says that the perfect is used to answer the question under discussion. And there's the proposal by Nishiyama and Koenig, who say that the perfect may also be used for topic negotiation. And we see that both functions are attested in the Harry Potter dataset. Here are some examples. If the question under discussion provided in the context relates to the here and now of the utterance situation, we can answer it with a perfect. I don't suppose you're going to tell me why you're here. I've come to bring Harry to his aunt and uncle, illustrates that Portner was identifying a correct pragmatic use of the perfect. Another example, in a discourse context where Mrs. Dursley comes in with tea and Mr. Dursley is opening the conversation by asking, Petunia dear, you haven't heard from your sister lately, have you? And both uses are then illustrated in the Harry Potter dataset for all the languages under investigation. Now, interestingly, the pragmatic roles can be associated with sentence types, right? Answering a question under discussion is what you do with a declarative sentence. I've come to bring Harry to his aunt and uncle. Negotiating a new topic is something you do in an interrogative sentence. You haven't heard from your sister lately, have you? So what we can do is we can split our data set into two sentence types and then see whether how the perfect is distributed over these sentence types to see what their pragmatic role in context is. Now, of course, in the dialogue set, it's not surprising that we have more declaratives than interrogatives, but interestingly, we have a higher ratio of perfect use in interrogatives than in declaratives. So the odds of perfect use in questions are almost twice the chances of it appearing in a statement. And this is a small data set, so the numbers are low, but this distribution is in line with what we found in the switchword corpus. And the switchword corpus is a big corpus. And here we found that the perfect use in questions is 1.5 times higher as opposed to statements. So this is a solid association. And now let's see what happens in the other languages. So as expected, perfect use goes up in the more liberal languages, right? That's the absolute numbers that we already saw. But interestingly, the increase of perfect use is larger in declaratives, changing the odds when we go down the scale. And especially in German and French, we see that the odds are really different from English and Swedish. So we want to find out what's going on here. The first step is that we start with Dutch. So in Dutch, we see that the number of perfects in interrogatives and declaratives are both doubled. So doubling absolute numbers, but minimal changes in relative frequency. What we see is the same pragmatic functions, except now a sentence in the perfect in Dutch and German and French can answer a question under discussion that relates to a topic in the past time domain. If you're using the perfect in an interrogative from Dutch onwards, the question relates to the past and not to a new topic in the current domain. So as long as you are in this data set, the extension to past time reference or even hodiernal past time reference leads to an increase in absolute numbers of perfect use, but not to changes in relative frequency. So there is no reason to think that the pragmatic role of the perfect in these languages is any different from what we saw identified for English. Things change when we look at German and French, because here we see that the number of perfects in interrogatives is about the same as in Dutch, but the number of perfects in declaratives goes up quite a bit. And as a result of that increased use of the perfect in declaratives, we find a change in relative frequency. And that explains the change in odds. So we want to know what's going on in German and French. So if we look at the examples, we find that in these languages, we find more perfects in sequences of perfect sentences. And of course, sequences of perfect sentences are more frequent in declaratives than in interrogatives. So that could very well be the explanation for the change in relative frequency. But we don't know what's going on here because Portner and Nishiyama and Koenig focused on isolated perfect sentences, and we need to investigate at this point the pragmatics of sequences of perfect sentences. So for that, we build on an earlier proposal that I made, which is to say that the perfect creates an elaboration structure. And what I mean by that is that the perfect introduces this subordinated structure where the speech time provides the topic and sentences in the perfect elaborate on this topic. Here's an example of how this works in the Harry Potter dataset. Quirrell is explaining how he changed under the influence of his past meeting with Lord Voldemort. And then he says, "Since then, I have served him faithfully, although I've let him down many times. He has had to be very hard on me." Sequences of perfect sentences elaborate on how Quirrell is now, past perspective on the now, so to say. Now, this use of the perfect means that we have to say something about the relation between the perfect sentences. And in rhetorical terms, this relation is identified as continuation. And continuation doesn't do much. It just sums up the actions connected under the elaboration structure. And this means that sequences of perfect sentences in languages like English report a list of events, an unordered set of events. And we find this reading in all the languages in our data set. So this whole, the same fragment is represented in blue verb forms in all the languages in our data set. So this creation of an elaboration structure with the setup of an unordered set of events is a cross-linguistically stable pragmatic ingredient of the perfect. However, in sequences of perfect sentences, we also find cross-linguistic variation. So this is an example where we find green in English, so simple past use in a sequence of events. Your friend Miss Granger accidentally knocked me over as she rushed to set fire to Snape at that Quidditch match. She broke my eye contact with you. Sequence of events. And this cannot be reported in a perfect because the English perfect only tolerates this pure list reading, this unordered set of events. It blocks temporal relations between perfects. But this is not the case in French and German, where we can have these narrative relations. So the narrative structure is created through natural connections between events. So this is a slightly different way of how narration works with the simple past, but we can build on natural order to account for the narrative sequences in languages like German and French. Interestingly, narrative sequences do not appear in questions, right? You don't ask a series of questions in a narrative sequence. This is something that happens in declaratives. So there is a reason why we get a change in relative frequency in German and French. It relates to this narrative use. Conclusions. As far as the common core of the half-perfect is concerned, we observe that they are always restricted to the spoken language. So the perfect is an indexical tense aspect category. They all exemplify the classical readings of resultative, experiential, and universal perfects. In all cases, we find a cross-linguistic stable pragmatics of declaratives answering the question under discussion and interrogatives dealing with topic negotiation. And there's a cross-linguistically stable pragmatics in the sense that the perfect creates an elaboration of the deictic center. And the sequences of perfect sentences are related by continuation. Cross-linguistic variation also emerges from this analysis. There is a subset relation if we look at the distribution, and languages with more liberal perfects subsume the classical perfect uses except for the continuative reading, because languages with a more liberal perfect are less present-oriented and they are more past-oriented. And there's a stepwise extension from hodiernal pastime reference to narrative sequences. And the semantic ingredients of the perfect scale derive from all levels of meaning: lexical semantics, compositional semantics, and dynamic semantics. And a pragmatic ingredient of cross-linguistic variation is the temporal interpretation of continuation, which allows narrative sequencing in languages like French and German, but not in the other languages. Summing up, time and translation is a nice way to look at cross-linguistic stability and find ingredients of cross-linguistic variation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have around 5 minutes for discussion, so maybe a couple of questions. Is anyone online? Not yet, so we'll take one from the audience. Yeah, Gillian.
But it's okay. Thanks for this talk, which is really sort of rich in data and generalizations. It's extremely interesting. I had just a methodological question about the translation mining strategy, which it seems like it's given some clear patterns. But I was wondering what you think would happen, or whether you think there would be any differences depending on which language you chose as the original and which ones are translations from it. In other words, did you find, or would you expect any effects of priming, if the original language, for example, uses particular forms and there are options in the language translated into, whether you might get a little bit of a skewing depending on what the original language is, and whether maybe, sort of checked the proportions of tense forms in the original languages to see whether that skewing happens.
an important point, and it's a point that is often raised for studies that rely on translation corpora, that there's some translationese, which is skewing the picture. For the time being, I showed you data from the Harry Potter corpus, but as I said in the beginning, we have data from different corpora, and they actually align. So one important observation is that we have a corpus based on L'Étranger by Camus, which has a French original language. And so we have these two extremes. We have French as a very liberal language, and we have English as a fairly classical language. In the Harry Potter data set, French and Italian translators introduce perfects, whereas in the Camus data set, English and Swedish and Spanish translators translate the original passé composé sometimes as a perfect and sometimes as a perfective past. We also wrote quite recently a methodological paper on how to deal with translation corpora in general. So that and that should be coming out later this year, in which we reflect on all these issues and also do some quantitative analysis of the data. I hope that reassures you that the work with these transition corpora is less feeble in terms of empirical scope than people think sometimes.
Thank you.
We have time for one very quick one. Yes?
Hi, yes, actually, two very quick questions. One is whether it has been argued that German has two different meanings for perfect. So I was wondering whether that was reflected in your analysis. And also I was kind of worried about the Spanish in this translation. Well, not worried about the Spanish, but it is clearly a Spanish from Spain. So I think the analysis would be completely different, or a little bit different at least, if it was a other dialect, because I think that, but I mean, it has been argued that Peninsular Spanish is on the way to becoming the perfect and becoming more like the French perfect than the perfect from Mexico or other parts of Latin America.
Yes, I would like to leave this question to Martin Fuchs, who is an expert on the Spanish data.
Hi. So with respect to the German, I wouldn't know what to say. I don't know if I got your question. But with respect to Spanish, actually, we found that there's 3 translations of Harry Potter, one for Spain, one for Mexico and the rest of Central America, and one for Argentina. And we have a paper with Paz Gonzalez coming out soon, very soon, about the differences between the 3 translations. So yes, in this case, what Henriette was talking about was about the Spanish from Spain translation, but you do find differences that are reflected even at the dialectal level. By using this methodology, you can pick up on differences between the translations. So that was also pretty interesting.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we had, so we'll thank our speakers again. And move on with our last presentation of this session. So we'll have a presentation by Tommy Zming Lee, Rumiana Pancheva, and Maria Luisa Subisareta. The title of the talk is Genuinely Tenseless Encoding Time in Cantonese.
I'm just checking this. Okay. Hi, everyone. Today we are going to develop an account on temporal reference in a language with the over tense morphology, namely Cantonese. The introduction. Languages employ different linguistic resources to express time, and the notion of tense allows us to regulate the relation between a reference time and a speech time. Tense is also separable from aspect, allowing for the possibility that tense is absent while aspect is present. So for languages without overt tense morphology, they may be tense languages with covert morphology or genuinely tenseless languages. And this bears on whether tense is a universal semantic notion. As if other Chinese varieties, Cantonese lacks overt tense morphology, so a matrix sentence can be temporally ambiguous. So the sentence in one, 我住喺香港, can have a present time meaning, I live in Hong Kong, or a past time meaning, I lived in Hong Kong. Existing approaches to temporal reference in Chinese presuppose the presence of tense. We have the now tense approach, suggesting that there are actually covert tense morpheme in the language. Either it is the more liberal non-future tense morpheme or the present past morphemes in a way similar to English. We also have a different approach. Okay. Okay, yeah. So we also have a different approach, which is the tense aspect bundling approach, which bundles the tense morpheme with aspect morphemes. So for example, the perfective aspect actually encodes both an aspectual component and also the past tense semantics in its lexical semantics. In this talk, we pursue an opposite, genuinely tenseless approach to temporal reference in Cantonese. We propose that temporal meanings can be derived via evaluation time shift, which manipulates the temporal parameter of the context of evaluation. So in the present interpretation, the time of evaluation for matrix clauses is the speech time. And in the past interpretation, the evaluation time is a back-shifted time which precedes the speech time. We are going to show that the notion of tense is unnecessary in Cantonese and falls short of capturing temporal reference in this language. We will first give a very brief overview on temporal reference in matrix clauses, and then we move on to our proposal. This is an overview. I just want to let you know we are going to keep track of the lexical aspect and the viewpoint aspect when we describe the temporal reference of these sentences. And we will come back to the summary here. So sentences with a bare telic predicate conveys a default present reading, which is also compatible with a past reading. We have already seen the example in 2A, and 2B is very similar. 阿明一個人打籃球 can have a present time meaning, 阿明plays basketball on his own, or a past meaning, 阿明played basketball on his own. Very similarly, sentences with imperfective marking, like the progressive marking in 3A, 我寫緊一封信, I'm writing a letter, or I was writing a letter. The same can also be said to the durative marker in 3B. 我戴住口罩, I'm wearing a mask, I was wearing a mask, both are okay. However, sentences with a bare telic predicates can only have a past interpretation. So in 4A, we have the perfective marker. In 4A, we have the verb kick out. 我將阿明趕出課室. I kicked 阿明 out of the classroom, conveying a past reading, and the same goes for 4B. We are aware that not all telic predicate in the language can be used without aspect marking. There is a debate over the judgment on these sentences, but like in this talk, we would rather focus on the acceptable cases. And likewise, sentences with perfective marking can only convey a past interpretation. We have the perfective marking in 5A, 我打咗籃球, I had to play basketball, and the experiential marking in 5B, 我住過喺香港, I had lived in Hong Kong. So generalizing the pattern, there are three things that any theory on temporal reference in Cantonese need to capture. They are highlighted in different colors. And different from tense approaches, we will show that like tense is not necessary when deriving the present past flexibility and the the perfective past connection. And we will postpone the restriction on future interpretation to section 6. And here is our proposal. And before we move on to the proposal, there are two assumptions. So we assume default viewpoint aspect, which suggests that statives and atylic eventives combine by default with now imperfective aspect, and whereas the telic eventives combine with now perfective aspect. We will also assume that aspect morphemes are functions from properties of events to properties of times, and crucially, an aspect phrase is of type IT. And we propose that every sentence is interpreted with regard to an evaluation time. The evaluation time is typically the speech time, giving rise to a present time interpretation, and this is shown in the picture on the left below 6. The evaluation time can actually be a time other than the speech time. If the evaluation time is a backshifted time from the speech time, a past time reading obtains. And this is illustrated in the picture on the right below 6. And this mechanism has been proposed to capture the use of narrative present in English. So in the paragraph in 7, we have a sequence of events, and we also have an alternating use of the past tense and narrative present. And one way to make sense of the alternating use of the tenses is to suggest that the evaluation time of these sentences in the narrative is not uniform. So the sentences with past tense marking are evaluated with regard to the time of the speech context. And on the other hand, the sentences with present tense marking are evaluated with regard to the time of the narrative context. So we suggest that a similar mechanism can be applied to Cantonese matrix sentences. And the difference from English is that the application of such a backward evaluation time shift mechanism is not restricted to narratives, but it is possible in freestanding clauses. And under this conception, there is no need to posit tense in Cantonese. So we implement the idea under a bi-contextual evaluation approach. So two evaluation times are provided by two evaluation contexts, the actual speech context S and the narrative context N. We assume that there is an indexable pro in the left periphery. So it's a time variable whose value is sensitive to different evaluation contexts. And it saturates the time argument of the aspect phrase. So we have sketched the semantics of this pro in 8, and its values depends on the context that it is evaluated on. And strictly speaking, the evaluation time is not shifted or overridden, but an additional shifted evaluation time is introduced. So illustration. So to derive the present past flexibility in imperfective sentences like 9, we suggest that 9 can be evaluated at the speech time or at a back-shifted time, mediated by the probe. So 10 sketches the semantics of the meaning of 9. So if the value of pro, or if pro gets its value from the speech context, then this will give us the meaning in 10a, which is I live in Hong Kong at the speech time. However, if this pro gets the value from the narrative context, this will give us the meaning in 10b. I live in Hong Kong at the narrative time, and this narrative time is the year before the speech time. We now turn to the perfective past connection in perfective sentences. So in 11, we have seen this example before. I kicked Aming out of the classroom. By default, the sentence is evaluated as speech context. However, there's a well-known cross-linguistics present perfective restrictions on this interpretation, rendering this is not a facilitative reading for the sentence in 11. And here we follow Ogihara 2007. We suggest that the speech event requires an overlapping stage or event to hold true throughout the speech time. But this is impossible for our perfective stage or event. So basically, this requires that the sentence in 11 be evaluated at a context different from the speech context. So 13 sketches the meaning of the sentence in 11, and basically this is the only possible way to make sense of the sentence, to evaluate the sentence under the narrative context. And under this conception, there's no need to bundle tense with aspect. We can maintain that like tense are separated from the aspect morphemes. Or we do not need to posit tense to start with. So we are going to talk about 4 different sets of data in support to our proposal. And the first one concerns a restriction on matrix clauses. And this is the future in the past reading. So we are going to present data on the future in the past reading, which will distinguish the proposed evaluation time shift approach from other tense approaches. So evaluation time shift is subject to an independently and empirically motivated constraint given in 14. So it's a constraint on the initial evaluation time shift. So it says that in initial evaluation time shift in a class may not precede the time of the event in the same class. So in other words, there is an upper bound of the value of a back-shifted evaluation time. In effect, this constraint bans the future in the past reading in sentences where evaluation time shift has come into play. So configurationally, the configuration in 15 is not allowed where we have the evaluation time before the event time in the same clause. So in tense languages like English, a future in the past reading is entirely possible, and this is made possible by the past tense morpheme and the prospective marking as in 16. John was going to sing yesterday, and I think this is a perfect sentence. However, freestanding clauses in Guarani, for example, disallow such a reading. So 17 is the counterpart of 16, where we see that the prospective marker, ta, is not compatible with the past time adverbial yesterday. And the unavailability of such a reading follows if the past time reading in 17 is derived via evaluation time shift. So here, the availability of the future in the past reading can be adapted to diagnose whether evaluation time shift is in effect. So the prediction is that if this reading or the future in the past reading is available, then there is a past or a non-fusion morpheme doing the job in a way similar to the English example. However, if the future in the past reading is not available in the language, then it is suggestive that the evaluation time shift is in effect. So we consider prospective markers in Cantonese will or and need and yield need. So they are incompatible with past time adverbial as shown in 18. So 18.8, 阿明琴日會唱歌. Amin was going to sing yesterday is degraded, and also for the sentence in 18b, 棵樹琴日就嚟要冧. The tree was going to fall yesterday. So these sentences are degraded. However, there's a way to improve these sentences in contexts where the shift is not initial. So the future in the past reading would be possible if the prospective markers are in the embedded clause or in a non-initial clause. So in 19a, we embed the prospective marker under the verb say, and 19a says, 阿明琴日話佢會唱歌. Amin said that he would sing yesterday. And this is a good sentence. And similarly, and on the other hand, like in 19b, we have made the target sentence a non-initial clause. So the sentence starts with, I saw a big tree yesterday, it was going to fall. And this is a good sentence. As a very brief comparison with other tense approaches, the now tense approaches basically predict the availability of the future in the past reading because it provides the language with the past tense morpheme or the non-future morpheme, which is compatible or which can be combined with the prospective marker. On the other hand, the tense aspect bundling approach is basically silent on the restriction. It's basically silent on this, the restriction on this future in the past reading. So the little piece, the empirical data we just presented is basically not incorporated in any existing theory on temporal reference. Now we turn to the backtracking reading in narratives. So, and we take this as an argument against co-first tense. So the argumentation is that there is suggested that there is a ban on backtracking in narratives. So compare the use of past tense and present narrative present in 20. So in 20a, Max fell, John pushed him. And there are two ways to make sense of these sentences. Either the falling event precedes the pushing event, or the pushing event precedes the falling event. However, when we switch to narrative present in 20b, Max falls, John pushes him. Now we only have the temporal progression reading, which is the falling event preceding the pushing event. And evaluation time shift is argued to be subject to the constraint in 21, and it's a constraint on evaluation time shift in narratives. So, excuse me. So the evaluation time in the second clause, or sigma 2, may be the speech time, but the shifted evaluation time in sigma 2 may not precede the time of the event in sigma 1, or the first clause. So backtracking in narrative is thus indicative of the presence of tense. So in the narrative, backtracking will be allowed if there is a tense morpheme, which allows us to reorder the events. However, it's not allowed if evaluation time shift is in effect. So in the narrative with two bare sentences in Cantonese, the only possible reading is one with temporal progression in 22. It says, at that time, Amin falls, Afan pushes him once. And the backtracking reading is not available in this sentence. So the pushing event has to precede the falling event. And the lack of backtracking reading would be unexpected if Cantonese were to process now tense, or precisely now past tense. In the last two sections, we are going to talk about two arguments that has been taken for tense approaches. The first one is the complement clauses, or the backshifted reading in complement clauses, and the other concerns the restriction on future interpretation. And the relevant observations can be derived without positing tense. So it's observed that a complement clause can receive a backshifted reading in 23A, for example. 阿明話阿芬逼人讀語言學。阿芬 said that Amin had forced others to study linguistics. So the forcing events precedes the saying event. And similar go to 23B. Tense approaches derive this backshifted reading by positing multiple past tense morphemes in the sentences, in the sentence. So in now tense approach, both the matrix clause and the embedded clause bear a now past tense morpheme. And similar can be suggested in the tense aspect bundling approach, where we have multiple perfective morpheme, which at the same time encode the past tense semantics. And we argue that this does not necessarily support a tense account. We would like to point you to the fact that in the sentences in 23, the simultaneous reading is actually unavailable. So the backshifted reading is the only possible reading for these sentences. For example, the forcing event cannot overlap with the saying event in 23A. We suggest that this is parallel to the ban on present perfective in matrix clauses. And thus, we extend the explanation suggested by Ogihalas to additive events. So it says, so the additive event requires an overlapping state or event to hold true throughout the additive time. But this is not possible for a perfective state or event. So the backshifted reading of a perfective complement clause is just the only possible reading in a way similar to a matrix sentence with perfective marking. And as such, the reading can be, or the backshifted reading can be derived without assuming tense. And note that if the complement clause is imperfective, we got a simultaneous reading, as in 25. 阿明話阿芬住喺香港。Amin said that Amin lived in Hong Kong, so the saying event can overlap with the living event. Okay, we come to the last bit of the presentation. We have mentioned that the reference to future time is not readily available in bare sentences or with sentences with perfective or imperfective marking. So it's well observed that reference to future time require overt marking in the language. And this is also the case even when there is a salient future time. So in 26, 我聽日沖涼 or 我聽日沖緊涼 I will bath tomorrow, I will be bathing tomorrow. And none of these sentences are well formed. And this has been taken for as an argument for a tense approach with non-future, which imposes a restriction on temporal reference. In the future, we offer an explanation under evaluation time shift. So the future restrictions can be explained by suggesting that forward evaluation time shift is actually restricted in the language in freestanding clauses. So for example, in 27, we have a forward shifted evaluation time, where the evaluation time is following the speech time. And this amounts to the suggestion that there is an asymmetry in the application domain of the evaluation time shift in Cantonese. So while backward evaluation time shift applies to freestanding clauses, forward evaluation time shift cannot. Note that forward shift is actually possible in the language in narratives. So in 28, 聽日我哋去街市，然後食飯，跟住返屋企。Tomorrow we go to the market, have meals, and then go home. This is actually possible without overt mocking when the speaker is describing a plan or a scenario. So positing a restriction on forward shift in Cantonese implicates that languages vary with regard to the application domain of evaluation time shift instead of, for example, the lexical resources in the language. So while narrative seems to be more tolerant to evaluation time shift, freestanding clauses exhibit more variation across languages. So the Cantonese case we have just seen is basically patterning with Guarani, where there is a restriction on forward shift in freestanding clauses. And in English, no shift is allowed either backward or forward in freestanding clauses, but it is allowed in narratives. So we are expecting to see languages which shows no restrictions on the evaluation time shift in backward or forward, and also languages which will be the mirror image of Cantonese and Guarani, where there is a restriction on backward shift but not forward shift. And this is we are still working on this, and we are very happy to hear comments on this point. And for the sake of time, let's go to the conclusions. So an evaluation time shift approach adequately derives the temporal reference in Cantonese, so it handles the restrictions on the future in the past reading, and it desirably rules out the backtracking in narratives. And the arguments taken to support a tense approach can be otherwise explained. So generally, so in Cantonese, this is a language that lacks not only overt tense morphology, but also semantic tense altogether. And it follows that tense is not a semantic universal. And there are still many interesting areas to look at, including relative clauses and also temporal reference in matrix clauses with more than one eventuality. And we'll be very happy to listen to your comments and your questions. And this is our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your talk. We have 10 minutes for discussion, so we'll start. You?
Thank you. That was very interesting. So you have shown some very interesting parallelism between the narrative present in English and these tenseless forms in Cantonese. But this parallelism, I don't think it extends to the time shifting in complement clauses. So in Cantonese, you've shown that you can shift with telic predicates in a complement clause to have the evaluation time preceding the time of the attitude predicates. But I don't think that's actually possible with narrative present, right? So if you have a narrative and you say something, and then suddenly Mary claims that she wins a medal, I don't think that can mean that she claims that she had won a medal before, right?
Yes.
So I'm wondering what explains this contrast.
Yeah, so can you repeat the English sentence you just said?
Well, so I'm imagining a narrative context which would license a narrative present in English, and then you say something happens, and then suddenly Mary claims, so that's with a past tense reading, suddenly Mary claims that she wins a medal. And
you said went.
That wins a medal.
Oh, wins.
Yeah. So I'm trying to shift the evaluation time in the complement clause even further back from the main clause, which seems to be allowed in Cantonese. Right?
I see. But in that case, in the narrative, the English narrative case, when she claims that she wins the competition, we actually have the winning event preceding the saying event. Or you mean we have an overlapping?
I don't think we can have a preceding reading here. Right?
Please, Rumi.
Thank you for the question. So the assumption here is that evaluation time shift is a matrix clause phenomena. And in complements of attitude verbs, there is no independent evaluation time shift. What we have is that pronoun, right, which we posited there syntactically, is actually a bound pronoun. So you end up interpreting the complement of attitude verbs as being evaluated with respect to the time of the attitude verb. So in other words, the sentence that you gave in English, there is not going to be an evaluation time shift in the embedded clause. In Cantonese either, right? Because evaluation time shift is a main clause phenomenon. In complements to attitude verbs, you have bound tense, right? Did it help?
So what you're saying is with telic predicates in Cantonese, when they have a past tense interpretation, that does not actually necessarily involve the shift of the evaluation time at all, even in matrix clauses. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Let's see if, okay, we have a question from Zoom. So Martina Wisco has a question. Please ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a very interesting talk. I have a question whether you have thought about broader typological implications. It's the availability of the evaluation shift in freestanding clauses seems to be something very discourse oriented. And the we know Mandarin is generally discourse oriented for its prodrop properties. It has a lot of sentence final particles, so that are discourse oriented. So I'm wondering whether that might be a larger typological feature of the language. And I don't remember the facts of Gujarati, whether it's similar to Mandarin in this respect.
Yeah, I think this is a great point, and I think this would definitely fall into a larger picture of how the context enters, or how the context play a role in interpretation of sentences in these languages. At least now I don't have anything substantial to say on this point, but it is a great connection with the empirical domain that you just suggested, and I think it also depends on the actual implementation of the proposal here, and see how it can interact with what has been proposed for the different empirical domains in Chinese in general. But that is definitely a great point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have Andres here.
Thanks a lot for your talk. I have a question about some possible predictions, because in tense languages like Spanish or many other languages, which also have TP ellipsis, tense phrase ellipsis, tense mismatches are not allowed. For instance, you cannot say, Sean went to the cinema and I tomorrow, even when you have tomorrow as indication of future. So this is usually explained or derived because of the presence of morphological tense features in the east side, which mismatch the tense feature of the antecedent. So I think that a net prediction should be for you that in tenseless languages, tense mismatches should be allowed if it is the case that the language has tense phrase ellipsis, of course, or something similar to that. Have you tested this, or have you any judgment about tense mismatches in Cantonese?
So I
Thanks.
think, okay, so the quick empirical fact is that tense mismatch is allowed in the language. And I think there is at least different ways to account for the mismatch, and one being that if there are two different clauses, even they are connected by and, they may be interpreted or evaluated under different contexts in a way similar to the English narratives. So the precise mechanism where how the context enter or play a role in the interpretation of these sentences may require a more fine-grained formulation, but the idea is that a clause will be treated on its own, and a sentence or a clause is evaluated under or with regard to different contexts. Yeah, but that is definitely a relevant point.
Thanks. There's nothing online, so we'll go. Julian had a question there, and then we'll have time for one more, if we can keep it quick.
Thanks for the talk, it was really interesting. I had a question about the role of aspect marking, which you decided not really to talk about, but I'm a little bit worried about it, and because I've been looking at Mandarin, and I don't know actually how different Mandarin is from Cantonese, but so the observation, at least from Mandarin, is that there are many cases where a standalone sentence, which is telic or eventive, is actually ungrammatical. So it's not that it's coerced into an atelic present reading or that it gets a past tense reading. You actually cannot say it unless you provide an aspect marker. And so it seems to me if you have a general procedure whereby you can shift the evaluation time to the past, it makes that restriction quite hard to understand. So why is it that the aspect marker is required to do this if there's this general evaluation time mechanism in Cantonese?
Yeah, so this is a very important point. I mean, I entirely agree, and this puzzled me for a long time. And I think there is a tendency that we prefer perfective marking on these episodic sentences, but I am also pretty sure that this is not as strict as a generalization. It's not that no sentences without or no sentences can be uttered without a spectral marking. I mean, this can be told from a news report or daily conversation. It's not always the case that when people refer to a past event, they include the perfective marking. But the one way out to explain the generalization or the tendency in the language may have to do with the actual analysis of these perfective markers. So at least, as far as I know, there are possibilities suggested in Rubinstein and Hashimoto's paper, and also a recent dissertation by He's, a Harvard dissertation, that these perfective marker may actually be a perfect marker instead of a perfective marker. So when people adopt these markers in their sentences, they are actually conveying a perfect sentence. So it's not like an obligatory part of a past time event, but it is adding some additional flavor to the sentence. But I am sure I'm not giving you the most satisfying answer here. I agree, and that is something I would definitely work on after thought. But thank you very much for pointing that out to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Okay, I think that's all the time we had. So thanks again for a great talk and great discussion. And I think it's coffee break time now, and we'll reconvene at 11:20.
compare how it Hello. Do you hear me well? Yes. We're going to start with the next talk. So, if you want to take your seats, thank you very much. Okay. Hello. Good morning to everyone, whether in person or virtually. It is my pleasure to introduce the second invited talk of SALT 32. Surely everyone here knows Martina Birchko. She is a theoretical linguist specializing in syntax and its interfaces. She got her PhD in the University of Vienna with the dissertation Ideas in Syntax and Discourse, an analysis of extraposition in German, under the supervision of Edwin Williams and Wolfgang Dressler. She joined the Department of Linguistics at the University of British Columbia as a postdoctoral researcher and later as a faculty member. Her primary language focus was on Germanic, but after she became a field worker, and since then, she has published extensively on typological issues. For example, in 2014, she published the book entitled The Universal Structure of Categories Towards a Formal Typology. Since 2019, Martina is an ICREA research professor of Universitat Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona, where she founded the eLab, a research group exploring the language of interaction, with an empirical emphasis on performance-related and context-dependent phenomena that allow us to explore from a different perspective various dimensions of language faculty. Martina works broadly within the generative tradition while carefully listening to other fields, including philosophy, psychology, and artificial intelligence. Her lines of research include linguistic categorization and language in body and mind. She explores the relation between language, thought, and communication, and language variation in neurodiversity. To exemplify, it is worth pointing out that the last year she has published the monograph entitled The Grammar of Interactional Language, where she develops the Interactional Spine hypothesis. She has participated in several conferences around the world and published in collaboration with other authors, like Heather Bliss, Johannes Heim, and Elizabeth Ritter, on specific topics, like Vocatives, Blackfoot demonstratives, and the grammar of self-talk, taking them all as a window to the human mind. In a nutshell, Martina's work allows us to raise questions regarding the epistemic basis on which we build linguistic knowledge. So, with all this in mind, I'd like to pass the microphone to her. Martina, we are truly grateful to have you here today and very excited to hear your talk. So tell us, where is semantics? The mic is yours.
Thank you. Of course, I'm sad I'm not there, but I guess I'm more sad about the state of the world that makes you question various things that has changed everything. But it's great that we can do this hybrid and virtually now, and the organizers are doing a fantastic job. At least from the virtual perspective, it's running very smoothly. So thank you very much. Thank you also for inviting me. As you pointed out, I am not a semanticist, but I'm more an alt part and not without the S of the salt. But I'm interested in meaning, just coming from a different perspective. And what I always like to do is, as you pointed out, is I like to bridge across different disciplines, across different approaches to language. And so today I decided I'm going to tell you a little bit about how I think meaning fits into my approach towards language, and I hope you find it useful. So it really is the view from the spine. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to situate meaning in the classic view and then try and exemplify what I think the spine contributes to meaning. And then I'm going to go through several case studies of meanings that are not often considered. They're a little bit outside of the mainstream focus. And they all have in common that they, I think, clearly established that the spine contributes to the meaning because we find universality in meanings that there's no lexical arbitrariness here. There seems to be the emergence of the spinal meanings that I've introduced, and then I'll conclude with some general remarks and introducing the spine as a research agenda. So we all know that there's various dimensions of meanings, and going back to Saussure, we have the principle of arbitrariness, that the relation between sound and meaning in morphemes is arbitrary. That's the domain of lexical semantics. Then we have the Phrygian principle of compositionality. You're looking at complex expressions where it's no longer arbitrary. There's compositionality, and the crucial part that I'm interested in here is that the part where he says, and the way they're combined. Okay, so that's my real question. How does the way the individual parts are combined, the composition meaning? Hardly, not at all today is, there's also context coming into play with meaning, but I'm not going to talk about that today. So if you ask about where is semantics, you can also ask where is meaning, and there's two senses in which we can ask that. On the one hand, we can ask that question about particular meanings in the clause. So where and how is meaning integrated into the architecture of the clause? But we can also ask this question about the architecture of the language. So where is meaning interpreted, if you want? And starting here with it's almost a classic minimalist picture now, where meaning is on one branch of the computational system. So from a syntactician's point of view, or from a grammatician's point of view, the way the meanings are combined and the way the combinations plays a role in the interpretation is mediated by syntax. That's the classic insight in generative grammar, that there is no direct relation between meaning and form, but they're mediated by merge or by the computational system. And so we can define grammar as a way that a system that's intrinsically structured and that mediates the relation between form and meaning of complex expressions. But the question is how? How is this mediation happening? And so here now I'm going to tell you how I think this is happening from the view of what I call the spine. So on the first monograph, the universal structure of categories, what I developed there was the spine, which consists of a bunch of abstract functions that are inherently meaningful, if you want. And so we go beyond merge here. So syntax, the computational system on this view is not just, you're putting features or units of language together, but you're associating units of language or features or morphemes with a pre-established spine. So you go beyond merge. And I originally developed that as a way of understanding universals and variation in the inventory of grammatical categories. But I'm not going to talk about that today. And then the last 10 years, I've worked on what I call the interactional language, and I found that it makes sense to extend the spine with 3 more layers of structure. So we're going beyond sentences now, but we use the same architecture as in the propositional structure, the spine. And what I tried to do was to understand universals and variation in categories that are used to regulate linguistic interaction itself. Okay, so we have the spine division roughly into a propositional spine and interactional spine, but it's really the same spine. This is just a difference that is maybe even historically conditioned, because we traditionally looked at sentences, and that's where classic sentences end. And then now I've added this interactional spine, which is of course in the tradition of Ross's speech act structure and all the work that has been following since Spicenteni's seminal paper. But I have my own view on what it looks like. So what the spine, what's I think, and I mentioned this before, what the spine does, among other things, is it allows you to add meaning to what I call units of language, to words, morphemes. But the question is how, and I'm going to briefly tell you where the points in the spine are, where particular types of meaning comes in. So here we have the spine, and units of language combine with the spine. So the instead of merge, I have associate with the pre-configured spine. And of course, the unit of language are, just like Saussure said, they're typically consisting of arbitrary meanings. So that's the first part where meaning comes in. The second part is through the spine, the functions that the spine introduces. So that's classifying, introducing a point of view, anchoring, and so forth. And then up in the interactional spine, the grounding layer, where common ground is regulated, and the response layer, where roughly turn-taking is regulated. And we'll see a little more of that as we go along. And then what I assume is that all of these layers, they follow the same architecture. So there is a head that comes with an unvalued coincidence feature, and that relates two arguments to each other. So this coincidence feature introduces another dimension of meaning, namely this plus minus coincidence. You're basically saying whether or not the two arguments that are being related coincide. So that's a source of relationality of contrast. The argument are roles, so it can be event roles or grammatical roles, or as we'll see, interactional roles as well. So that's another point where meaning comes in, and some of these are allow context to come in. So, for example, when you think back to tense introduces an utterance time, so that's something contextual, and that those are the entry points for contextual interpretation. That is another dimension of meaning that the spine configures. So what we observe then, or what the system allows you to say, is that there are certain meanings that are universal. Those are the meanings that the spine contributes, and then the lexical meanings, they vary. And very briefly, the universal spine hypothesis, the essence was that grammatical categories in the traditional sense, like tense, or traditional in the genitive traditional sense, like tense or aspect, are constructed with the means of lexical means as well. So they're partly arbitrary, partly language specific, but they're constrained by the functions that the spine gives. So there is this, that's how I resolve the tension between, on the one hand, universality, on the other hand, variation in grammatical categories. Okay, so that's an overview of how the spine contributes meaning. And now I'm gonna go through 3 case studies. We'll see how much I can cover. Okay, so we'll start with vocatives, and I'll try and show you that we can assume that the addressee is a spinal role. So the addressee role is introduced on the spine. And I'll give you evidence from vocatives and evidence from self-talk, one of my latest favorite topics, how to talk to yourself. Okay, so the vocative, we all know, something like Charlie, the chameleon chased the butterfly. I'm telling Charlie something about the world, and I can put it at the end. The chameleon chased the butterfly. Charlie, it can even be inside the clause. You should know, Charlie, that the chameleon chased the butterfly. So Charlie here is not an event role. It is an interactional role. And And so how it denotes the addressee, so how does that come about? And my assumption is that just like event roles and grammatical rules are encoded in the spine, there is no, like, here, like the chameleon chased the butterfly versus the butterfly chased the chameleon. There is no morpheme or word that would identify agent versus theme. This is something that comes about structurally. And, we've been assuming this for forever in generative grammar. So the agent theme distinction is something that comes about through structure. And similarly, I think we can say that interactional roles come about structurally. So there is no unit of language that would encode it. It just comes about through the position in the spine. So in my interactional spine, I have a speaker-oriented role, which I call the speaker ground, and it introduces the role of the ground holder as self, so my ground that I have direct access to. Then there is higher up an addressee ground, which introduces the ground holder of the interlocutor, of another person. It'll be crucial that I don't have access to their ground directly. And then there's a response set holder, which is basically when I ask you a question, I put something in your response set, which you can think of as the table in the Farquhar's model. It's just a syntactization of that aspect of the dialogue. Okay. So the evidence that we have these three roles comes from the fact that we do, in fact, get three types of vocatives. So on the one hand, we have what Zwicky called a call vocative, which is used to get somebody's attention. So it can be preceded by hey Charlie, the chameleon chased the butterfly. Then there is address vocatives, which have the function of establishing a connection with the addressee, also a function that's been identified by Zwicky, and that's the one that can appear elsewhere within the sentence. Get to that. And then something less discussed is a phenomenon that's sometimes called reverse vocative or inverse vocative, where you actually say, so here the brother says to the sister, her brother, can you fetch my shoes? So it's like they're saying, I'm your brother. So it's denoting the speaker role, really, in relation to the addressee. So we have these three roles in the interactional structure, and each of those roles can corresponds to a different type of vocative, as here, and just some evidence that we're really dealing with a different syntax. Just going through the call versus address vocatives here. The call vocatives have to be sentence initially, versus address vocatives have a wider distribution. And if we assume that distribution is regulated by the spine, by syntax, then we have some evidence that we really have two different syntactic positions for these vocatives. Okay, so that's vocatives in regular vocatives. And now I'm going to try and give you a piece of evidence that we're really dealing with a role that's introduced by grammar, that the addressee role is not something that's purely pragmatic, that comes about because when I talk to you, I know I'm talking to you, I know that you're my addressee, and who cares about syntax? And I'm trying, I think I have an evidence that it is something that grammar constructs. And so for this, briefly in recent work with Betsy Ritter, we've looked at self-talk, and we argue that there's three ways of talking. There is a regular conversation with another, where the addressee is an active participant, and that has the entire interactional structure. In a conversation with oneself, like when you speak to yourself, you can do it in two ways, and that's been observed by Holmberg. When people talk to themselves, they can either use you or I. So I can say to myself, you're such an idiot, using you, or I can say to myself, I'm such an idiot, using I. we have evidence that there's a different syntax involved with those two types of self-talk. When I use I, what I'm doing is really I'm thinking out loud. There is no addressee. And when I'm using you, I'm having a conversation with myself. And so I treat myself as the addressee. So we have several empirical pieces of evidence. I'm just going to tell you two. One has to do with the vocatives. So when someone else talks to me, they can say, Martina, you're an idiot, calling me an idiot, or they can say, Martina, I'm an idiot. Whoever is talking to me identifies themselves as an idiot. But in self-talk, when I use I can't say, Martina, I'm an idiot. I can tell myself, Martina, you're an idiot, but Martina, I'm an idiot sounds like, I'm schizophrenic. It's not good. And so we argue that this is because there is no addressee layer. So you can't have the vocative because the vocative requires the addressee layer. So that's one piece of evidence that for this division in self-talk, where only with you-centered self-talk you have an addressee role, so there is the syntactic position for the vocative. When I have I-centered self-talk, I just think out loud and I can't have a vocative. The second piece of evidence and now we're getting to why I think that the addressee role is grammatically constructed, has to do with subjective predicates. So Holmberg in this paper on self-talk observes that with subjective predicates, or what he calls verbs of cognition, it's weird to say to somebody else that how they feel, what they believe. So, I can say, I can't believe my luck. Just when I'm talking to somebody else here, I can't believe your luck. But it's strange to say you can't believe your luck. If you say that, it almost sounds like you're saying you look like you can't believe your luck, or it seems like you can't believe your luck. But simply telling somebody you can't believe your luck is strange, or you can't believe my luck, also strange. And that's presumably because I can't look inside your mind, right? But the interesting thing is that the same generalization, that's also due to Holmberg, this generalization, the same holds in self-talk. So if I talk to myself with I-centered self-talk, I can say perfectly well, I can't believe my luck. But if I say to myself, you can't believe your luck, or you can't believe my luck, it has the same strangeness as if I'm talking to somebody else. Now, there is something weird about that, because I'm talking to myself, and of course I can look into my own mind. So why can't I say that? And what I'm arguing here is that the ground holder of the addressee layer here is construed as another. So grammar doesn't care whether I'm talking to myself or somebody else. It will treat the addressee as somebody else, and that somebody else has an inaccessible mind. And I think that's evidence that it's grammar that construes the addressee role. So you can think of the parallel of grammatical gender, like in German, the noun for girl, Mädchen, has a diminutive, so it's neuter. Grammar doesn't care that Mädchen denotes a female. It's still a neuter noun. And just like that, I think the addressee role is construed as referring or talking to a mind that's not accessible, even when I talk to myself. So in sum, I think we have pretty good evidence that the addressee is introduced as a role, functions, the argument that the interactional layers here introduce. You don't need a unit of language to denote a vocative, but you can have one, and that would be vocative case. Okay, and so here is a case where we have the spine, which I assume to be universal, with its functions being universal, and if that's the case, we expect vocatives to be universally available, and that seems to be the case. according to this quote. Okay, now going to the next empirical domain. I'm going to look at response markers, like saying yes and no, with some, I think, interesting data, showing the same thing, that the spine adds meaning that is, universal, I think. Okay, so and I'm using here my Upper Austrian German dialect, the Peter hat den Fuß gebrochen, Peter broke his leg. My interlocutor can reply with a simple yo, yes, or with a double yo. And this doubling of the yes has a particular function, and it's described in a work by Golato and Fagiel as responding with double ya indicates that the prior utterance contains already known information, and that therefore the current action should be stopped. So it's like, why are you telling me I know this already? And this is something that is not restricted to German. It's found in a range of unrelated languages, according to this paper. So there's something universal about this doubling. And so we want to know, how is doubling interpreted? How can doubling receive this particular meaning? And what I'm arguing is that it's universal because it's what the spine contributes. So there's two positions that I can use for yo, for the response marker. One is in C, and here I'm assuming that yo says plus coincidence, relating the utterance, the proposition, saying that it coincides with the world, so positive polarity. So that's the yes that's used to answer, or to agree, to say that yes, this proposition is true. And then the speaker ground layer would say that the utterance is in the speaker's ground, meaning I already know this. So this would be the agreement function of yo. And so when I combine these two, the yes, it's true, and yes, it's in my ground, I get this result that it's like that they've described here as indicates that the prior utterance contains already known information. It is already in my ground. Okay. And so very briefly, what does yo, the lexical entry, the form itself mean? It's not itself an answering particle. It doesn't itself mean positive polarity. I think it only means positive attitude, and then wherever you plug it into the spine, it will receive a different function. So if you plug it into the place where you do polarity, it gets the polarity interpretation. If you plug it in higher, it says I already know this. And evidence that it really is just positive attitude comes from the fact that in German you can have ja inside a verb. So you can say something like bejahen, where the ja is right inside the verb here, and it just means affirming life. It doesn't mean positive polarity. So that's, I think, evidence that the lexical item itself says positive, and that's why it can be used to value the coincidence feature as a positive coincidence. And evidence for this analysis of doubling as an instance of the same lexical item occupying two different syntactic positions comes from Spanish. This is Castilian Spanish. So when somebody says Pedro quiere un perro, the interlocutor can say either sí or sí, doubled yes. And so that would be the same analysis as I've just developed for German. Now, interestingly, they can also answer claro que sí. Of course, it's true. But when you say claro que sí, you can't say claro que sí. That's ungrammatical. And what's happening here is that the que demarcates, you're still in the CP, and so there is just not, the grounding layer is not available below que, and so you can't do this claro que sí. So if you were to say, for example, that the doubling of the C is simply a form of reduplication, and that's why it's intensifying, you would have a hard time to explain this pattern. And that's why I find this pretty convincing. Well, I think it's convincing that there is a syntactic source to this doubling. Namely, there's two syntactic positions. Now, evidence that we're dealing with a different kind of yes when it's in the grounding layer, like it's the same lexical entry, but it combines with a different structural position, comes from the fact that yes or yeah in whatever positive response marker you have in your language is not restricted to indicating positive polarity. And we notice because we can say things like, why would you do something like that? Yes, I know, that's the question. So here, yes does not answer because we have a WH question here. So we don't want a polarity answer. And even after an exclamative where there is no polarity, that is made available, you still can respond with a yes. Woohoo! Yes, like I agree with you. So the analysis then is that in all these cases, the previous utterance is asserted to be in the speaker's ground, deriving agreement. And a similar argument for this assumption that yes can be an agreement marker in addition to a polarity answering particle comes from this well-known fact that in English it's ambiguous when we have a negative antecedent. So he didn't go to Italy, you can say yes he did. So you're contradicting the initiator. But you can also say, yes, he didn't. You're agreeing with the initiator. So the first one where you're disagreeing, that's where yes is used as a polarity value. You're saying that, yes, he went to Italy. And in the other case where you're agreeing, you're taking the whole negated clause and saying, yes, that negated clause is in my ground. So I agree with this negative assessment. Okay, and that then I think is a way for us to understand why languages differ in the way their answering systems is set up for when you're dealing with this agreement-based missing. When you're dealing with negative antecedents. So in some languages, like in English, we can do both, yes and yes, but in some languages you can't. So some languages are polarity-based and some languages are agreement-based, and not gonna go through that, but I think that's evidence that we need to recognize that yes is not just a polarity valuing answering marker. So now the question that then arises is we're now seeing that yes can be a polarity valuer, but it can also be in the speaker ground saying agreement, where I'm saying this utterance is in my ground, I already know it. Is there evidence that it can also be in the addressee ground? So I'm looking at the other spinal functions that I have, that I assume in the interactional structure. And I think there is evidence for that. So in this conversation here, The Godfather is the best movie ever made. Yeah, I think the honor goes to Casablanca. So what they're doing here is they're not agreeing. They're saying, you're wrong, it's Casablanca. So why are they saying yeah? And I think they're saying yeah because they're saying, I know that this is in your ground. So they're acknowledging that the interlocutor believes that. So that's what I think yeah does in this case. And evidence that this is so comes from the fact that you can actually combine yes and no without resulting in a contradiction. So here we've got to do the shopping, Peter. Yeah, no, it's all right, Nana, we've got 5 minutes. So yeah here says, okay, I know you think so. And then no says, but I don't think so. Okay, so you acknowledge what the other person thinks, and then you're saying, but it's not in my ground. And if yeah and no were just, dialectical entry was just about valuing polarity, we would expect that this is a contradiction, which it is not. Okay, and then finally is there evidence for a response marker at the very top, at the response layer? And I think the answer is yes. So if you think about, if somebody says to me, Martina, like one of you guys is calling me out, Martina, and I can answer, yes, I'm not valuing any polarity. I'm not saying I know this. I'm not saying I acknowledge what you're saying. I'm just saying I'm responding. And so I think this is exactly what yes does here. It marks my utterance as a response. And that's why it's weird to say no, because then I would say, no, this utterance is not a response, which is a contradiction because I am actually responding. Okay. So we then have these, it so happens that the 3 layers in the interactional structure that I've postulated allow us to analyze the multifunctionality of response particles, I think in an interesting way. We have these 3 functions that go beyond polarity evaluation. One is agreement, where you're thinking whether something is in your ground. One is about acknowledging what the other person believes, and one is simply about marking the utterance as a response. So that's response markers in their spinal, how they're derived, how their multifunctionality is derived through spinal functions, and valuing coincidence features and the contextual role. So all these dimensions of meaning that the spine introduces are nicely visible in this simple form, just like yes and no. Okay, how am I doing for time? Somebody tell me.
Thirty-four minutes.
Okay. Okay, so very briefly, I'm gonna tell you about a sign that doesn't seem to be very Saussurean, namely ha. It's been observed by Dingemanze and colleagues that ha, as what they call other initiated repair strategy, so if you don't understand something, you say ha, that's attested universally. And the way they characterize it is it indicates universally the same thing, that there's a problem in the communication, I don't understand, can you clarify? It can also be, paraphrased as what? And it occurs in many languages. So it looks like it's a universal. So here's their chart, their table. And the way I analyze it is it's saying the utterance is in your response set. So now very briefly, and so it requests a response, and that's why I think these paraphrases come about. If I'm requesting a response from you, I'm saying that, okay, I need a response, something is unclear. And so it's a very, very vague meaning, and so therefore it has this large context. Very briefly, before I said that yes can mark the utterance as a response, saying this is in my response set. Now I'm saying that here ha says this is in your response set. And that has to do with the fact that I take the response phrase to differ across different types of moves. In an initiating move, I'm saying what I'm saying is in your response set. I put it on your table. I want a response. In a reacting move, I can mark my reaction as a response. Okay, so that's why. So, but how can there be a universal word? And for that, I think we need to decompose ha into ha and rising intonation. So ha is, I think, a minimal syllable, which simply is used to serve as the host for rising intonation. It doesn't itself do anything except for providing, a space for the prosody.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And the common meaning that we find, even for rising intonation, even outside of when it's used on ha, like, question intonation is not totally universally, but very widespread rising intonation, and it means something. And it has been long observed that it's kind of hard to pinpoint what exactly the rise means. So people who are trying to view it as a morpheme in the classic Saussurean sense, having problems really pinpointing the meaning. And what I think is that you don't have a Saussurean sign. It's not a sound meaning relation. It's just a sound that combines or associates with the spine, and the meaning comes from the spine. And because the spine is universal, the meaning, this universal meaning emerges through associating a sound with it. And I'm just going to skip that. And how does the rise do this valuation in my sense? I think it is iconic. And here I'm using insights from Bollinger, who I think was very much ahead of his time, who said that intonation can be viewed as a kind of a gesture. So this rise, I think, in intonation mirrors what happens when I'm like confused, when I need more information. My eyebrows rise, my shoulders might rise. Like that's, I think, and that goes back to Bollinger. So that it's a gestural way of valuing the coincidence feature as plus. I want a response. Okay, so that's the contribution of intonation, and it allows us to see the meanings that are contributed by the spine. I'm going to skip that. So concluding, whereas semantics, we've seen several dimensions of meaning, and that the principle of compositionality, the question I set out to ask, like how is it that the way constituents are combined contributes to the meaning? It's because of the spine. The meaning comes in various ways. The principle of arbitrariness is, holds, but not all units of language are Saussurean signs. We've seen one example. So now you might want to ask, so what about my lexical, I'm talking to you, semanticists, what about the lexical entries, the denotations that you're constructing? I think they are not denotations for units of language in this sense here, but they're denotations for larger structures. And I think what the spine might contribute is a way of maybe systematizing the way a denotation can be built. That would be the contribution of the spine, I think. And for that, I would like it if there was some interaction. Like I said, I'm not a semanticist, but it'd be interesting to see whether that is a fruitful avenue of research. And I'm going to skip all that about the model of language. And as a research agenda, like in the past, in my life as a field worker at UBC, this is where I thought variation came in, is like through lexical meanings and where, when, and how the units of language associate. And what I'm interested in now is different types of variation. So whose competence are we modeling? Kids' competence. So I'm looking at the acquisition of interactional structure. Neurodiversity, like what happens if your mind is different? Is your grammar affected, and how? The other thing I'm interested in is like who's talking to whom? Like because we have the addressee represented in the spine, for example, and a whole bunch of mental stuff, the ground, it will matter who's talking to whom. So self-talk was one example that I gave here. I'm also interested in how people talk to machines. And then I think there should also be differences in what purpose we have when we talk. And so and that's that. So thank you.
Well, Thank you, Martina, for your wonderful talk. Now we have time for some questions. So, we'll have the mic. Yes.
I'm not hearing anything.
No? Yes? Thanks for your talk, Martina. Do you hear me? No. Hi? No. Hola, hola. We are not interacting. Hi? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now? Do you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for a very stimulating talk. I really love the CC cases in Spanish. I don't know how do you, sorry? I don't know how do you see your spine structure in an embedding context, but
maybe I should just take questions then. Okay. Sophia was first here. I don't see anybody in the room, but maybe I'll just take over.
Sure. Hi.
Hi.
Very interesting talk. I just wanted to throw out something there about the rising intonation. So there's been a lot of research on the meaning of rising intonation in all sorts of places. And it seems like there's actually quite a bit of variation in the meanings
yes,
that it expresses.
Yes.
What can you tell us about that?
Well, will be another talk, but so quickly, first of all, I think the spine gives you ways of looking at that from a different angle, in that, I would expect that the intonational tune cannot just associate with the highest structure, with the response layer, but with other layers too, in which case a different meaning would emerge. The second thing I can say is that my former student, Johannes Heim, his dissertation was exactly about that problem. What does the rise contribute? And to our surprise, he was able to decompose the rise into the steepness of the rise and the length of the rise. And each of those components contributes a different aspect. So one is about the commitment, how committed I am to what I'm saying. And the other is about the engagement, like how strong I want you to respond. So that's a short answer.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to try again with the mic here.
Hi, Martina. Do you hear me?
Hi. Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay. Thanks for a very stimulating talk. I really love the CC cases in Spanish. And I was wondering about, because I tend to think that they are like a root phenomena, right? So you are right with respect to the claro que sí. Claro que sí is really awful. But then when you come to the embedding context, I can say Juan dijo que sí, Sean said that yes, but never so awful to say Juan dijo que sí, sí, right? So I don't know how do you, if you are thinking in a defective interactional spine in embedding context or something along that lines. Any thought about that?
Yes, so I have to think about the example that you give. That's very interesting. The contrast with Juan dijo claro que sí is bad. So I would imagine that, yeah, I have to think through it. But in general, the general question is how embeddable is the interactional structure. The response layer, not at all. That's really that's the root, the most root you can be. The grounding layers, I think at least the speaker oriented one, I think they are, at least in some contexts, embeddable, and that would be like how I would handle logophoric shifts, and like when you have perspectival shifts and indexicality shift, that's where I think that there is some context in which you can embed the grounding layer. But I have to think about your embedding of the Claro que sí example.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Martina. Really thought-provoking talk. So my question maybe is more, as opposed to where is semantics? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm just looking who you are. But.
Yeah, I'm Andrea Beltramo. So my question is, more than where is semantics, where is pragmatics? That is to say, should we see pragmatic reasoning as basically some sort of task of assigning a syntactic structure to what we're hearing? Or do we have any reason, or do we want to draw a line between cases like those that you show and cases in which we can think of resolving meaning indeterminacy as something that's more about reasoning, is more structure-free and less about what happens in the spine? So I know it's an open-ended question, but that's kind of what got me to think after hearing your cases. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Thank you. And I'm thinking about this, and I think that, sometimes I get the response like, why do you want to put pragmatics in the syntax? And it's like, I'm not putting all of pragmatics in the syntax, just some of what we used to think of as pragmatics, I think is, I'm pretty convinced that it's in the syntax or in the spine. But I wouldn't put everything in the syntax that we think of as pragmatics. I think there's room for inferencing that is outside of grammar. But again, still, there is aspects which are outside of grammar, but still constrained by grammar, I think. So, give you an example. We don't always use this interactional language, like we don't always use, response markers and conformationals. So they are used when something is not according to standard or the normal course of a conversation. So a normal course that is an insight that goes back to conversation analysis, where they say, like, take well, for example. Usually, like you ask me something and I respond and we are good. I don't have to mark it as a response. But if, and the normal course of conversation, according to conversation analysis, is that we agree as fast as possible. If that cannot be achieved, we mark. So well, for example, is marked as a response marker saying, okay, well, you asked me, where is pragmatics? And I say, well, it's a complicated question. Like, I'm introducing it because I can't give you like a quick, fast answer. But I'm still saying I'm responding to you, but it might take me longer than that you expected. So there is room for making assumptions like, Gricean type of assumptions about what's a normal course of a conversation. And in preparing this talk, it occurred to me that, we have within the propositional structure, it makes sense to, when you think about tense and aspect, to have assumptions about the normal course of an event, like and that allows you to do certain inferences and get marked and unmarked interpretations. And I'm wondering whether at each layer of the spine we have associated with it as assumptions about the normal course of wherever I am in the spine, like at the event or at the propositional level or at the interactional level. So that's something that I think the spine might constrain, though is not directly encoded on the spine. So a few thoughts.
Okay, we have time for one quick questions, and I think it goes for the Zoom attendant. So, Jael Greenberg.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, thanks a lot. This was exciting. I love very much the idea of not just being polarity markers, and I completely agree with that. And I want to ask something about that through the perspective of those double cases, because you have them in Hebrew as well. the COO, you have can in Hebrew, which seems to serve the same kind of role. And what I want to ask about really has to do with how do you constrain, or what are the systematic constraints on the type of higher responses? Because, for example, in Hebrew at least, and I'm not sure what happens in other languages, while when you answer to an assertion with can, with this yes, you have a similar effect as you described. When you do it for polar question, you don't get that. You won't be able to get, I mean, the prediction would be, I think, that you will be able to get something like, yeah, that's the right question, and yes, the answer is yes. But you don't get that. You don't get that. What you get is something like, an intensified response, like Hebrew legamre. It's like something like, the answer is yes, and I completely believe in that. So I wonder, and since you talked about a variety of effects of these higher guys, and this is so interesting, and they also, of course, differ with regard to whether you answer a question or an imperative, right? Because you can say, right, bring me the salt. Yes, that's what you should do. Yes. Okay, absolutely. But nonetheless, I think that it would be, I wonder whether you have anything to say with respect to constraints on these.
Right. Yeah, no. I was encouraged by this because I developed the interactional spine based on conformational, based on sentence final particles, and I came up with these functions. And then I looked at response markers, and I'm like, oh, they're using the same functions. So that made me confident that we want to take it out of the lexical entries and into the grammar. And there's still, there's so much still to do. Like, I think like what you were talking about, the kinds of constraints, I think that intonation and facial expression, co-speech gestures will play into that as well. And I just don't have the empirical basis to make the firm conclusions as to what the constraints would be. But you're absolutely right. Not everything is always possible, and I don't have anything to say about why.
Okay, that just means there's still a lot to do.
Yes, there is.
But it's clearly a fruitful, very fruitful direction. Thank you.
That's what I think.
Well, time's up, so I think that will be all. Thank you, Martina, again, for your wonderful talk. And
thank you.
Thank you all of you.
Are we ready to start? All right, welcome to the second SALTED workshop. My job is to very briefly explain to you what SALTED is. I started SALTED in 2020 when I found myself the diversity coordinator on the steering committee of SALT, and absolutely mortified at the idea that I would be in charge of making decisions about diversity. So I formed the committee as a sort of advisory panel on behalf of issues of diversity and semantics, but it became very clear quite quickly that everyone on the committee had really great ideas about different initiatives that we could do. And so it's just sort of turned into a bunch of different projects. It was led by Ezra Keshet last year. He was the chair of the committee. I'm the chair of the committee again this year. The main thing I want to tell you about today is that in addition to doing these SALTED workshops, we've got a bunch of new other sorts of initiatives trying to make the field of semantics a little more accessible, especially to underrepresented minorities, but also to make the field of linguistics in general a little more accessible to underrepresented minorities, undergraduate students. But we've also established a SALTED fund, which we are using to fund, starting next year, travel scholarships to underrepresented minorities to attend SALT, as well as to start a sort of an ongoing rolling fund that'll roll from one SALT to the next, and that'll help us pay for things like unexpected accessibility costs that arise when last minute, for instance, ASL translation is needed and so forth. We are in the process of becoming official, sort of legit financially, but right now you can give us money by PayPaling to the SALT Steering Gmail account, and that's being presided over by the current SALT president, who is Robert Henderson. So please send Robert money. It'll go to a great cause. We've got a lot of initiatives coming forth. Some of it is paying honoraria for our panel participants today, but there's a lot of other things. So you can go to our website to get more details. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Violeta, who's mediating the panel today. I just want to say that Ezra was the main force behind, he was the chair of the subcommittee for this workshop, so he's done most of the work on this. It's not just me. Here we go.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jessica, and everybody. Welcome to this SALTED workshop. I hope you can hear me there, right? So, it is a commonplace that the language of science, just as it used to be Latin or French and some other times, is nowadays English, right? And it is also commonly assumed that to master a discipline, you must access the literature, which is usually written in English. So it is your obligation to know how to read in English. And likewise, if you want your research to be known in your field, you must publish in English. So the saying actually should be publish in English or perish. So all these are common assumptions that the academic community worldwide can assume without much questioning, except for us linguists. We know that if a certain variety of English is regarded as the language of science, that can be due to an inherent characteristic that makes it naturally more apt for the task. So our profession demands that we view these assumptions critically. And that means, first, recognizing the historical, political, and ideological reasons why things are this way. Second, acknowledging the inequalities that derive from this state of affairs, especially for speakers of languages other than English. Third, assessing the limitations it poses for our own research. And fourth, imagining alternative ways in which things could be, including ways to foster a more diverse, inclusive, and egalitarian academic community regarding the variety of languages spoken and studied by its members. For the first time in 32 editions, SALT is taking place at a Spanish-speaking country, so we couldn't avoid touching upon this subject at the SALTED workshop. And with that aim, the organizers and Jessica here put together a wonderful panel of 4 renowned linguists to talk about the barriers to conducting and disseminating research on languages other than prestige English, and what would be some solutions for the problems they encountered. So let me introduce them briefly because you all know them very well. First, our first presenter will be Enoch Abol from the University of Amsterdam, a researcher on West African languages, as you know, Creoles, recently Russian Sign Language, and himself a native speaker of Gungbe. Second would be Donka Farkas, professor emerita at UC Santa Cruz, whose semantics research is always enriched by a comparative perspective between English, Hungarian, and Romanian. Third, our own dear Carol Rose-Ladle from McGill, who conducts research on Chol and Mi'kmaq. And last but not least, Andrés Saab, researcher at CONICET Argentina, who has done impressive work to make formal semantics accessible to Spanish-speaking students. Let me say that before, Andrés, there were no textbooks in formal semantics available in Spanish. So they will present their thoughts upon the subject, and afterwards, we'll open the floor for what we hope will be a very lively question. So first, Enoch. Can we give the floor to Enoch Abol?
Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. So thanks for inviting me to this workshop, even though I'm not a hardcore semanticist. And I will actually say one of the reasons why I'm not a hardcore semanticist, I kind of find my way more in syntax. So it seems to me that, while reading through the questions that you sent to us, that the problem has its source in a fundamental failure that we have in our field, which is that we don't train at a high level speakers and learners of communities that we actually described. So going back to one of the questions that Martina was asking in her talk, when we think about the learners that we are describing, usually these speakers and learners are not engaged in the study that we actually, in a sense, present to the community. We only, in a sense, consult them as consultants. And so they are like, laboratory rats in a sense. And this is something I think we continued from the colonial period, where basically what you do is that you send experts to the field, they collect data, and then they come back and, kind of describe the data and offer the data to the scientific community. They the consultants, that's fine. If it doesn't, it's also okay, because what matters is the scientific kind of, let's say, enterprise that's kind of, in a sense, triggers this whole enterprise. And I think that's something that we never question in our field. We just continue this. And, the fact that English is a dominant language in the kind of English-speaking context just happened because of that colonial practices that there are many of them that we entertain in linguistics without ever questioning them. By the way, right now we're talking about English, but if we were to hold this workshop in France, the speaker who will be French, so Elisabetha's kind of French counterparts, will say precisely the same thing about French. So in Francophone Africa, for example, much of the literature is in French, and actually there are some gatekeepers which make sure that hypotheses, alternatives which are offered in the so-called Anglo-Saxon world don't make it to the Francophone Africa word, right? So you actually have this kind of political debates. So I'm really happy that we are talking about this now, and we have to acknowledge that this is something that we're kind of entertaining, and we shouldn't be doing that. We should invest a lot in training speakers and learners of communities that we are interested in, so that they can engage in the science that we're developing. The second aspect of this is something that is dear to me, which I think we also don't kind of question, we don't even kind of think about it, which is the profile of the learner and speaker that we're describing. So if you go back to Chomsky's aspect of syntax, the idea then was that, the goal of linguistics was to investigate or describe the knowledge of a monolingual speaker learner living in a homogeneous country, right? Or a homogeneous community, and who knows her language perfectly, right? And if we, the assumption then was that the observer, so the linguist observer was also, or will also be a speaker learner of the same community. But this is not what we do, right? So typically, as I said, in talking about the colonial aspects, typically what we do is that we send people who are external to those communities. But actually, when we think about this, it basically means that if you want to do introspection and you're doing this as a kind of external observer, you might actually not have access to all the subtleties of the data. So in a sense, we are not providing ourselves with the methodological kind of tools to, in a sense, study our object of study, basically. So I think we fail there. And if we took this seriously, we will have immediately also noticed that there is no such a thing as a learner who knows her language perfectly. And there is no such a thing as a homogeneous community. So it seems to me that there are a number of kind of hypotheses in our field which we entertain. Sometimes we just, sweep them under the rug, which we should put back on the table and question seriously. And in this case, it seems to me that the only thing we have to do to solve this problem of diversity and inclusion is first to train more people, more young scholars, and this is basically what you're doing with your, as you just said, with your scholarships, helping scholars to come to whether you want to make them come to the United States or Europe or elsewhere to have access to formal semantics, or engage in what I see Veneta is around here, what Veneta, myself, and other colleagues are doing also in Africa, engage in schools where you will actually make it possible for speaker learners of those communities to attend those schools and be trained and eventually make it to graduate schools so that we just have a diversity of voices. That's what we need. I think guaranteeing a diversity of voices will at least partly solve the problem of diversity and inclusion in our field. And I'll stop here. I think I had 5 minutes and maybe I've already talked more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ino. So, Duncan?
Okay, so thank you for organizing this great workshop. And thank you for inviting me and including me. I have a little handout just to keep myself at 5 minutes. Should I share my screen?
It's shared already. Don't worry.
It's shared already.
Yeah,
okay, so what I wanted. Okay, so what I wanted to say was, first, I completely agree with what Enoch just said. I think having more students, researchers, linguists speaking other languages than English in the field would be great, and I think there is some progress in this area. What I wanted to talk about was two topics. One is a general lesson that we linguists can teach the world, and I don't think we do a good enough job of teaching this this lesson, having to do with the radical equality of languages. And then because there was a question about this from the organizers, I thought I will share some ideas about bringing a cross-linguistic perspective in introductory semantics courses. So with respect to, with respect to radical equality of language, we all know that despite great diversity, human languages are equally complex and equally worth studying. And you can take any two languages and there will be equal with respect to complexity, to organization, to richness, or to intrinsic worth. This is such an obvious fact to us that we sometimes forget that it is not obvious to non-linguists. And that goes against the grain because people have a deep-seated bias for their own way of doing things, particularly strong in matters of language. So I think we should realize that the world doesn't know this, and we should teach it to them. I think we should also practice what we teach. And I think over the years, the initial view that Enoch just mentioned has changed, and I think now there is a recognition of the importance of work on understudied languages, but at the same time we shouldn't forget that we haven't finished overstudied languages either, and so we should not underappreciate work on English or other well-studied languages. With respect to the difference between standard language and dialect, again, I think the world doesn't know that this is a linguistically arbitrary distinction. There is a saying that I put on the slide there, by it's anonymous, but it was popularized by a Yiddish scholar, namely Max Weinreich. And again, this observation goes against the grain, both for speakers of standard varieties and speakers of dialects, because there is a deep-seated belief that differences are due to the dialect speakers making mistakes or using a lower form of language. And again, our job is to teach our students and the world that this is simply wrong. With respect to cross-linguistic perspective in introductory courses, I didn't particularly find it difficult to introduce such a perspective. One idea that seemed to work well was to talk about negative concord in Introduction to Semantics, namely the co-occurrence of verbal negation and negative indefinite. And you can introduce the topic by talking about languages where this co-occurrence is completely free or sensitive to the pre or post-verbal field. And here you can talk about non-standard varieties of English, and then talk about standard varieties of English where the difference simply is that this co-occurrence is more restricted. And Tom Roberts enriched this by proposing an assignment where students go and research a language and find out how negation interacts with negative indefinites in that language. And there are lots of other topics that come to mind, and I think that there will be more and more discussion of cross-linguistic data in introductory classes. Thank you. That's all I had. Can
All right, so my name is Carol Rose Little, and I'm assistant professor at the University of Oklahoma. I'm primarily a syntactician, and I'm also interested in the interfaces of syntax with, of course, semantics and morphology. And I have taught semantics at the undergraduate level at the University of Oklahoma, and then what I'm specifically gonna be concentrating today, given the theme of our of this session, is a course that I taught in Spanish, Introducción a la Semántica, for master's students at a research institution in San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas, Mexico. This course was delivered online, and it was in Spanish. It was 3 weeks, 36 hours in June and July 2020, and I had 12 students. And the course every single one of the students in the course were speakers of an indigenous language of Latin America. So it was absolutely phenomenal. The 12 students represented 11 languages. The 11 languages are given here: Purépecha, Bolivian Quechua, Tzotzil, Mepa, Xli-Masipi, Zapotec, Mixtec, Zoque, Triqui, Tojolabal, and Mije. So I think that's definitely like at least 9 different distinct language families. So again, I taught this course. A lot of these students, this was the first time that they had ever interacted with semantics before. They had knowledge of morphology, phonology, and some syntax. And in this course, so because all of these students, the goal for these students is they research their own language, or the language that they speak fluently, and they end up doing a master's thesis on an aspect of their language. Virtually all of their master's theses are on aspects of an unexplored phenomenon in their language. So what I decided to do in this course was give them an introduction to general principles in semantics, But at the end of it, what I wanted them to do was research an aspect of their language, and so I gave them the tools and the methodology to research how their languages mark definiteness, which basically in all of their languages was completely unexplored. So I used a few resources. So one of the resources that I used was Fundamentos de Semántica Composicional, some introductory chapters there. Though I will mention, as a theme of this workshop, one of the areas that I had trouble in was finding literature in Spanish. Now, with these students, I could not assume that they could read English, and that was a fair assumption there. So it was a little bit difficult, especially when I was developing the materials for this course, to find materials. But nevertheless, I used this textbook as well as a couple other materials. There was a reading on nominal classifiers that I used, some comparative literature as well. And then I also used some literature on definiteness, which had been written in Spanish. So there were some challenges that so my training in semantics has largely been in English. So for me, this was completely new to teach semantics in Spanish, which I'm not a native speaker of Spanish. So I did have some issues at the beginning on some terminological, terminology. Some of the sources that I was reading used different terminology. Again, like we all know, a lot of the language of science is primarily English, so I did have a lot of trouble finding resources in Spanish. And then the resources that I did find in Spanish were either on Spanish or on other Indo-European languages. So again, these students were all speakers of a diverse set of languages, virtually unstudied, and the resources that were in similar languages were simply written in English. And then the other issue that I found was a lot of common introductory textbooks, including the ones that I found in Spanish, just simply do not discuss cross-linguistic variation in semantics. Nevertheless, at the end of the course, each one of the students ended up writing a paper on definiteness in their language. Again, these are all completely unexplored areas, virtually unexplored areas in each one of their languages. And one of the students, the one who wrote about definiteness in Social, that actually ended up being his master's thesis. So this course was great in that one of the projects ended up being his MA thesis. So for the future, some thoughts that I have about the future and us as semanticists, how we can kind of bring in students who are speakers of minority languages. So seize opportunities to present and publish theoretical semantic work in languages other than English. So one example where we can publish semantic work is Cuadernos de Lingüística de el Colegio de México. This accepts research in Spanish. So one thing that we can do is try and write stuff in Spanish. And then also, so by doing this, by presenting, publishing, and teaching in languages not English, we can expand readership, making the field more inclusive, gain more knowledge on understudied languages, and provide more opportunities to native speaker linguists. And the last thing I wanted to mention is, even at conferences like this that are, in English, there are still opportunities to present work, even though English is our common language. I had the opportunity of presenting some work with a collaborator who is a Chol speaker on definiteness in Chol, and what we ended up doing, this was a presentation at the Society for the Study of Indigenous Languages of the Americas in 2020 at the LSA, and what we ended up doing for this presentation was she gave the talk entirely in Chol. So we came up with terms on definiteness. There was actually already some existing literature in Chol on translating ergativity, transitive verbs, etc. She gave the entire presentation in Chol, and then we had slides in English, and as far as I could tell, the audience followed along. So there are opportunities to present work in languages other than English and still inform broader audiences. All right, thank you.
Oh. Thanks a lot for this invitation. I shouldn't say this in this workshop, but my English is a shame, so apologize in advance, okay? So I will take one of the problems presented by the committee, which is English as a meta-language, which I think creates a bias problem. So, here. So this is the basic claim that the practice of doing linguistics in science in English, a fact connected to well-known extra-scientific reasons, mainly historical and sociological, creates a prestige bias. And the prestige bias conditions concrete practices, scientific and others, in various more direct and indirect ways, by, for instance, introducing unwanted and false hierarchies across languages and researchers. This was pointed out by Donka Farkas. We know, all linguists, that all languages are equal, but this is not obvious given the prestige bias. Then there is the complication of dissemination non-English languages in the semantic field, in the scientific field. The bias also impoverish our actual knowledge of semantic facts as consequence of making many languages and researchers invisible. And finally, among other reasons, the prestige bias favors academic discrimination by part of the academic and publication system. Okay, so I will suggest some ways of bias mitigation. Of course, there is no escape of English. That's a fact, I think. At least there is not escape of one universal language for communicating, but there are some ways of at least making explicit that there is a bias, okay? Okay, of course, the first step is the talking cure, according to Freud, right? So acknowledging explicitly the bias with all its unwanted consequences in events like this is a fundamental step. But in addition, I would like to suggest some other ways of mitigating the prestige bias, most of them related to my own position in the field. A linguist of a non-English country, in a peripheral country, and in a non-English university, okay? I'm a professor in the University of Buenos Aires. One thing I have done with other colleagues, like Francisco Ordóñez from Stony Brooks and Mericato from Campinas, is organize multilingual events. For instance, we organized Romagna Nova, which is a workshop about the Romance language of the Americas. The official language are English, Portuguese, and Spanish, with a strong recommendation for having English handouts, PPTs. This allows for science dissemination in language other than English. And I also co-organized the Encuentro de Gramática Generativa in my country under the same modality. The experience has pros and cons, as usual, but we should insist in the importance of this type of events in order to partially mitigate the language bias and to do science in language other than English. Second, we need advanced research and didactic materials in non-English languages. One of the most undesirable consequences of this bias is that many non-English speakers, researchers, give up doing science in their own native languages. Those of us who are in that position should keep doing science in our native languages, even if this is not always properly acknowledged. It's never acknowledged. This is why we can increase scientific knowledge in other languages. And if the knowledge produced in these other languages is substantive, attention will be directed to these other languages. And in addition, we should be able to produce advanced didactic material in our native languages. I wrote this semantic handbook with Fernando Carranza, which was published in 2021, and we know that the book is having so nice results, like a student producing now English materials. That's a nice step. I have to write that I'm a syntactician, but in my university you cannot teach with English material. you have to teach with Spanish material. So we were forced to teach semantics first, and second, we have to produce the materials. Okay. I think that a nice option will be also to have a public repository of non-English material. The scientific community could make available a public repository of semantics in non-English language. Such repository could contain didactic and research material, including a list of semantic journals in other languages, just as Carol mentioned, and perhaps a guide of how to approach this multilingual material. And finally, we should really press publishers for supporting non-English researchers. Many journals strongly recommend to have a native English corrector for draft. Never said which English dialect, right? This is unacceptable, since it perpetuates the prestige bias. I know that Mora Maldonado and other colleagues create Linkproof, a free proofreading service for glossa psycholinguistics. This is a great move, but the journals, in particular the rich ones, should have that service as a minimum for free. And finally, perhaps, although needed, these are a small step. Bias eradication depends, of course, on other more radical changes of the academic and non-academic systems within and across countries. Such changes are to a large extent independent of the academic system per se and involve us more than a subject of the academic world as political subjects committed to action for a more balanced social world. Thanks a lot.
To all the speakers, we're taking questions first from the audience, then from the remote audience too. Questions? Yes, Gillian.
I don't know if this is a question or more of a comment or a suggestion or something, but I wonder whether it would work at some of these conferences to systematically allow people to simply present in their native languages and subtitle the slides. I mean, if we can make that a policy, just like we have simultaneous translation for the hearing impaired. I mean, do you remember in the old days with Eurovision when only English-speaking countries won Eurovision, and then they changed the rules so that everybody was allowed to sing in English, and then other countries started winning. But then recently there's been a backlash. So now singers are starting to sing in their own native languages again and having subtitles. And I think it's a kind of a sea change, and there's absolutely no reason, in my opinion, why well-read academics, we watch foreign movies all the time with subtitles. Why can't we normalize a speaker of Spanish or Mandarin or Japanese getting up and giving their talk in their language? Because after all, if you get up and you're using English, and it's a little bit like having a fencing match with a wet fish, you're not operating in your own medium. But if you get to present in the language that you feel most comfortable with, then you avoid this sort of, you feel more comfortable and you avoid this sort of, oh yes, they're using language in a clumsy way sort of impression you get from somebody using a second language. And it's perfectly easy for us as the poor monolingual English speakers who don't speak the language to read subtitles. So I was thinking maybe we should, I just thought of it while you guys were speaking, but I see no reason why we shouldn't normalize being able to, given that we have all the technology now, and it's really fast to subtitle things, you just need to check that there are no big errors, and normalize that. I don't know what other people think.
Someone want to reply or something?
I think it's a great idea. Yes, why not, right? It works very well with the recorded videos here. Yeah.
We had that at Sula last time, right? We also had presentations in Spanish with just English slides. But yeah.
Yeah, at the last WICFL, we had a talk, and like half of it was in Chol, and we just had subtitles. So it worked. It works. So why not?
We're going to take a question from Daniel Altschuler, Zoom. Daniel, can you hear us? Oh, your mic is off.
Just
there.
Yeah, I could answer. Should I answer it? You,
sure. Yeah,
everybody
sure.
read it? Okay. So I don't think that working on English is necessarily oppressive. I don't think we oppress anybody by working on one language or another. I think we oppress somebody if we don't make room for work on other languages. But I don't see how one oppresses somebody by working on Spanish or on English. I think we are interested in human language, and every human language has something to teach us. And I think it was detrimental to the development of linguistics that there was, to generative linguistics, I should say, that there was over stress on English. I think that was oppressive. I wouldn't say oppressive. It was bad for our discipline. So I don't see why this is oppressive.
Yeah, I guess
who am I oppressing, or who? I don't usually work on English, but who are you oppressing, Daniel, when you work on English?
Yeah, so I get. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the thought process was English is a dominant language, and there's certain advantages, as was discussed earlier on, from those that work on English, those that present in English, those that write in English. So that's not to say that English doesn't necessarily contribute or contributes less, but in continuing to do so and putting the focus, I think it just naturally is an oppressive act that disallows the sort of privileges that other communities could have in doing that. So
then let me interrupt you here. Then we should work against the biases that we have and help inclusion. But that doesn't mean that therefore we should undervalue work on English. Because then we have the opposite bias.
I would like to give
we don't want that either.
Microphone to Enoch, and then take a question here from the audience over there.
Yeah, I just want to say something about the dominance of English. I think we shouldn't forget the fact that this dominance is not at all levels. So if you take Benin, for example, English is not dominant in Benin. French is, right? So we actually have different layers of dominance. And the dominance that you're talking about has to do with, let's say, academics and maybe if you want to publish at the world level. But for a Beninois to reach that level, there are many other hurdles to kind of, jump before you get there. And that's why I'm kind of insisting on the training. I'm a believer of multilingualism. I think we have no problem being multilingual. So if I know perfectly well how to express what I want to present, in this conference, if I can do that in Gungwe, I have no problem in doing that. So the problem I'm talking about is that for the vast majority of our colleagues, we simply cannot do this in our native languages. So we were talking about, pragmatics, we were talking about definiteness, and, anyone who works on the Niger-Congo languages will tell you that these are not trivial notions when you're working on those languages. So for students of those languages, it's not even easy to decide what is definite, what is not, and what is pragmatics and what is not. So for me, the question is not about the language that we're using, the meta language. It's really about the training and allowing people like myself and other people to partake in what we're doing so that we first advance, in a sense, in terms of linguistics, but also that they can just participate in this multilingual kind of enterprise that we are all engaged in. So yeah, I think we have to make these distinctions to be able to make progress in this respect. Thanks.
I'm going to take one question from the audience. Robert?
Hi, thank you for the presentations. I enjoyed them very much. Yeah, I mean, one thing that I wanted to raise was it's true that having English materials creates a barrier to learning semantics. I think that's absolutely the case. I mean, I've taught courses in semantics in Spanish and also in Mayan languages, Kachikal in particular. But I think also that the types of materials that exist are not very useful. So even if we had like a magic translation machine and we could turn like English, semantics textbooks into a Mayan language textbook, I wonder how useful they would be for community needs. So of course, linguists, I know many Maya linguists, and there's great diversity in what people are interested in, but I've worked with many people who are primarily interested in producing teaching materials for their languages, also doing fairly basic documentation, description of their languages. And unlike phonology or syntax, what you learn in intro phonology is quite useful for writing a grammar, right? You need, we know a grammar, what it has what is the phoneme inventory, allophonic processes, right? There's like a standard script for doing sort of syntactic or morphological, phonological documentation. But I think for semantics, we don't really have that as a field, right? If you were to ask, what would you learn in intro semantics that you would then put in your grammar of Kachikal, it's not exactly clear what you would do there, right? So I think we should maybe think about, as a field, sort of what semantic topics would be useful for teachers, second language teachers of indigenous languages, for instance, right? Like there's not great semantic information in most language textbooks either. It's kind of like a last topic that is barely addressed. Same thing with semantics. And so I feel like our field is maybe not even relevant for the needs for many people who—
Please enter the meeting pass.
Okay, that was my, maybe it was a rant, but I mean, I'd like to, maybe someone can respond to this about, I guess I would say it would be nice to have textbooks that are maybe geared towards second language teachers or also doing language documentation and semantic documentation. I don't think that exists.
We have questions from the audience in Zoom, but I don't know if we are still connected because Louis McNally, Liz Kopak. We are connected? So Louis McNally, if you can hear me, can you ask your question or make your comment? So we're going to take another question from here. Yes, Scott.
Thanks, everyone, for very thoughtful and interesting commentaries here. I wanted to follow up a little bit on the conversation that Danka and Daniel were having. I think for me, I agree with Danka that there's nothing inherently oppressive in studying English, studying Spanish, studying French, studying other languages of global power. Where I think that becomes a little less clear to me is that, so for me as a native English speaker, when I work on Yucatec Maya or Tagalog or whatever other language, I have to follow something like, what Lisa Mathewson says in her 2004 article is the best practices, and I have to carefully set up a context and have a sentence and know that it's grammatical and do all of those steps. When I work on English, I can get work published by saying, hey, here's some examples and some informal intuitions I have, and relying on the readership to collectively share those intuitions, even if I'm not as methodologically rigorous. And so, this is just my personal reflection on my own research practices. I think it's true more broadly. And so I think that's kind of one issue of methodological rigor that there's no way to avoid, in a sense, when working on a language you don't speak natively, but working via introspection you don't have to do. And so that sort of creates an uneven playing field in my mind. So I don't know if Danka or other panelists have thoughts on that, but.
Thank you, Scott. So we'll give now we can hear Louise McNally. Is she there? Hi.
First, for all of the Spanish speakers in the audience, I'd like to give a big plug for Vicky Escandel's textbook, the one that was mentioned by Carol Rose Little. It's a really good introduction to formal semantics for undergraduate level, written quite a long time ago, actually. So the initiative in the chat to kind of make materials available, especially it's highlighted for me the problem that seems to exist between perhaps the European Spanish-speaking community and in the rest of the world. But actually, I would like to insist on the usefulness of formal semantic tools. You know, if you have rich enough tools, and I think here the issue is to get beyond, you know, what happens a lot in my experience is we start with some small set of mathematical tools or logical tools, and we kind of increment them just a very, very tiny bit at a time. And there's a lot of resistance to incrementing the tools as such sometimes, because that seems like, well, you know, you're not going to have a restrictive enough theory or something like this. But I think, you know, I put in the chat, for me, one of the best examples of how rich tools can really give a lot of insight was Scott Grimm's typological work on countability and nominal semantics. So that's one comment I wanted to make. And then maybe very quickly, for those of you who have regular experience teaching individuals who are not English speakers, semantics, how do you deal with, so I'm in the situation of having to teach non-English speakers semantics in their language, right? And so I'm curious if people have, you know, there's a serious problem with trying to transmit in either direction semantic intuitions, either when you don't have them or you can't be sure that your students do. So I'm curious for any tips on that.
So
Thanks.
I'm going to take one more question from here. Then we have Liz Kopak, Benita Dayal on Zoom, and also Donka Farkas as a reaction. So here, who's there in the back? I can't see you, I'm sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just have a comment about language technology and the tools that we're using, and I sort of like just want to call attention to some like existing work in the intersection of formal semantics and computational linguistics. And I do think that like in an increasingly technologizing world, like it's going to be important to integrate linguistics and formal semantics with technology and with computational approaches. And like there are resources out there by Emily Bender and Dan Flickinger and colleagues who, you know, develop tools for both hypothesis testing and engineering applications. So like this could be used for translation, like Jillian mentioned, but also like, you know, together with training young semanticists in their native languages, like you could also train them to use these tools, which I think is just going to be very important moving forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Liz Kopak?
Hi, yes, thank you. Yeah, there was a suggestion by one of the panelists to create a shared repository of resources, and I am very interested in such a repository. I already started a Google Doc with that's intended to be a list of ideas of the kind that Donka Farkas gave, negative indefinites being a nice rich area of variation that we can teach semantics using. So I am very interested in pooling resources of that kind. I also have some students working on diversifying the languages of my textbook this summer, so it is very practically relevant for me at the moment. Yes, I have a Google Doc, and please contribute to it. And yeah, any other ideas for specific applications, specific areas where we can get students excited about variation across languages in semantics, yeah, would be most welcome.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Liz. Vanita, you had your hand raised, but yeah, you can.
Yes, and then I put it down because I have a feeling in the time that I was getting cut off, like the sound was getting cut off, someone probably made that point. But since you called on me, so I agree with what Donka said and also what Olga said, that the problem is not working in English. The problem is how we perceive the work that's done in English as opposed to other languages. And I want to make a plug for working in the dominant language sometimes, not always. As some of you know, I have worked on Hindi, and I'm very proud and happy to do that. But there was one case where I could have brought out something from Hindi or from English, because they were making the same point, and this has to do with the word ever, WH ever, and the Hindi P. And I had actually done it with Hindi P, and it's not that people are biased, it's that they cannot respond with an intuition that counters yours, because they don't have that intuition. But because I chose to write on English ever, Kai von Fintel responded with an intuition that was important to me in my own understanding of the word. And for every, people have looked at that, and so it enriches. It just is, whatever is the dominant language, as Enoch said, it need not be English everywhere. But I don't think we can get past the usefulness of reaching the largest audience possible, which does not mean not educating the largest audience possible, but the bias is there. I mean, certainly, what Olga said, if you write on some other language, you're writing on a language, you're not writing on theory. So there are those things that we have to get past, of course, and work actively for. But we should be mindful of the uses of writing in a language that other people can also contribute to. So.
Thank you, Anita. Donka?
Thank you. First, I want to join Vanita in saying that I completely agree with Olga, and also join Vanita in saying that we should recognize the bias, but we should also be careful about making sure that the work of our own work and our students' work reaches as wide an audience as possible. Because of that, I think it's useful to have a lingua franca in science. As linguists, we should be aware of the biases that go with it and of the difficulties that go with it. And there, I would like to, I was cut off from most of both Robert's and Scott's questions, but I caught enough to say that first, in response to Scott, I think there is an intrinsic difficulty, as you mentioned, in working with on a language that is not your own. And one thing I think we can do is recognize this difficulty, and when we evaluate colleagues' work for various tenure and promotion cases, we should recognize that their work is harder than those of us who work on our own native language. You have to go to the field. You need money for that. You have to do all the extra work that people who do field work do, and that has to be recognized in the academic world. I don't think it's recognized enough. How to overcome the difficulty, I don't know. You have to do the extra work, and I don't see how you can avoid that. But we should all recognize it as extra work. And then with respect to Robert's point on teaching, I think there is a lot of stuff that semantics can contribute to teaching a second language, or talking or teaching about a second language, and that there are issues of definiteness that are unavoidable when you teach a language. There are issues of how to mark questions, how to mark non-canonical questions, the use of various discourse particles, the interesting issues of lexical semantics, how languages differ with respect to how they encode that. So I think there are a lot of topics in semantics that could be addressed in a course like that without too much formalism being necessary. So I think it would be great if people were concentrating on that.
Okay, we have, there's a discussion on the Zoom chat that we are not aware of. So I would like Olga Karen to tell us, to share with us her comment. Sorry. Olga? If there is another question from Rodrigo Romero? I'm sorry. Oh, Olga and then Rodrigo. Can we wait? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, basically, yeah, that's the comment that actually has been responded, and thank you. I didn't expect that much sort of that it will attract attention. Basically, yes. So I think many people here, those people who don't work on languages other than English, have experienced the fact that roughly there is this view. And by the way, I have been personally asked, why do I write on Russian? Sort of, I don't write only on Russian, but yes, many of my articles are on Russian, and other articles which are not on Russian are, again, generally on languages other than English. And so sort of we're really getting this question, sort of, why are you doing this? Kind of, why are you working on small things instead of working on big things? That seems to be a rather widespread approach. Sort of the point is that if you work on Russian or on Spanish or on Romanian, then you're working on some issue in Russian, Spanish, or Romanian. If you're working on English, then you are just working on linguistics. So what I wanted to say is that I don't think people should work on English less. There is definitely no reason for that. But I do think that we need to be aware of this kind of bias or asymmetry and try to somehow, change this to the extent to which this is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Rodrigo, you had a comment.
I just wanted to say that the fact that English is perceived as more prestigious means, of course, that there are more publications in English, but there is another fact, is that people perceive the papers or books written in English as having a better quality than papers written in other languages. I mean, I'm not going to defend Spanish since it is also a colonial language, and we also have to acknowledge that, but I just wanted to say that, I mean, we as a community also can make something about it. Like when you are hiring people, when you are considering people according to their CV, usually we tend as linguists, I think in general, to put more value when people write more in English than in other languages. And I think that's something that we can change, not just writing in other languages, but also acknowledging that the fact that people are writing in other languages other than English doesn't mean that the work has less quality or is just for unimportant issues on other languages.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Go ahead.
Thanks. First of all, thanks for organizing this extremely interesting workshop. My comment has to do with what we could do as linguists across the board to improve and foster this type of conversation. In particular, I think it would be interesting to think of having this type of conversation, including also linguists such as, for example, some sociolinguists whose research centers around focusing and unpacking and debunking all the institutional and political dynamics that are behind this type of bias. And so I think it would be very productive to think of having some sort of conversation, not just about research, but about the practices, the pedagogical practices in the many good subfield-specific conferences that we have. I'm thinking SALT, but also NWAVE or WIGFIL or NELS. And I think it would be a really productive way of taking our list, providing an alternative platform to these conversations. It's not just Twitter or social media, where a lot of this conversation happens sometimes in, somewhat hostile way, especially recently. And so I think it might be worth thinking about making this conversation go beyond semantics and trying to involve us as a community of linguists more broadly. I think that might be a challenging yet, I think, potentially productive type of endeavor. Thanks.
Thank you. Anna?
Yeah, sorry. I just kept thinking about this idea that when that if it's good or not to start to work in English or write in English if you're a non-native speaker. And then something that came to my mind was actually how this workshop started. Julia had the idea of proposing this topic. And we automatically ponder the topic in the way we do that. We do everything that it doesn't have to do with English. So we thought, is it relevant? Because that's basically what we have to do every time we have to suggest another language to write or on an example in another language. Is it relevant? So I think that's the reason why it does matter, because when someone have decided to quit his own language, it's a bit, there's a bit of sense that that was irrelevant. That's it.
Okay, I think we've come to the end of this workshop. It was very interesting, but the discussion is not over, and I think we should continue it at every opportunity we have. Do you want to say something, Julia? Oh, okay, so lunch hour is on, so there's an announcement by Julia, and thank you very, very much. Thanks to our speakers, Enoch and Donka. Thank you. Thank you, Andres and Carol. Thank you.
So lunch is gonna be, we don't know where, because like we think it's gonna rain. So
videos of the talks, and then we'll have an opportunity to ask questions to the speakers. Okay, so the first talk is by Salvatore Pistoia-Reda and Luis McNally on rhetorically based scalar additivity, the view from Italian additura.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Salvatore Pistoia-Reda. I'm a researcher at Università di Siena. I will be presenting today a joint work with Luis McNally of Universitat Pompeu Fabra, Barcelona. Our focus is on even-like particles. Now, even-like particles have been claimed traditionally to induce both a scalar and an additive presupposition. However, there is evidence that this claim could be wrong, and in particular that the additivity is not essential to even-like particles. An example of this is given in 1, when even is shown to be felicitous when interacting with incompatible alternatives. In particular, alternatives in 1 come from a rank order. So now I heard that Claire is doing great. She's an assistant professor, right? You can respond to this. You can reinforce this discourse by saying she's even an associate professor, but you cannot say she's also an associate professor. And you cannot say 1b precisely because alternatives coming from rank orders are incompatible and also is essentially an additive particle. And the felicity of even in this case shows that even is not inherently additive, to put it in Greenberg's words. Of course, this also relates to Larry Horn claim that rank orders draw on rhetorical rather than on informative, canonical scales. Now, Greenberg, in addition, notes that even-like particles seem to differ cross-linguistically in additivity. She considers Hebrew. We would like to add to this cross-linguistic picture with a specific focus on Italian, in particular with a specific focus on the distinction which is internal to scalar even-like particles in Italian between perfino and addirittura. Now, the former has been described as being inherently additive. The latter has been described as being additive compatible, which means not necessarily additive. So our observations are 2. Here's the first observation. So addirittura, the same as even, as we just observed, unlike perfino, is felicitous with incompatible alternatives. So you have this behavior illustrated in 2, which is basically the Italian translation of 1. So, ho saputo dei successi di Chiara, è diventata professore associato, giusto? You can reinforce this discourse by saying è diventata addirittura ordinario, but you cannot say è diventata perfino ordinario, the same as you cannot say è diventata anche ordinario. Again, this shows that addirittura is a felicitous with incompatible alternatives, different from perfino. The second observation is that unlike even and perfino, this time, addirittura is felicitous in parentheticals. Now, according to our understanding, this suggests that its alternatives, the alternatives of addirittura, need not share an open proposition associated with focus. So you have this behavior illustrated by 3. Ho saputo i successi di Chiara, è diventata professore associato, giusto? You can say 3A, addirittura Chiara è diventata ordinario, but you cannot say 3B, perfino Chiara è diventata ordinaria, the same as you cannot say 4A with even, right? Now, according to our understanding, the combination of these 2 observations suggests that the following picture might give a current description of even-like particles, at least the subset that we considered in this contribution. So starting from Perfino, we can observe that Perfino requires additivity. So property 3, Perfino requires that at least one other proposition in A, which is to say the set of alternatives, is true. So unless this additive component and this additive presupposition is satisfied, Perfino is not felicitous. Now, when it comes to even is of course compatible with additivity, but does not require additivity necessarily. And this is shown by the fact that you can have even associating felicitously with alternatives coming from rank orders. However, even, crucially, requires that the members of A must share an open proposition. This is something that also Perfino, of course, requires. When it comes to addirittura, addirittura, of course, is compatible with additivity, standard additivity, is compatible with association with focus, but does not require additivity or association with focus, since, as we observed, addirittura is felicitous with in parentheticals, right? So what this means, according to us, is that the crucial requirement of addirittura is scalarity. So addirittura requires that P, the proposition with which addirittura associate, be the strongest alternative in the set of A of alternatives on scale S. So to conclude, our observation supports Greenberg's conclusion that not all scalar even-like particles are inherently additive, but extended by showing that in some cases the alternatives did not share an open proposition. We see also support for Horn's claim that some scalar alternatives are rhetorically rather than strictly informatively ordered, and we conjecture that a weaker notion of additivity could encompass both addirittura, even, and Perfino. There is no time for that, so please ask us for details on these two last points.
Excuse me. Our next talk is by Sofia Nauta, Hanna de Vries, and Jenny Deutsches. The mountains are impure, the formal semantics of lexical plurality.
Hello and welcome to our presentation titled The Mountains Are Impure, the Formal Semantics of Lexical Plurality. This is a presentation by Hanna de Vries, Jenny Deutsches, and my name is Sofia Nauta. So the sentence at the heart of our investigation is the one in 1. The cabin is in the mountains. Now at first sight, mountains here is just a regular plural count noun, but we can tell that this is not quite right. The question is, where is the cabin? And it's not on, or let alone in, multiple mountains. Rather, an English speaker will take this sentence to mean that the cabin is in a mountainous area or a mountain range. And that means that the plural morphology in this example cannot be captured by applying the traditional Lincoln star operator, which is normally used in formal semantics. Instead, plurals like the one above are usually known as lexical plurals and are given a little bit of a wastebasket treatment. But we will analyze the behavior of a particular class of lexical plurals, which is typified by the example given here, and we will call these plurals plurals of extension. This is a term borrowed from Waldke and O'Connor 1990. Plurals of extension are lexical plurals which generally refer to a large geographical area. So other examples can be found quite easily in English. One can, for example, fall from the cliffs or live in the hills. We also consider some pluralia tantum, like the woods, or proper names like the Pyrenees, to be part of this class. On the poster, we will also discuss other groups of nouns which we also consider to be part of this category, including plural mass nouns like waters or sands, and expressions like the waters of the sea, and event denoting nouns like negotiations, renovations, or riots. We propose that plurals of extension denote sets of impure atoms. So impure atoms, or groups in Landmann's terminology, are semantically singular but conceptually involve multiple reference. So this term is often invoked to analyze the semantics of collective nouns like committee or team, But unlike committee, our plurals of extension are morphologically plural, which, as we will see, reflect the derivation from an underlying set of pure atoms, the set of individual mountains in the case of the mountains. And we're going to show you that this particular combination of a plural form on the one hand, but a singular meaning, captures the behavior and interpretation of plurals of extension quite nicely. So our analysis is inspired by a proposal by Amada, Haim and Winter 2015, and they observed that regular plural definites may receive an atomic interpretation in locative expressions if their reference form is spatial or functional hall. So, for example, in the situation in figure 1, all the individual utility pools are actually more than 10 meters from the house, but the sentence, the house is 10 meters from the utility pools, is still true because the line of pools as a whole is 10 meters away from the house. So in Mader, Haim and Winter's eigenspace semantics, the location or the eigenspace of an atomized plurality also includes the spaces in between the plurality's parts, which accounts for the truth of sentence 2 in this situation. And we argue that the same applies to plurals of extension like the mountains. So I have a house in the mountains is true if my house is in fact located in a valley between two mountains as depicted in figure 2. So under our analysis, plurals of extension basically have the same semantic structure as singular count nouns. An alternative analysis which can be found in the literature, mainly proposed by Aquaviva, is that plurals of extension are kind of plural mass nouns, so they're sort of similar to clothes, for example. And we will present 3 data points in favor of our analysis. Firstly, restrictions on the terminus. Secondly, the lack of accessibility of the parts. And thirdly, referentiality. We will only present the first one here, and then the other 2 will be on the poster. So plurals of extension are most often found in the context of the definite determinate the, but we will look a little bit closer to what kind of determinants they can occur with. As the examples in 3 show, they are incompatible with numerals and determinants such as several, so you can't say we took a hike in 5 mountains or in several mountains, and in this they differ from regular count plurals, but are similar to mass nouns and count singulars. Yet the restrictions imposed on our plurals are stricter than those on mass nouns, so the examples in 4 show that the determiner a lot is also incompatible with plurals of extension, even though it is compatible with mass nouns. So you can't say we took a hike in a lot of mountains, but you can say something like he saw a lot of water. And finally, plurals of extension are also incompatible with the determiners 1 and a, showing that they do not pattern with singular count nouns either. So you can't say we took a hike in 1 mountain or 1 mountains or a mountains. In our analysis, plurals of extension have a plural form that does not match their singular semantics, and we therefore expect them to occur only with those determiners that are both compatible with plurals to match their form and with count singulars to match their semantics. And this is in fact what we find. So for English, we would predict them to be only compatible with the, no, and some, which is the case as can be seen in 6. Now, it should be noted that the interpretations in B and C exclude an ordinary plural reading. So if we say we spent the weekend hiking in some mountains, then some mountains does not refer to some mountain individuals, but rather to some mountainous area. And the same applies to C. So determiners that are either incompatible with plural nouns or with singular nouns are correctly predicted to be incompatible with plurals of extension, and determiners that are compatible with both plural nouns and count singulars are correctly predicted to be also compatible with plurals of extension. So this was our presentation. Thank you so much for your attention, and if you have any questions, please do come take a look at our poster.
Our next talk is on the presupposition of even by Lin-Min Zhang.
Hello everyone, I am going to present my poster entitled The Presupposition of Even. According to the canonical analysis, the use of even brings 2 presuppositions. Even Mary came presupposes that someone other than Mary came. This is a presupposition of additivity. In the domain of entities, Even Mary came also presupposes that, compared to other people, Mary was unlikely to come. This is a presupposition of likelihood. Today I'm going to show you that both these presuppositions are illusions and present a new proposal. I'll start with an existing observation, challenging the presupposition of additivity. Then I will present a new observation with regard to how we use an even sentence in a felicitous way. I'll propose that even indeed brings a presupposition of additivity, but it's not in the domain of entities, but rather in the domain of degrees. In the existing literature, it has already been found that the presuppositional requirement of additivity is not necessarily met. For example, imagine Pooh and friends coming upon a bush of thistles. Eel, known to favor thistles, takes a bite but spits it out. Under this scenario, even Eel spit them out is a felicitous sentence, although Eel was the only one who took a bite of thistles and spit them out. Here I further show that, although in this kind of even sentences, Eel bears focus, the QD of even sentences are never about the focus part. For a question like, who spit out thistles? Even Eel spit them out is not a felicitous answer. For a question like, who was unlikely to spit out thistles? The answer, even Eel spit them out, also sounds weird. Intuitively, even Eel spit them out addresses QDs like, how are those thistles? Or are those thistles prickly? Here's another example. Only boys as tall as 5 feet 8 inches are eligible to join the tennis team. Under this scenario, for a sentence like, Bill is even 6 feet tall, 6 bears focus, but the sentence cannot address how tall Bill is. A good QD is rather about Bill's eligibility to join the tennis team. Based on these examples, we can see that the use of even is basically to address a degree question. Even Mary came, or its negation, it's not the case that even Mary came, address degree questions like, how's the party, how urgent was the meeting. Under a given scenario about a party, even Mary came is interpreted as, the party was really successful to the extent that Mary came. Thus, the intuition is that the predjacent of even, here Mary came, indicates a benchmark for the degree of success, urgency. Therefore, I propose that an even sentence, even P, asserts the truth of the predjacent P and presupposes that the predjacent P resolves a degree question, with P corresponding to a degree D, which exceeds a contextual threshold. So this is degree-based additivity, not entity-based additivity. Given that the presuppositional requirement of even is degree-based, not entity-based, it's natural that we can say even Eel spit the thistles out, when Eel is the only one who took a bite of thistles and spit them out. The degree-based additivity presupposition is that, given that Eel spit the thistles out, these thistles must be particularly prickly, exceeding the threshold of being prickly. Within the proposed account for the semantics of even, the likelihood component of the canonical analysis is considered an implicature, which can be cancelled. Let's look at this sentence again. Even Eel spit them out. As far as Eel is the only one who known to favor thistles, the likelihood for others to take a bite of thistles and spit them out is 0, while the likelihood for Eel to spit out thistles, no matter how low it is, cannot be lower than 0. Then for sentences like even Mary came, I propose that the low likelihood of Mary came is an implicature, due to the assumption that in our world knowledge, the normal distribution holds. Thus, a huge success that exceeds the contextual threshold of success implies a lower likelihood. Greenberg 2018's scale-based account for the meaning of even is a precursor of my current proposal. If you are interested, please come to my poster and we can discuss in more detail the relatedness and the differences between my current proposal and Greenberg 2018. Overall, I presented a new view on the presupposition of even. I propose that the use of even is QD sensitive, always with regard to a contextually salient degree question. Even brings a degree-based presupposition of additivity, not an entity-based one. An even sentence presupposes that the pre-adjacent part is associated with a degree value, which is higher than a contextual threshold in addressing a degree question QUD. Under relevant context, even Mary came is interpreted as the talk was so popular that Mary came. Thank you for your attention.
Our next presentation is by Luis Alonso Valle and Ismail Mogise on universal force from exhaustification, Farsi Hame NPIDPs.
Polarity items are existential quantifiers that introduce into the semantic derivation alternatives, which are used by grammars to strengthen the basic existential claims that they make. Polarity items can differ from each other with respect to the types of alternatives that they introduce. Some polarity items introduce two types of alternatives: domain alternatives, which are obtained by shrinking their domain, and scalar alternatives, which are obtained by replacing existentials with universal. In contrast, some polarity items only introduce domain alternatives. Hebrew call oscillates between existential force and universal force. In unembedded context, call contributes universal quantification. In downward entailing context, call has existential force. Balev claimed that Hebrew call is existential at core. It introduces domain but not scalar alternatives, and grammatical strengthening drive the behavior of call. The question is whether we see similar items in other languages. Today, we zoom in on a variety of Farsi DPs, which we call Hame DPs, that quantify over types. We show that the quantificational force of Hame DPs, despite appearances, oscillates between existential and universal. Assuming that Hame DPs are existential that introduce domain but not scalar alternatives derives the pattern. Farsi can convey existential quantification by bare MPs marked with enclitic E. We call this NPE. NPE can be preceded by numeral 1 to express existential quantification. The determiner har or hame can combine with NPE to convey existential quantification. Today we zoom in on hame DPs. In positive episodic sentences, hame DPs can convey universal force. Sentence 3, fruit fell in hame wholly, conveys that for each contextually relevant type of whole P, fruit fell in a whole of type P. The target sentence is true in the scenario where there were 3 types of holes, red, green, and blue, and 2 holes of each type as depicted, and fruit fell in all of them. But it is false in the scenario where fruit fell in the red and green holes and in no other holes. Hame DPs universally quantify over types, not token. 3 is true in a scenario where fruit didn't fall in every hole but fell in all types of holes. In downward entailing context, the universal force of Hame DPs can, but doesn't have to, survive embedding in downward entailing context. The sentence in 7 conveys that if fruit falls in all types of holes, the speaker wins the bet, and can be continued with 9. But if it falls in some types of hole, but not in all of them, I lose the bet. At the same time, 7 can have a stronger interpretation, under which 7 conveys that if fruit falls in some type of holes or in all of them, the speaker wins the bet. Under that interpretation, the continuation in 10, but if he falls in some type of holes but not all of them, I lose the bet, is contradictory. The weaker interpretation of 7 is captured by assuming that the Hame DP contributes universal force within the antecedent of the conditional, as in 11. The stronger interpretation of the target sentence could be due to either a universal Hame DP scoping over the whole conditional, as in 12, or an existential Hame DP taking narrow scope within the antecedent of the conditional, as in 13. If conditional are anti-additive functions, the two interpretations in 12 and 13 are equivalent, so we cannot tell whether Hame DPs are existential or universal. To determine whether Hame DP contributes to narrow scope existential or wide scope universal quantification over types, we move beyond anti-additive operator by looking at non-anti-additive operator. For that, consider the sentence in 15 with the non-anti-additive operator rarely, which we take to convey usually not. The sentence 15, fruit rarely fell in Hame type wholly whenever he jumped over a hole, is false in the scenario in 16 where there were 10 types of holes and fruit jumped over 1 hole of each type and he fell in every hole. Narrow scope existential analysis, as in 17, conveys that less than half of the jumping events were falling events. This predicts the sentence to be false, matching the intuition, since all the jumping events were falling events. Wide-scope universal analysis, as in 18, conveys that less than half of the jumping events were falling into a red hole, and so on for each type. This predicts the sentence to be true, contradicting the intuition, since one of the 10 jumping events were falling into a red hole, and so forth for each type. So only the existential analysis matches the intuition. We are led to the same conclusion by examining the interpretation of HAM-ADPs with other non-anti-additive like few. In summary, HAM-ADPs are existential that quantify over type. They have universal force in unembedded context. They have existential force or embedded universal force in downward entailing context. The analysis presented for Hebrew code in Balav et al. Extends to HAM-ADPs. In previous works, Farsi MPs marked with the included E have been linked to the introduction of subdomain alternative and exhaustive. We take HAM-ADPs as existential quantifiers that quantify over types at the ordinary semantics level. Assuming that the relevant types of hole are red and green, the IP conveys that fruit fell in a red hole or a green hole. Excluding alternatives derives a contradiction, so there are no excludable alternatives. Asserting alternatives together with the assertion derives the tested universal meaning that fruit fell in all types of hole. In downward entailing context, HAM-ADPs can convey a weak or a stronger interpretation. Local exhaustification derives the weak interpretation. Exhaustification below the downward entailing operator derives a universal meaning as it does for episodic sentences. Global exhaustification derives a strong interpretation. Alternatives are entailed by the assertion. Exhaustification therefore does nothing. To sum up, HAM-ADPs, despite appearances, oscillate between existential and universal force. An analysis along the lines of Balav et al., according to which these items are existential quantifiers that trigger domain alternatives, extends to these items. The existential force of HAM-ADPs is not limited to downward entailing context. With some models, but not all models, HAM-ADPs can have existential force with a free choice reading. Free choice reading are derived when a model intervenes between exhaustivity operator and HAM-ADP. Since HAM-ADP can have free choice reading with some but not all models, then some but not all models can intervene between the exhaustivity operator and HAM-ADP. Come talk to us to learn more. Thank you.
Our next talk is by Adam Gobeski and Marcin Morzyski on ranges.
Hi, we're interested in ranges. These are illustrated in 1. These are expressions like Floyd saw between 10 and 15 ferrets. The kids' ages ranged from 10 to 15, or this volume covers from Lincoln to Taft, not numeric, that last range. There are special cases of a more general phenomenon, what we call in other work composite measure phrases, other measure phrases to parts. These include things like 10 feet by 15 feet, or her odds of winning are 1 in 4, or scores like the Padres beat the Red Sox by 3-2. Oops. Conveniently, there's a handy diagnostic for range expressions. They occur as the complement of certain nouns and verbs, including range itself. So their ages ranged between 2 and 6, or their ages ranged from 2 to 6 are both good. And the nominal facts are similar. Some range expressions have actually come up in the modified numeral literature, but it's worth flagging that most modified numerals aren't range expressions. So there are some that are up to 6. Their ages ranged up to 6. That's good. Their ages ranged from 2 up. These one-sided ranges are possible, but not for the ranges. Their ages ranged at least 2, or their ages ranged more than 2. Nor is it the case that ranges are simply locative. They're distinct from their locative counterparts. The from 2 ranges are distinct from locative counterparts. That's illustrated in 6 and 7. So we expect 2, 6 from 3 people. That kind of reordering is not possible with the range, but it is possible with locative expressions. Floyd drove to Cleveland from Boston. It's also the case that locative PPs cleft, but the components of ranges don't. That's illustrated there in 8. And the thing at the bottom there, the big gray blob, is additional links for more excitement if you click. There's 3 kinds of readings that we'd like to distinguish. The first of these is we're calling singleton punctual readings. On these readings, there's a single crucial value in the range. Floyd is between 5 and 6 feet tall, for example. The crucial value is Floyd's height, a particular value. There are also interval readings where the full range is crucial. So water is fluid between 32 and 212 degrees Fahrenheit, or from 32 to 212, and so on. Interestingly, through seems to systematically and only get interval readings. These interval readings can be diagnosed via acceptives, and this diagnostic will prove useful in about 2 slides. Water is fluid between 32 and 212 degrees Fahrenheit, except at 100 degrees for some reason is a perfectly well-formed sentence if flagrantly false. The most interesting of these reading types is what we're calling subfunctional readings. And on these readings, there are potentially multiple crucial values within the range. And these arise mainly in plural and quantified contexts, and they're illustrated in 12 and 13. Every student was 5 to 6 feet tall. There's one such example. I'm momentarily distracted by a dog. These set functional readings can be distinguished from interval readings with the use of this acceptive diagnostics. So every student was 5 to 6 feet tall, except for 5'3", is pretty weird. Final component of the story, or another component of the story, involves ignorance or uncertainty inferences. That's been a major question with respect to modified numerals, where significant literature is concerned with explaining which modified numerals yield ignorance inferences and why. And the leading idea there is that that correlates with whether the modified numeral involves an ordering relation that's strict or non-strict. So something like more than 10, and we saw more than 10 monkeys, involves a strict ordering, and so on this kind of theory, therefore, no ignorance inference. On the other hand, we saw at least 10 monkeys, that's a non-strict order, and therefore, on this kind of theory, an ignorance inference. Between and from to have actually made appearances in this context, in this kind of literature, where between has been categorized as the sort of no ignorance case, and from to as an ignorance case. And that accords with the strictness theory superficially, because between involves a strict order, and so the claim goes, and from to a non-strict order. But interestingly, there are these endpoint modifiers which seem to shift between strict and non-strict readings. And this has no apparent consequences for ignorance inferences. So the tourists saw between 3 and 6 marmosets inclusively or exclusively and exclusively do not change whether you decide that there's uncertainty. And it's not just endpoint modifiers. Between can get either inclusive or exclusive readings even without them. The controversial bit of that is probably the inclusive one. So let's focus on those in 18. We invited between 9 and 10 people. Well, that doesn't require fractional guests. Participants answered on a Likert scale between 1 and 5. That doesn't mean 1 and 5 are not available as answers. Here's the basic idea behind our analysis. We're going to treat range expressions as interpreted via quantification over degree choice functions. This resonates with the analysis of definites. It makes possible semantics for inclusively and exclusively, and a means of reflecting the indeterminacy of between. The larger picture also has a novel approach to ignorance inferences and explanations for the contrast among range types. Here's how this works for between. It denotes a degree choice function, so something that applies to an interval and picks a degree from that interval. And it's implemented as in 20 and 21 there. We assume existential closure of the choice function as in 21. Modifiers like inclusively simply impose presuppositions on the choice function involving whether or not it can yield endpoints. That's in 22 and 23. And of course, in the absence of such a modifier, between is simply indeterminate. There's no information defaulting to either kind of choice function. To explain set punctual readings with quantifiers, well, the major focus there is from to. We're going to say that introduces parameterized choice functions, as in 24, and that on the set functional reading, the quantifier binds the parameter of the choice function, as in 25. So every tourist saw from 2 to 6 ferrets, the choice function can vary with the tourists. And the final ingredient is, well, ignorance inferences again. And these, it turns out, arise in fairly limited contexts, only with from to and not with between, and only with singleton punctual readings, not in quantified contexts. So the idea we're going to pursue is that these arise systematically when a choice function is relativized to the speaker. That's not possible for between, because between isn't parameterized. And it doesn't take place even with from to when its parameter is bound by a quantifier. So it's an effect that we expect to occur in exactly those circumstances where there's no quantifier binding the choice function parameter. Thank you.
The last talk of this session is by Emily Clem, speaking about attitude reports without complementation, the case of Amahwaka.
Emily Clem, and today I'm going to be talking about attitude reports in Amoaca, a Panoan language of Peru. Now, propositional attitude reports in Amoaca can be expressed with a variety of attitude verbs. This includes verbs like shima, think, in one, Maria thought that the dog ate the meat, but also verbs like yo'i, say, ona, know, and namba, dream. And today I'll be showing that attitude reports in Amoaca involve an unconventional syntax. The dependent clause that contains the reported attitude, this is in square brackets in one, is not introduced as a complement of the verb, but is instead an adjunct that attaches high in the matrix clause. Because the attitude verb does not compose with the dependent clause directly, this raises questions for traditional semantic analyses of attitude reports, and I'll be offering an analysis based on proposals by Kratzer and Moulton that derives the typical meanings of attitude reports despite this atypical syntax. So first up, attitude reports in Amoaca are built on switch reference clauses. Now, the switch reference clauses that are used in attitude reports retain the typical argument tracking function that we see for switch reference. When we have disjoint reference between the attitude holder and the subject of the dependent clause, as in 2, I said that Maria arrived, we get a different subject marker. This is kung in the box in 2. If instead we have co-reference between the attitude holder and the subject of the dependent clause, as in 3, I said that I saw Maria, we get a same subject marker, such as shong here in the box in 3. Now, just like these switch reference clauses retain their argument tracking function, they also morphosyntactically pattern just like the switch reference clauses used elsewhere in the language. So I've argued elsewhere that switch reference clauses in Amoaca are high adjunct clauses. And there's multiple pieces of evidence for this, and today I'll be focusing on evidence from condition C. So unlike what we'd expect for complement clauses, the switch reference clauses that are used in attitude reports don't show condition C reconstruction effects. So we can see this in 4, where both of these sentences mean Juan thinks that he saw Maria. And here, it doesn't matter whether the R expression Juan is in the matrix clause, as in 4a, or the dependent clause, as in 4b, we don't get a condition C effect. And so these kind of data, as well as other distributional data, suggest that these switch reference clauses in attitude reports are not syntactically complements of the attitude verb. So given this, we might assume that these constructions aren't actually propositional attitude reports, and we might think that the switch reference clauses that appear with attitude verbs are not actually interpreted in the scope of a modal operator. So one possibility that we might entertain is that maybe they receive the same semantic interpretations as other switch reference clauses in the language, which are generally interpreted as temporal adjunct clauses. So in 5, instead of this meaning Juan thinks that he saw Maria, maybe this actually means something like after Juan saw Maria, he's thinking about it. Now, a problem for this view comes from the fact that attitude reports in Amoaca allow classic de dicto readings of nominals. To test this, I used felicity judgments in context. So here in 6, we have the following context. I have to unload a lot of heavy boxes, so my neighbor comes and helps me. Maria is new to the neighborhood and sees him helping me, thinks that he must be my brother, but in reality, I don't have a brother. I can report this with the sentence in 6, which means Maria thinks that she saw my brother, where here, my brother, is read de dicto. I don't actually have a brother. The availability of de dicto readings suggests that these switch reference clauses are evaluated within the scope of a modal operator, unlike the regular temporal adjunct switch reference clauses in the language. Another way out of this puzzle would be to assume that these clauses actually involve free and direct discourse, which allows for de dicto readings, but disallows classic de re readings. However, in Amoaca attitude reports, de re readings are also possible. So here we have the context in 7. My sister has come to visit me and is staying at my house. My neighbor Marta doesn't know this, so when I'm out of the house working, she sees my sister in my house, thinks that someone has broken in. So she calls me and says, I saw a woman in your house. I can report this with the sentence in 7. Marta said that she saw my sister, where here, my sister, is read de re. Marta doesn't identify this person as my sister. She thinks she's a thief. So what we've seen is that these attitude reports in Amoaca that involve switch reference clauses have the same range of interpretations that we see in languages like English, allowing both classic de re and classic de dicto interpretations. But syntactically, the propositional attitude is not introduced as a complement of the attitude verb, but is instead introduced in a high adjunct clause. So this combination of properties raises a problem for classic analyses of attitude reports. Namely, how can the propositional attitude be interpreted in the scope of the relevant modal operator if it never appears in the scope of the attitude verb? Now, there are a couple of ways that we could get around this problem, and today I'll be offering a solution building on work by Kratzer and Moulton. So following Kratzer and Moulton, attitude verbs don't take propositions of their arguments directly, but instead combine with an internal argument of type E that's an individual with propositional content. And I'll follow Kratzer in assuming that complementizers mediate between individuals with propositional content and propositions via the function cont, which operates on individuals with propositional content to return a set of worlds that are compatible with the individual's content, as in 9. So with this, we can derive the denotation of the CP in 10, where here our CP is an EST function. Now with this meaning for the CP, now we need a denotation for our attitude verb. So following Moulton, we can assume that the meaning of an attitude verb like think, which can be extended to Amawaka Shinla, is that the doxastic alternatives of the attitude holder are a subset of the worlds returned by this cont function when applied to the content argument of the verb, as we see in 11. But if we try to combine this denotation with the denotation of the CP that we calculated in 10, this results in a type mismatch. However, for Amawaka, we don't actually want attitude verbs to compose directly with CPs. Instead, if the attitude verb composes with a type E content internal argument that's bound by an operator that attaches below the adjunct CP, then we can do our composition without a type mismatch arising. So this is shown here for you, where our attitude verb think combines with that individual internal argument, which is bound by a lambda operator, and then this can compose with our EST adjunct clause via predicate modification. So I've shown here that the analysis of attitude reports put forth by Kratzer and Moulton is compatible with the high attachment site of Amawaka switch reference clauses. And this analysis has a couple of additional advantages, one of which is that it can offer an explanation for the pattern of ergative case marking that we find on subjects and attitude reports, which I won't get into here. So the takeaway is that Amawaka shows an unconventional syntax for attitude reports, but a typical range of interpretations. And this lends support for analyses of attitude reports that don't require complementation. Thank you.
Okay, so we have time for questions. I guess I'll first take some questions from the room, and then we will turn to people online. So,
Thanks. So my question is for Salvatore and Luis. I was thinking about another case in which addirittura and perfino seems to be coming apart, which is when they interact with gradable predicates, and in particular extreme adjectives. In particular, I can imagine saying something like, questa pizza è addirittura straordinaria, this pizza is addirittura extraordinary. And perfino sounds a little odd there, out of the blue, without any sort of discourse contrast. And by the same token, I can use addirittura as a standalone interrogative particle in response. So if someone says, oh, this pizza is extraordinary, I can answer addirittura, meaning, is it really that good? But again, using perfino as a standalone question there doesn't seem to be doing as good as a job. So my question is, do you think this contrast can be explained again by this differential sensitivity to additivity, or do you think there's also some sort of qualitative difference between the two particles in terms of what type of scales they can combine with? Anyway, really interesting data. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think what I will do is answer also the question in the chat from Daniel at the same time. I think I can do 2 for 1. And I should say that Salvatore unfortunately cannot be here. He had a conflict with something he had to do. And so I can't answer any questions about Italian. But what I can say is something about the way we think about the rhetorically based scale. So the idea is that what counts as, for example, if you think about a series of propositions that could be used to explain, to stand in, could stand in an explanation relation using something like rhetorical structure theory or SDRT. So in those cases, you may have more than one possible explanation. So these are the, to justify some proposition. And this set is what we take to constitute the set of alternatives. And the scalarity comes in with the idea that these different explanations can be more or less convincing. And so what additura would do is signal that the proposition that it attaches to is the strongest of the alternatives that could stand in that rhetorical relation. So I don't know if that would extend to the pizza case, but maybe you can reconstruct that with your own intuitions, and I'll have Salvatore also answer you when he can. And maybe just to follow up on Daniel's question, the other rhetorical relation that we have seen involved in additura is it's often used for specification, or to exemplify. So if there is one proposition, it will then offer additional information about that. And this would be a case where we would say, I mean, we have kind of a different view where the additivity would come from the fact that here you could have additivity because, of course, the main proposition is true and the exemplifying one also is, and in fact entails it, and is stronger insofar as it entails it. I hope that helps answer the question.
Hello? Oh, hi. My question's for Linmin Zhang. I like the talk. I'm a fan of degrees, so I'm a fan of the analysis almost as a default. But I'm wondering about the, which degree questions do even phrases answer, and how do they answer them? So for instance, if I ask, how fun was the party? I feel like I can answer, even Robert came, which is a degree question, so that's great. If I ask, was the party fun? I can't answer, even Robert came, so that's not a degree question, so that's good. But then the question is, when you say, how fun was the party, even Robert came, how is that even answering it? Is it providing a degree to answer that question? Or is it saying something like, it was so fun that even Robert came? And I just want to make a plea for the latter analysis, because there are some sorts of degree questions that can't be answered by even, and those are quantity degree questions. So I can't say, how many people came to the party? Even 10. So that you'd expect that if these even things were directly answering the QUD by giving a degree value as an answer to the question. But you wouldn't expect a quantity question to be answered by an even if it was doing something more like, so gradable predicate that even. And it seems more to me like that's what you've got going on. Is that consistent with what you end up analyzing the contribution of these even phrases as?
Yes, yes, I think so. So as you pointed out, for the questions like how interesting was the party, how fun was the party? So it's like it sounds like we can answer this question by saying even Mary came, even Robert came, indicating that the party is so successful that even Robert came. But actually, I included another question about like only boys as tall as 5 feet 8 inches can join the tennis team. So in this kind of context, if we ask a question like how tall was John, actually we cannot answer this question by saying John is even 6 feet tall. So it sounds like it's better to use this even sentence to address a question like how eligible was John to join the tennis team. So it sounds like it's not the height of John per se that matters in the use of even. So when we use even, we actually want to address something more. So how this height would be related to the eligibility for joining the tennis team. So as you pointed out, for questions like how many, how tall, we cannot really use even sentences in these cases. So I think the empirical generalization is that so the degree question related to the use of even, so it can never be about the focus part itself. So John is even 6 feet tall. So it's not that we are questioning about 6 feet. It's something that would be built on being 6 feet.
Yeah, so I can answer how tall is John? He could even reach the lamppost or something like that. So it's not just that you can't use it to answer that question, it's that you can only use it to fill in the gap so tall that P.
Yeah. Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay, one last question. Yes, my question is for Nauta, the Nauta et al. Paper. Oh, and Yenny's there too. Hi. Oh, everyone is there. Okay. Yes. I enjoyed the paper very much. I had a question about the claim that some pluralia tantum nouns are extension nouns, and in particular woods. I was thinking that woods is probably pretty good with numerals in a way that mountains wasn't. Like I walked in 3 woods seems pretty good in a way that walk in 3 mountains is bad. So I was wondering, like, on what conditions you were including pluralia tantum nouns in the extension class, because yeah, I might think that they're different.
Yeah, I think the idea there is that you still use a plural, even if you refer to one sort of forest, you would still say the woods. And that's, so it's basically a pluralia tantum a little bit. And that's why we included it. So if you have 3 woods, you really have 3 separate roots. Whereas if you say, no, wait, yes, but then there are 3 like separate things, where it's just the woods on its own just refers to like a forest, in the same way that the mountains refers to like a mountain range. Does that
I mean,
answer?
maybe I don't understand.
Yeah,
I thought like
can
one
I
of your...
add something? Sorry.
Yes.
So I think that the similarity for us is mostly intuitive, because it's a very similar thing, right? So you don't have, when you say the woods, I took a walk in the woods, it's not a real plural intuitively, but it's confusing. I mean, it's complicated here because you can of course be in a single wood in a way that you can't be in a mountain. So here, so the same mountain is also like an ordinary count noun, right? So you also have ordinary plurals, mountains, as well as plurals of extension. So we also predict that there's normal plurals, like regular plurals, woods, and you can count them, and you can be in 3 woods. But in addition to that, you have this additional sense of woods, as in wooded area, that we feel should be analyzed in the same way as mountains.
Okay, thank you.
Question answered. Was it also audible online? So I just wondered, Daniel Altschuler, is your question answered, or would you like to add to it?
Yeah, thanks, Ellen. Yeah, it was answered, and I'm talking to Luis as we speak, so all is good. Thanks.
Okay, good. In that case, Yael Greenberg had raised her hand, so please.
Thanks. So I have a question. In fact, I have questions for several papers, but I'll start with Salvatore and Louis' paper. I just want to, in fact, that's 2 comments. One is that I'm really interested in your story about alternative 3 papers or 3 works which seem to give similar data. In fact, 2 papers. One is about, about only-like particles, which seem to also, in some cases, operate over such rhetorical or similar rhetorical relations. So there is this paper by, or work by Mia Wiegand on unexplanatory just, So when you have something like the lamp just broke, so this is not an even like, right? But only like, but nonetheless, it's a scalar particle, which seemed to do something, maybe in the opposite direction of even. And she has this nice story where the alternatives are reason alternatives. So something like what you are rejecting are higher or more, more salient reasons. That's one. The other one is something by me about an even-like particle in Hebrew, bichlal, which has this really, it drove me nuts because I felt it's rhetorical and I couldn't really see what's going on. That's why your work is really interesting. So it does something like, it says that you are really rejecting in a very strong way. So you're saying something like, I'll translate it to Hebrew, you say something like, is Rina French? Is Mary French? And you're saying, no, she's even Belgium. Or no, she's even African, in a sense that not only I'm objecting to what you said, I have a strong objection to what you say. And there is also, I think that some of the work on concessive only, the one which seems to behave like but, when you say something like, Mary is a wonderful teacher, only she speaks very, quietly. Here again, it's not even, but again, it's a scalar particle. And what you're doing is you're, again, talking about some sort of potential blocks or potential rejections to the conclusion of the multidimensional adjective before. So I think that there's something more general is going on that you point out, and it's going to be really wonderful to look at it, maybe think about operating over some speech act, etc. Sorry, that was long, but very interesting, very exciting.
Great, thank you. That's those are very helpful comments. We were very inspired by the Esli materials that you had prepared, and I think for us also by this typological paper by Van der Rauwe and Volkergast. And I think for us the puzzle was, how could a word that is aderitura, which on the one hand seems to mean something, I guess etymologically it's related to kind of straight, like derecha in Spanish, but it clearly can have these additive uses, but then it doesn't have to have them. We felt like here what really had to happen was kind of to stretch the notion of what additivity could constitute, so that it was a bit broader than simply having an alternative proposition which just was different in one component, right? And that just seems to be an empirical difference that seems like a reasonable way in which these expressions could vary. And then adding this negated, sort of putting the scale on the other end also seems like a natural way of varying. So we'll definitely look more into that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, a question from Peter Sutton for Nauta, De Vries, and Deutsches.
Hey, very cool talk. I was wondering if you thought about stubbornly distributive predicates, because they seem to work slightly differently with committee-like nouns and mountains-like nouns. So, for example, you could say, Alex is in the bigger committee, which, doesn't distribute down to obviously the members of the committee, but talks about the size of the committee as a whole. But somehow it's slightly weird for me to say something like, the cabin is in the bigger mountains. It sounds sort of odd. And likewise, if you ask something like, what's the biggest mountains in the world? It's sort of it's slightly odd. So I want to say something like, what are the biggest mountains in the world, which is going to distribute down and give a list of big mountains. So it feels like the two types of nouns are working slightly differently with stops.
Thanks. This is really interesting. I have to think about it, but these are very interesting data. We have to think about it. Maybe Hannah or Sophia has something more sensible to say about this right on the spot.
No, I remember thinking about it, but I don't. Yeah. Maybe the difference just comes from the fact that just sort of syntactically plural. So then I don't know at this moment.
Right. So, I mean, I was wondering, because you've got this alternative, which is the regular plural of mountains, right?
Yeah.
And there seems to be some sort of something going on there. So the stop is, if it's available, it's going to try to dispute down to the individuals, even if you have got this singular grouped atom or whatever that's there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think those two interpretations are always sort of competing, which sometimes makes it quite difficult to judge things because it's quite a subtle difference sometimes. But I think in this case, maybe the sort of regular plural is a lot more dominant. And then
the adjectives that go well with it are things like, or adjectives or nearby, that kind of things that we also had in one of the examples in some nearby mountains. But so these are really also referring to location, to space, and that kind of thing. But it's certainly something to think about. Yeah. So thanks.
Thanks. It's a good point, Peter. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just from the chat, so things like the heights and the depths. That is part of our data set. So we've also, it wasn't on the presentation, but it is on the poster. So we also looked at mass nouns, so expressions like the waters of the sea or the sands of the Sahara. And so you can also say things like the depths of the ocean or the depths of hell. And I think what Louisa says in the chat is right. So you can say things like the highest heights and the deepest depths. That does work, maybe. So that's a good point.
Okay, so I have a question for the organizers. What time shall we stop the question session? Since we started a bit late. About now. Well, there you have it. Let's thank our speakers again.
Even though it is not in the program, we're going to have a 5-minute break just that you can go to the bathroom or something. But please don't wander too far. We're going to start in 5 minutes.
perdóname. So are we gonna? So the first.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, sorry. The first talk is by Svante Tönnies and Judy Stonehauser on German clefts address unexpected questions.
Buddy. I'm Svante Tönnies, and I'm presenting joint work with Judith Thonhauser on the claim that German clefts address unexpected questions. So let's take a look at a puzzle of German clefts. In my dissertation, I observed that the cleft and the canonical sentence behave differently in discourse. So let's take a look at two different discourses. One, when Benny came into the shed, his bicycle was blocked. And then two, which is slightly more extended. When Benny came into the shed, his bicycle was blocked. He couldn't get it out quickly enough. Hence, he set off on the scooter. I observed that the canonical sentence in German, Lilly hat vor Bennys Fahrrad geparkt, Lilly parked in front of Benny's bicycle, is acceptable in one, while it leads to a slightly incoherent discourse in two. However, for the cleft sentence, es war Lilly, die vor Bennys Fahrrad geparkt hat, it was Lilly who parked in front of Benny's bicycle, the judgments are swapped. So the cleft is more acceptable in two, while it is less acceptable in one. So how can we explain this contrast? To our knowledge, none of the previous analyses of clefts can sufficiently account for this contrast. When you think of exhaustivity-based accounts, for example, there doesn't seem to be a plausible reason why an exhaustive statement should be more acceptable in two than in one. And only very few analyses incorporate the effect of discourse context, which seems to be playing quite an important role in our examples. And those analyses who do incorporate the contrast do not spell out enough detail. In this presentation, we present empirical evidence for the analysis proposed by myself in my dissertation, which is German clefts address relatively unexpected questions in discourse, while canonical sentences address relatively expected questions. We present two experiments. Experiment 1 is a question norming experiment, which we use to distinguish relatively expected questions from relatively unexpected questions. And the expectedness of the question Q, for example, so who parked in front of Benny's bicycle, is different in our two contexts. So in context 1, this question is relatively expected, and in question 2, in context 2, this question should be relatively unexpected. And this is what we test in experiment 1. Based on this, we conducted experiment 2, which is a relative preference rating experiment, where we compared the cleft to the canonical sentence depending on the expectedness of the addressed question. And we got those measures from experiment 1. So let's take a look at the first experiment. So here you see the first condition where we showed just the one context sentence, and people were then asked, what do you expect that the next sentence will be about? Rate the following proposals and adjust the slider accordingly. And here, formulated as an embedded question, you see our target question Q1, about who parked in front of Benny's bicycle. And the question was always presented with 4 other questions, which gave a frame of reference for the judgment of Q1. But we only evaluate the judgment for Q1. Here's the second condition where we have the 3 context sentences as you've seen before and the same questions. Indeed, we found a significant difference. So the question 1 was more expected after 1 sentence than after 3 sentences. And we can now use our method to categorize our target question Q1 as relatively expected after sentence 1 and relatively unexpected after sentence 3. And we take this as the foundation for testing the effect of question expectedness on German cleft sentences. So let's move on to the second experiment. So here we have the same two context conditions, only now the one sentence condition is called the higher question expectedness condition. And now people are asked to read the text in the box. The next sentence of this text is illegible, marked by XXX. Then you see our two contexts. And then two versions how this text could be continued are presented. One is the canonical sentence, and the second is the cleft sentence. And then people are asked, which of the sentences A or B would you prefer and how strongly? Adjust the slider accordingly, going from A much better to B much better. And here you see the second condition, which is the three context sentence, now called the lower question expectedness condition. And to take a look at the results, we found as expected that there is a significantly stronger preference for the cleft when the question is less expected. So you see here, there's the lower question expectedness, and here we find a higher preference towards the cleft. And in the higher expectedness condition, so after one sentence, the cleft and the canonical are judged to be around equally good. So to conclude, our results support the hypothesis that I came up with in my dissertation. Experiment 1 showed that the expectedness of a question Q decreases with a larger distance to the sentence that raised the question. And experiment 2 showed that clefts are preferred over canonical sentences when addressing a less expected question. Our results support discourse-related approaches to clefts and spell out more details. And it seems that involving and spelling out the concept of discourse expectations in particular accounts for the contrast in 1 and 2. And we claim a lot of observations on clefts could eventually be traced back to expectedness. And using our method on more context should provide more empirical evidence for this claim, we believe. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, the next presentation is by Christopher Barron, Almost and Barely Modify Lots of Quantifiers or Not.
Hi, I'm Christopher Barron. I'll be talking about almost and barely and how they modify quantifiers. The main point I'd like to make is that a semantics based on quantifier modification, set subtraction, and exhaustification is the right analysis of almost and barely. So what we'll do right now is show some of the basic distributional data, show how the analysis proposed works with almost every and almost equatives, and leave you wanting more, hopefully, maybe. Some of those more points that you could ask about later include the fact that this analysis allows us to account for the distribution of the modifiers with respect to quantificational determiners and comparatives and equatives really quite readily. And if it is the right analysis, there are interesting consequences for what the syntax and semantics of numerals in their various incarnations has to be. So constructions like 50 students arrived, measure phrases like 2 inches, what their internal structure has to look like is constrained by almost and barely in some interesting ways. And the same also holds for adjectival scale structure and autonomy. And almost and barely also ultimately provide an interesting argument in favor of the hypothesis that all measurement scales in natural language semantics have to be dense, even things like cardinality, intuitively a discrete scale. The core data that we'll be talking about are given in 1 and 2. So with respect to quantificational determiners, almost can modify every and no, not really any, not some. Barely doesn't really modify any of them except, well, any. With respect to comparatives and equatives, they seem to be in complementary distribution. So almost can modify the equative, but not really the comparative. Barely modifies the comparative, but not really the equative. Now, there are some almost comparatives or what seem to be almost comparatives on the surface. I have some arguments about those. So if you're curious, you can ask about those later. But as always, there's way more data than we can actually account for in the time allotted. Things like the positive construction, numerals in their various guises, VP, NP modifier uses, PP modifier uses. My analysis has constraints for what these have to look like, but we won't really be able to talk about them too much. So now classically, almost and barely are analyzed basically as in 7 and 8. Almost phi is true just in case phi is false and phi is close to being true. These are the polar and the proximal inferences respectively. Barely phi is true just in case phi is true and phi is close to being not true. So now there's a flip, a lot of analyses treat almost and barely as sentential operators or propositional operators, and then have to cash out what closeness means. Is it some kind of modal notion of similarity, scalar notion of similarity? The status of the polar inference is often debated. Is it an entailment? Is it an implicature? Is it a presupposition? We're going to sidestep some of these for a moment and note that there's an important parallel with acceptive but. Certainly with respect to the quantificational determiners that acceptive but can modify, they're almost identical to almost, and their meanings are similar too. Every spellbook with the writings of Dramius is worth reading is true just in case the writings of Dramius is not worth reading. And once we set aside that spellbook, everything else is worth reading. Almost every spellbook is worth reading is true just in case some spellbook is not worth reading. It's a small number that aren't, and setting aside that small set, every other spellbook is worth reading. This is just a different way of phrasing what we saw on the previous page, in fact. So now what we're going to do is base our analysis of almost on just a analysis of but and almost, tweak it a bit, and actually extend it to barely. So almost is going to remove from the first argument of a determiner that it modifies a covert pronominal exception. Barely is going to subtract that same exception from the nuclear scope and additionally contribute negation. So these are the entries in 11A and B. Taken together, these conjuncts comprise the proximal inference. Some modified generalization is true or false for barely when we remove the small exception. The polar inference is going to be derived sort of indirectly by exhaustification. Exhaustification, of course, requiring that all alternatives, some phi, be entailed or not true. For almost and barely, we're going to take these alternatives to be formed by substitution, in particular, substituting alternative possible exceptions for the actual exception. So let's just go through a simple case. Almost every spellbook is worth reading, has an LF like in 14a. It's going to be defined only if the exception G of 2 is a subset of the set of spellbooks, so it contains only spellbooks. Granting that that's defined, we get the conjuncts in 14bi and bii. In a little more detail, 14bi, in tandem with the presupposition, requires that the exception G of 2 contains only spellbooks, that it counts as small in the context of utterance, and that all that remains, once you subtract that from the set of spellbooks, are worthily reading spellbooks. 14bii is the contribution of exhaust, or the main contribution of exhaust, negation of non-entailed alternatives. What we can know is that alternatives to phi formed with small supersets of the exception will be entailed and nothing else will, and this is a result of the monotonicity of every. And it also makes sense intuitively. Given that 14bi requires every non-G2 spellbook be worth reading, if you pick some x prime that properly contains G of 2, it should also make 14bi true, provided it counts as small. Things that don't count as small, alternative x primes that don't count as small, or which aren't sets of spellbooks, can't be entailed, but they will satisfy 14bii. So ultimately, what must be the case for 14bii to be true then is that small non-supersets of G of 2 of the exception that contain only spellbooks make phi substituting x prime for the actual exception false. So that's just what's recapitulated in 14bii prime. And this can only be true in tandem with 14bi being true if the exception G of 2 contains all and only the spellbooks not worth reading in W, and G of 2 is actually small in the context of utterance. So another way to say this would be, it's true if and only if the exception contains the difference between the set of all spellbooks and the set of spellbooks worth reading. When we turn to degree constructions, and specifically the comparative and the equative, almost has received less attention. The contrast in 15 and 16 is just recapitulated. We can paraphrase 15 as, it's true just in case the difference between Willow and Buffy's ages is small. Buffy is older than Willow is. That is, if it's false that Willow is as old as Buffy is, but if we lowered Buffy's age a bit, then Willow would be as old as Buffy. And in fact, our analysis naturally extends to these cases. 17, 18, and 19 give sort of the basic analysis of the comparative, equative, and maximality and adjectives that we would assume. Our modification in 20 to almost is just a type shifting. The alternatives don't really change. Almost equatives have the LF in 21A. Beta picks out every degree less than or equal to Buffy's age. Alpha picks out those degrees less than or equal to Willow's age. When we put this all together, the truth conditions require ultimately that the exception G of 2 picks out the difference between Buffy's and Willow's ages, that difference is small. And once we subtract that amount, that they're the same age. Subtracting any less would in fact make it false that Willow is as old as Buffy is. So I'm about out of time, so come talk to me virtually, regrettably, if you want to know how I rule out things like almost some, almost comparatives, why some almost comparatives aren't really so, why barely is different, how it works, and more. Thanks to all of the organizers and attendees, virtual and present. Look forward to talking to you.
Okay, our next presenter is Alexis Wellwood on framing events in the logic of verbal modification.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to tell you about my paper, Framing Events in the Logic of Verbal Modification. In this paper, I consider one principle, role exhaustion, and three facts that I'm calling non-equivalence, numerosity, and scope, and show that jointly accommodating the principle and the facts support the combination of two sets of independent claims. The first is from Lucas Champollion, the idea that verbs introduce their own existential closure, and adjuncts or any theta-marked phrases take verbs as semantic arguments. And the other is from Barry Shine, the idea that clauses have two layers of events, framing events and framed events. Combining these two, as I'll show, overcomes challenges for existing accounts. And you can check out the poster for some new possibilities for the analysis of negative perceptual reports. Okay, so we'll start with the principle. This semantic principle specifies that each syntactic dependent, so any syntactic argument or adjunct, specifies all and only the entities bearing a particular thematic role to an event. Okay, so this principle motivates the analysis of thematic relations as functions, which many of us are used to. But more importantly, it unifies many generalizations that are often treated disparately. So sometimes these are handled syntactically, sometimes they're handled semantically. But I kind of want to review them here because I really want all of us to feel that it would be really great to hang on to role exhaustion. So first, consider that the sentence "Nick smacked the wall, the floor" is bad. This would constitute a violation of role exhaustion, assuming that the intended interpretation was Nick, the agent, smacked the wall as patient and the floor as patient. You simply cannot have two distinct syntactic dependents expressing the patient role. Similarly, Lee yelled Mo can't be used to mean something like Lee and Mo yelled. So again, the subject and the object, distinct syntactic dependents, cannot contribute partially to the same semantic role. Tony and Geezer lifted the amp doesn't entail Tony lifted the amp. Well, that makes sense given role exhaustion, since 5 would tell you that Tony and Geezer exhaustively lifted the amp. So from that, you wouldn't be able to conclude that either one of them also did it. And importantly, for considering this as a semantic principle, you see the same restrictions for adjuncts. So Al cooked this for his wife, for his son is odd because again, two syntactic dependents specifying the same role, the beneficiary. And they seem to hold across clauses. So if Kay killed Mo is what's been said, it sounds odd to say Lee also killed Mo unless you're correcting yourself. So that sense of correction would flow from role exhaustion. Okay, some of the facts. In classic event semantics, modifiers express simple conjunctive predicates of events. And if that's so, then it's puzzling why the sentences in 1A and 1B do not mean the same. So Denzel ran in the hallway and in the car park, compared with Denzel ran in the hallway in the car park. And in particular, the A sentence invites thought of two distinct events. So Denzel's running in the hallway and Denzel's running in the car park. But the B sentence doesn't imply that. Rather, the B sentence seems to imply there was just, some running and it was located in a particular way. We can sort of draw out particularly what B seems to do that A doesn't by considering this example. In the hallway, Denzel ran in the car park. And this is kind of odd because, as we can kind of clearly feel, it seems like we're being asked to locate a car park in a hallway, which is odd. Okay, so here are the challenges posed by the combination of the principle and the facts. The flat-footed interpretation of the A or B sentence that we saw, given just again, flat-footed classic event semantics interpretation would violate role exhaustion, right? So we could imagine just, interpreting A or B as, there is an event and Denzel is its agent and it's a running. And then the problem is that you're saying that it's in the hallway and you're also saying that it's in the car park. That would be the RE violation. Champollion's quantificational event semantics can capture the numerosity facts with sentences with and, but not non-equivalence. So I'll walk through that in the poster. Williams's own solution preserves role exhaustion, but threatens its generalizability. And none of these accounts predict scope, none of the accounts that we've considered so far. Okay, so my solution critically combines two pieces. Again, verbs introduce existential closure and adjuncts take verbs as semantic arguments. And clause-level framing events frame distinct framed events. Okay, so considering the first one, Champollion's work really helps us with the sentence with and. So the way this is going to come out is it's interpreted as something like there's an event of Denzel running the hallway and there's an event of Denzel running the car park. Shine's idea is really going to help us with the high-low modifier asymmetry. So if we've in the hallway, Denzel ran in the car park, Shine's system would deliver something like there's a plurality of events in the hallway, and among those, there's a running by Denzel in the car park. Okay, so let me show you how this accounts for the facts. The combination and how it accounts for the facts. So let's look at the two non-weird sentences. If we take the first one, what it will say is there's a given plurality of events, so nothing explicitly modifying those things, but they're assumed to be given following Shine. And among them, there is an event of Denzel running in the hallway, and also among them, there is an event of Denzel running in the car park. For the second sentence, the higher modifier in the car park restricts the framing events. So this says there's a plurality of events located in the car park, and among those, there is an event of Denzel running in the hallway. So we capture numerosity because 1A with its two layers of existential quantification amongst the framed events clearly describes potentially distinct events. 1B, lacking the relevant feature of 1A, does not carry that implication. Scope, well, 1B, but not 1A, implies that the hallway events take place in the car park in virtue of the thematic in relation modifying the framing events rather than the framed events. And finally, this account will preserve role exhaustion in that this in predicate will always apply to different variables. That's it. For the details, come see me or go take a look at my poster. Thanks.
So the next presenter is Paloma Jeretic, neck raising with think as a scaleless implicature.
Hi, so I will talk about neg raising as a scaleless implicature. Neg raising is a phenomenon in which an expression that has a negation that takes apparent weight scope with respect to an operator like think is equivalent in meaning to an expression in which negation takes narrow scope with respect to that operator. So this makes think a neg raiser as opposed to, for example, claim, for which this equivalence doesn't hold. So neg raising has received a lot of attention in the literature. And here I cite two prominent approaches. The first one is the presuppositional approach, in which think has an excluded middle presupposition. So think P presupposes think P or think not P. So when you negate a think utterance, the first disjunct of the presupposition is false, making the second one true, think not P, which is the neg raising inference. The second account that I will cite here is Romoli's account, it's scalar implicature account, where think has an excluded middle alternative. So when you exhaustify a negated think utterance, you exclude the negated excluded middle alternative, and as a result, you get think not P, which is the neg raising inference. In this work, I give a new account of neg raising as a scaleless implicature. So scaleless implicatures arise when a quantifier has subdomain alternatives and no scalar alternative. I assume a standard quantificational analysis for think and presence of subdomain alternatives but no scalar ones. So X thinks P is true if and only if P is true in all of X's belief worlds or doxastic worlds. And the alternatives of such an expression, X thinks P, are think utterances that quantify over subsets of this doxastic set. How does the neg-raising inference arise? Well, I show you here with a simplified belief set with two worlds, and we have a negated think utterance here where its alternatives are essentially formed from the subsets of this set. I use an exhaustifier from Bar-Lev and Fox that excludes innocently excludable alternatives and includes innocently includable ones. So I don't give the definitions here, but I give the results. So there are no innocently excludable alternatives associated with S and its alternative set, but there are innocently includable ones shown here. So when one applies the exhaustifier to S, we include these alternatives, and essentially what we get is that P is false in W1, P is false in W2, therefore P is false in both W1 and W2, and this gives you the neg-raising inference. So now I want to defend this analysis. First, I'm going to argue against the presuppositional approach, and I highlight here an argument from Romoli in which the excluded middle inference shouldn't be treated as a presupposition because it doesn't project in the same way as presuppositions do out of embedded environments. So for example, if you embed think in a question, does Bill think that Sue is here? There's no projection of the excluded middle inference. Second, it appears that neg-raising actually behaves like an implicature. First of all, it's QUD sensitive, and second of all, it's polarity sensitive. And this is a novel observation that I will give some evidence for here. So implicatures are typically obligatory in upward entailing environments, except for certain QUD conditions, but none in non-upward entailing ones. And it turns out that neg-raising appears to have a similar distribution. So it's obligatory in upward entailing environments. So here's an example. Someone doesn't think John is smart. You cannot follow that up with, but no one has the opinion that he's stupid. And this continuation is possible only if the neg-raising inference is available, but not the neg-raising inference. So this shows that neg-raising is obligatory here in 8. However, in non-upward entailing environments, continuations that are only compatible with a reading that doesn't have neg-raising are possible. So if you say no one doesn't think John is smart, you can continue that with someone else saying that's not true. I don't have an opinion about John. So that can target only the non-neg-raising inference. And similarly, you can show this for exactly 2 people, which is non-upward entailing. Now, so I've given arguments for an implicature approach. Now I want to give arguments against Romoli's scalar implicature approach and for the scaleless implicature one, which is the one I'm proposing. So the argument comes from the nature of alternatives. The scalar alternative proposed by Romoli is ad hoc. Typically, scalar alternatives corresponds to duals of quantifiers and are lexical items. So for example, some and all are scalar alternatives of each other. However, the excluded middle alternative is not a dual of think, and furthermore does not have a plausible lexical item associated with it. In contrast, the subdomain alternatives proposed in the scaleless implicature analysis have been proposed in a variety of work. So proposing them for think is not a novelty. Okay, so in summary, I've given a number of reasons to propose the scaleless implicature analysis over previous ones. And I want to add that in the extended version of these slides, I will give other arguments, namely better predictions in some non-upward entailing environments and an explanation of partial cyclicity. Thank you.
Okay, and our last presenter is Masashi Harada, Locality in the Derivation of Cumulativity.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to talk about locality in the derivation of cumulativity. I'm going to begin by introducing a cumulativity phenomenon. It's been known that sentences with two plurals often permit cumulative interpretations, namely very weak interpretations exemplified in one. The two boys type the two recipes. This sentence allows the cumulative interpretation in 1b, which says the sentence is true if and only if each of the two boys typed at least one of the two recipes, and each of the two recipes was typed by at least one of the two boys. Cumulativity has been argued to arise from a grammatical compositional source, for instance a covert trivariant operator, which in example 1 takes the predicate typed and the two plurals, the two recipes, and the two boys, and returns the cumulative interpretation. One of the issues in the cumulativity literature is about whether the compositional source requires locality. Beck and Zaland argued that compositional source requires locality between the two relevant plurals tracking constraints on quantifier scope. They based this argument on data like 1. The two lawyers have pronounced that the two proposals are against the law. This sentence does not seem to allow cumulativity with respect to the two bold phrases. In other words, the sentence is not true in the scenario such as the one in which lawyer 1 has pronounced that proposal 1 is against the law, and lawyer 2 has pronounced that proposal 2 is against the law. While Beck and Zaland's observation seems right, Schmitz observed that sentence 1 can actually allow cumulativity in richer scenarios, and the relevant scenario is very long, so consider 2 instead. The two boys confirmed that the two recipes are flawless. This sentence also allows cumulativity with respect to a plural in an embedded clause and another plural outside of the embedded clause, just like in 1. So based on data like 2, Schmidt proposes a version of compositional source that does not respect locality, Beck and Zaland assume. So does compositional source not require locality? I will argue that it requires locality along the same line with Beck and Zaland. I will argue that the availability of cumulativity in 1 does not support the absence of locality because such cumulativity is available due to a different source of cumulativity, which I call the inferential source. Under this approach, cumulativity of 1 is considered to come from an inference about the extension of confirm in a given scenario. In the given scenario, boy 1 confirmed that the noodle recipe is flawless, and boy 2 confirmed that the broth recipe is flawless. So the extension of confirm involves that at least two triples, one of them is a triple including a set of boy 1 and Q1, which is a proposition lambda y the noodle recipe is flawless in W, and the other triple includes a set of boy 2 and Q2, which is a proposition lambda w the broth recipe is flawless in W. If there are these two triples, in other words, if boy 1 confirmed Q1 and boy 2 confirmed Q2, logical conjunction of Q1 and Q2 should be confirmed by a group of individuals, boy 1 and boy 2. Now, note that sentence 1 can be considered to have the truth conditions, saying that the sentence is true if and only if the extension of confirm involves the tuple consisting of a set of two boys, and P1, which is a proposition lambda w that two recipes are flawless in W. Note also that P1 is contextually equivalent to the logical conjunction of Q1 and Q2. Thus, based on this equivalence, I argue that conclusion in the above inference satisfies the truth conditions of sentence 1. Therefore, sentences like 1 do not establish that compositional source of cumulativity should be non-local. Lastly, I will introduce one independent motivation for the inferential source. The relevant example is shown in 1. This sentence allows subatomic cumulativity between the two boys and the subatomic power of the referent of the ramen recipe. In other words, the sentence can be true in scenario like the one given in 1. Boy 1 confirmed that the noodle recipe is flawless, boy 2 confirmed that the broth recipe is flawless, and the noodle and broth recipe constitute the ramen recipe. Note that this sentence is exactly the same as the previous confirming example, except that here we have the ramen recipe instead of the two recipes. And yet, while the inferential source captures the cumulativity in 1, compositional source cannot. First, if we assume that inferential source, the analysis of this sentence is basically the same as the analysis of the previous confirming example. The inference provided here is exactly the same as the last one. If boy 1 confirmed Q1 and boy 2 confirmed Q2, then logical conjunction of Q1 and Q2 is confirmed by the group of boy 1 and boy 2. And the conclusion of this inference satisfies the truth conditions of example 1. Because the logical conjunction of Q1 and Q2 is contextually equivalent to Q1, PP1, which is the proposition lambda W, the ramen recipe is flawless. In this way, the inferential source of cumulativity can capture subatomic cumulativity like 1. On the other hand, compositional source of cumulativity cannot derive the cumulativity in 1. Putting aside the detail, I'd like to mention that the singular noun, the ramen recipe, is considered to denote a singularity like a singleton set of a ramen recipe. So it is predicted that 1 effectively derives the cumulativity with respect to set of boy 1 and boy 2 and the set of ramen recipe instead of set of noodle recipe and broth recipe, even if the ramen recipe consists of the noodle and broth recipe. That is why the analysis with compositional source predicts that sentence 1 means each of the two boys confirmed that ramen recipe is flawless. In this way, compositional source cannot derive the cumulativity in 1, so data like 1 support the need of inferential source. To sum up, I showed that non-local cumulativity data like the confirming example we saw previously do not actually establish that the compositional source of cumulativity is free from locality. Thus, the current work is compatible with the locality that Beck-Zarang proposed. In my poster session, I will elaborate on each part of this short presentation, and I will present more data showing that the inferential source of cumulativity is independently needed. I will also present how the inferential source analysis differs from Pasternak's analysis of non-local cumulativity, on which the inferential analysis is based. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, I would like to invite the presenters that are physically here to join me here at the table to take the questions. Okay, so we're going to first take questions from the audience and then later move to the online questions. We want to respect the rule that no two consecutive questions for the same presenter, if possible. Okay, so.
Okay, hi. This is a question for Christopher Barron and Almost and Barely. So thanks for the poster. I just wanted to make a clarification comment. At some point you mentioned that almost was not compatible with the competitive morpheme more, I believe. That's what was reported in the talk. But then I was wondering what you would make of examples like, I have bought almost more than 50 plants in this store. The same with barely. You can imagine a conversation where you say, John is taller than Mary, and you reply, well, barely, where you certainly mean he is barely taller. So I was wondering how these sorts of examples would fit into your model. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Everyone can hear me, hopefully. So with regards to barely, I would think that barely example works fine because it's a correction and barely does go with the comparative. For your other version, for the almost comparative, yeah. So I'm playing a fun little game when I say almost comparatives aren't licit. However, I have arguments in favor of the view that when you have those examples like you did, it's actually not the case that almost is directly modifying the comparative morpheme in the way I sort of sketched out. So here, let me give you some data. And well, the upshot is basically I'm saying English is a pain in the tuchus. And in that case, what you have is almost modifying like the entire VP predicate, which includes the entirety of the comparative clause, not just the comparative morpheme directly. So when you have something like DP modifying almost every vampire was killed by Buffy, only really some vampire wasn't killed by Buffy. You don't get kind of the counterfactually inference you could get in other places or whatever you want to call that. So something like no vampire was staked by Buffy, but every Buffy came close to killing each and every one. When you have almost shifted further, so every vampire was almost killed by Buffy, that some vampire wasn't killed by Buffy isn't exactly the inference that you get. Now, I bring this up because you can stick comparative clauses and equitative subordinate clauses at the beginning of sentences in some contexts. So if you say, there are more, you can stick it in some places. But first, let me say, it's possible to say something like, there are more people in my house than I invited, right? Use the there insertion, keep it low. There are almost more people in my house than I invited, seems pretty okay too. But then when you front the comparative, more people are in my house than I invited, that's good. Almost more people are in my house than I invited, that seems much more weird. And in this position, the only thing that the almost can actually modify is the comparative directly, right? So it's not able to reach in and get sort of the more VP level, the higher level meaning. And just to show that this isn't an artifact of this example, you can put an almost and an equative in this kind of a position. So you can say things like, as many people as I invited are in my house. You can also say almost as many people as I invited are in my house. So the upshot of what I want to say here is just that the cases where you have an almost comparative that sounds good are not actually almost directly modifying the comparative morpheme. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, my question is for Alexis. I enjoyed the talk, and I just had my question is about, so in the analysis, it's like you assume that in the hallway and in the car park, I mean, these are like a monoclausal construction, but, have you possibly considered that, in the car park is actually modifying hallway, it's like a reduced relative clause, so you actually have like a second sort of event structure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, is that working? I think that is an available parse of such a string. So what I want to do is target a case where that was like that's not what we're going for. Like I think that is available, in which case you just want to stick that other modifier in some kind of RC. But I'm optimistic, and so is Williams, that it is possible. So like that you can get the same meaning with that word order, like Denzel ran in the car park in the hallway, as in the hallway Denzel ran in the car park, which I would assume doesn't plausibly have the same kind of RC potential.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I'll have to think about that. Yeah.
Hi. I have a question for Masashi Harada for the cumulativity poster. So I seem to remember Viola Schmidt has like other examples where the embedded proposition is like a contradiction. So something like, these are very rich scenarios, but the example is something like you have all kinds of conspiracy theories about the president being an alien, and you say, well, these people believe the president is from Mars, Earth, and so on and so forth. And here, like, the president can only be from one planet. So I was wondering what you thought about these examples. Yeah, actually, I've thought about that example. And as you may thought, those examples are
I've actually thought about those examples, and one that I thought about was infelicitas. So those examples didn't allow cumulativity. And from then, I thought about why. And first, Schmidt's analysis doesn't capture the infelicity, because as long as there is plurality in the embedded clause, and there is another one in the matrix subject position, she predicts that cumulativity is available. But on the other hand, inferential source can predict that such examples are actually infelicitas. And one of the examples is discussed in my poster, so maybe you could visit me later.
Okay, now we will move to an online question by Sophia Malamud for Tönnies and Tonhouse.
Hi. So I have a question that's a kind of empirical, a data question. Does German have what Prince calls novel presupposition it clefts, where the part that follows the copula is new information?
Yes.
So that, I think, raises the question of just how unexpected the question under discussion could be, because those are, as she shows, perfectly felicitous discourse initially, where it is not even clear what the question under discussion even is, if any, right? So like, it was Henry Ford who gave us the weekend is an example that Prince gives as it's an initial sentence of a newspaper article.
Yeah, so in general, what I'm saying applies just to the other kind of cleft. So for those that you are mentioning, they do exist, but what I say is I'm not yet sure how to apply to the other version of clefts. So
yeah, like it's not clear to me that it would be applicable, in fact. Okay, I have another question for a different poster, but I guess I'll let other people have a turn.
Okay.
Thanks. This is a question for Paloma Jertic. So it's a really nice explanation, and one of the essential facts was the scalelessness of English think. So I was wondering if it's known cross-linguistically that it's generally so in languages that do have like an existential doxastic attitude verb, like Slovenian, is it generally true that in those languages the strong one does not exhibit neg raising? And would you want to predict that?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So this is something that I want to further explore. So I looked at Slovenian a little bit, and it has been claimed in the past that Slovenian is not neck raising. It's not quite the case. So it's not the default way of actually expressing. You actually like express think not P in general, but not think P does have neck raising. And so I do have an idea about this that's an extension of my work on modals, where when you do have a scalar item, you have optional neg raising. So that might be the explanation there, but I definitely need to look into it further. And another potential issue is that I believe that scalemates need to have maybe be in the same like level of frequency, be able to be expressed in the same discourse, which makes sense, right? And it's not clear that Slovenian, like I have to still look into that for Slovenian. But yeah, thank you for the question. There's definitely typological predictions in that way.
It is a question for Alexis. Maybe a clarification question, or I don't know, maybe part of my ignorance. But if you existentially close the event so low in the clause, right? What about the intuition that verb VPs in general denote properties of events. For instance, I don't know, in my Spanish, if you say a verb VP like comprar, to buy, or buying, in a doubling construction, you said buying, I didn't buy anything, then there is the intuition that you don't have existential force in the infinitive, in the verb VP, right? So there is this idea that verb VPs denotes properties of events, and they don't have the flavor of being existential clause. Also in control clauses or topicalization of non-finite clauses and the like. But maybe.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure that I got the example, but let me tell you what I'm thinking about with respect to the scope of the existential quantifier. So, so this is really Lucas's innovation, like I mentioned, and he's really interested in, should I slow down? Sorry. Yes. So having the verb introduce its own existential closure is really Lucas's innovation, like I mentioned. And the motivation for that is it often seems that the existential quantification for the event argument is lower than other things that, you want it to have that kind of low scope. So the cool thing that he does is not only that the verb sort of contains its own closure, but modifiers come along and insert themselves. They take this meaning as an argument and then they insert themselves inside the scope of that. Now, I'm not sure that I got the example you wanted me to address. It was like a negative, like no compro nada or something? Or could you give me the example again?
Yeah, but it's not about the negation, just about having verb VPs or verbs.
Bare DPs?
Yeah, exactly. So my intuition is that.
Like I bought soup or I ate soup?
Yeah, or something like, or fumar es malo, or to smoke is unhealthy, or something like that.
Okay, and the feature of the example that you were interested in was?
That there is no they don't have existential flavor, right?
No existential flavor to the DP?
VP.
To the VP.
Yeah, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, okay, let me just say, if I was interpreting I ate soup, that would come out with the framing. So there's a given plurality of events among which there is one in which I am agent, and it's an eating, and there was some soup involved as patient. So there would be existential force both to some soup and to some eating.
Thanks. Yeah, this is a question for Paloma. It's not a fully formed question, but I'm interested in the connection between what you talked about yesterday and what you talked about today. And in particular, does your analysis today explain any of the data from yesterday? And then, so where does that leave the data from yesterday? So.
Thank you. So I take these to be two separate phenomena. And in my dissertation, I worked on strong necessity modals that displayed neg raising, and they have a particular distribution. And in particular, the strengthening is visible is obligatory in unembedded environments and non-obligatory in downward entailing environments. That's like maybe the main distributional observation. But that's quite different from, for example, the weak necessity modals, which have like obligatory scopeless behavior even with extra clausal negation. And it turns out that neg raisers at least think, I'm gonna look at others, want is a little different. Neg raisers like think do look like these strong necessity modals. So they don't display obligatory scopeless behavior. And so at least there are two analyses for neg raising. Actually three, at least.
Thank you.
Thanks. This is a question for Svante and Judith. So, the intuition that the second question was much less expected than the first, I think was very clear, and obviously you corroborated that with your study. I was wondering if you controlled for sort of why it was unexpected. It seemed like that particular example you gave was unexpected essentially because it wasn't attached to something at the right frontier, but to something sort of several steps further back. And so I was wondering if if all the stimuli were like that, or if there were if you could say something about why the questions were unexpected across your stimuli, and if there was any variation that corresponded to that, if you varied it.
Yeah, thank you for this question. So for this experiment, so for this first norming study, all of the examples were very similar. So all of them introduced some kind of state, then some elaboration, and then something with then or finally, something like this. So we had exactly this structure, but I think that's a very interesting point that you're raising. So of course, in this case, I think it's unexpected because it's a few sentences ago, but then also very strongly because of the then or the finally. But I think a nice extension or important extension of this would be to have different kinds of discourses that lead to unexpectedness because of different reasons. For example, topic changes or something like this that don't involve the temporal progression, for example. Yeah.
It's a question for Alexis. So I'm wondering, I guess in the examples, like John ran in the hall and in the car park, you can add a temporal adverbial, like for 2 hours, which would modify a sum of those events. So, so he did this and he did that, and this whole something lasted for 2 hours. So, and this, I guess, I mean, this seems to suggest that you have to have access to some kind of a sum event, and maybe what the conjunction is doing there is actually producing like a sum of locations, which then accumulates with a sum of events. So I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, so something like the sum of bringing in location variables is sort of what Williams goes after in his own sort of sketch solution to this. He doesn't talk about sums in that context, et cetera. I can't right now on the fly play out why I don't want to go that way, but I can tell you that the analysis already has what you want, which is the layer of framing events. So there's a given plurality of events among which there is one that has these characteristics, and among which there is one, or at least one, which has these characteristics. And then you just have the 4 2 hours measure the plurality.
So it would measure, but it would measure the plurality. It would measure the framing event, right?
Yeah.
So maybe there might be actually subtle predictions there.
Indeed, I agree. Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks.
This question is for Paloma. So I really like the analysis qua explanation for neg raising, but I was wondering if you had any thoughts about kind of the implications for the view of the kind of Tyler, Aloni, and Rolofson idea that the fact that neg raising predicates tend to be antirogative is sort of derived from their neg raising behavior, because in their analysis, like it's really actually very crucial that neg raising is this presupposition. So I wonder if you had thoughts on that.
Thank you for the question. I haven't thought about that enough, and I will. I think, yeah, on the fly, I can't tell whether, probably my analysis does not predict anything about that. I don't know. Yeah, I will look into it. Thank you.
Okay, so
Hi, so sorry, did you call on me? I didn't hear it completely.
Can you hear us, Nina?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can ask your question. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry. So so it's a question to Masashi. There are these examples in the literature where you don't get a cumulative inference like with propositional complements if the so basically if you have something that's jointly entailed by the two attitude complements, but the entailment is not due to the part structure of an individual mentioned in the embedded class. So for instance, right, if A believes that if the dinner is indoors, John won't come, but doesn't have a belief about whether it will be indoors, and B believes the dinner will be indoors, but doesn't have a belief about John's intentions, then this doesn't seem to license the inference to A and B believe John won't come to the dinner, right? So I think this is discussed by Schmidt, but also by Paul Marty in Snippets. So I was kind of wondering how you block these cases. I suspect that probably part of the answer is your use of contextual equivalence rather than contextual entailment, right? But I kind of wonder, how you account, so whether this extends to all cases of this type. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question. Correct me if I'm wrong. So your question was, what's the crucial part of my assumption that I use contextual equivalent instead of the contextual entailment? Is that right?
So basically whether this helps block these cases, right, where there is no plural or not even subatomic part structure in the embedded class, and whether this succeeds in blocking all cases of this type.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I got your question, but could you repeat the question again? So are you talking about the case Schmidt discusses about against Pasternak?
I think
right?
so, yeah.
Okay.
So I think so. So the cases without a plural in the embedded class, right, where there is also no conjunction as in Pasternak's example, but you have, for instance, just one believes a conditional and the other one believes the antecedent, right? And from this, you don't conclude that cumulatively they believe the consequent,
Okay. So, I'm familiar with her paper and Pasternak's paper, and he discusses examples like Ava and Bird believe that Ada will fall in love with Roy, that kind of example. And Schmidt correctly says that this sentence does not allow cumulativity, even if Abe's beliefs and Bird's beliefs entail the embedded clause, the proposition denoted by the embedded clause. So that's right, and Pasternak has a problem, but once we have contextual equivalence instead of contextual entailment, the proposition denoted by the embedded clause does not entail the logical conjunction of the Abe's beliefs and Bird's beliefs in the examples. So that's why once we have the contextual equivalence, we can correctly fix the problem that Pasternak has. So that's the crucial part of assuming contextual equivalence, and that can solve the problems that Schmidt raises.
Okay, thanks. Great. So I think I have a follow-up to this, but I'll just email you. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, the next question is
Yeah, hi. So my question's for Chris Barron. Cool talk. You didn't specifically talk about this, but it showed up on your slide, so I feel like it's fair game. But I just wanted to ask about almost in relation to personality context. So you said 100 people graduated, and that's fine. But to my sense, almost 2 people graduated is pretty weird. And I think even like almost 102 people graduated might actually be slightly weirder. So I just wondered if you could say a few things about what you think might be going on in those sorts of things and how your approach would account for that.
Yeah.
If you've gotten it.
Yeah, so thank you. That's a very interesting question. So With regards to almost 102, I'm not sure that I have anything terribly interesting to say. When you get the really specific granularity of cardinality, yeah, I'm actually not sure why that's odd. The difference between something like almost 2, in the narrow case of almost 2, sort of intuitively, when I talk about the exceptions that almost is subtracting, that barely are subtracting, right, they have to be kind of small in a contextual way. If there are only 2 things in the domain you're talking about, you're saying, let me subtract. At most, you can subtract 2 things, right? So there's really, and the only other thing when you have atomic entities is like 1 singleton of those 2. So you're really never subtracting anything small in that case. That's the general idea. Like when you get that, now that doesn't explain why something like almost 5 is bad. Exactly. I mean, but then you might say something like, okay, the context might let you in some sentences, or some contexts say like almost 5 students passed. Maybe there's, a context where that's good. And then it's just about the contextual fixing of the size, how much you can subtract.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the question.
Okay, we have time for one last question. We'll take Sophia Malamud for Alexis Wellwood online.
It is a very small question indeed. An example, which is a translation from someplace else, but Odysseus, where are you going away from your wife, away from your kids? Which in the original I'm thinking of is just from your wife, from your kids. Where are you going from your wife, from your kids?
So if I had to put it in a declarative, you can have Odysseus is going away from his wife, from his kids?
Yeah.
Right, so this is a potential violation
Odysseus
of role
is
exhaustion.
traveling. I guess maybe, I think maybe traveling would be better. Odysseus is traveling away from his wife, away from his kids.
Oh, that's interesting. So you have to repeat away.
In Russian original,
Maria
which
Luisa is slipping me its ellipsis, and she's a syntactician, so. No, but
in Russian original, it's just a single preposition ought, which means away from, like it's a directional preposition.
Right. So, so apart from appealing to the authority of Maria Luisa, I can say that yes, this is going to be a challenge for the body of work that's meant to be explained by role exhaustion. So it's a potential counterexample for role exhaustion. I'm shrugging. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Thanks.
We're done. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. Hello. Welcome back to SALT, session 5, the last session of the day. It's my pleasure to introduce the first group of speakers in this session, Paul Marti, Jacopo Romoli, Yasutaka Sudo, and Richard Brenny, who will be telling us about implicating in semi-cooperative contexts.
Can you hear me? Sounds good. Okay, so the talk of today is about the main inferences of disjunction, and you're all familiar with that. But if I tell you something like, Uni went to Frankfurt or Düsseldorf, I am suggesting an exclusivity inference that she didn't go to both, and that I don't know which of the two cities. Generally called an ignorance inference. Okay, so this is what we're going to be talking about. And in particular, what we're interested in is in the fact that in ordinary conversation, these inferences tend to pattern together, but not in certain contexts that I will describe later. And this has been argued to be a challenge for the standard Gricean pragmatic approach to these inferences. So in this project, we report on experimental work, which we think confirm and refine the challenge. And we also extended the challenge to the presuppositional level. And we sort of take up the challenge and we put forward a response. But for today, I'm going to skip the presuppositional part, but you can ask me about that. Okay, so this is with Yasu, who's here somewhere, and Paul Marti and Richard Breheny as part of our project on alternatives, funded by the Leverhulme Trust. Okay. All right, so a little bit of background. You're all familiar with that, but just to be all on the same page. So when I tell you, so the two inferences here that I told you about, exclusivity and ignorance, are implicatures accounted for in the standard approach with two main ingredients. One is the assumption that the speaker is cooperative and will share all the relevant information they have. This is roughly the maximum of quantity. And we'll make it more precise in a second. And the second one is this assumption, sometimes called competence or opinionatedness, which is an assumption about how competent the speaker is with respect to the alternative things she didn't say, okay? So let's make this a little bit more precise, and for concreteness, let's use the formulation in Fox of the maximum of quantity, which essentially goes as follows. So if phi and psi are both relevant to the conversation, and psi is a more informative alternative than phi, and the speaker believes both, then the assumption on the part of the listener is that the speaker will prefer the stronger alternative psi, okay? Again, just for concreteness, this is the maximum quantity. The opinionatedness or competence assumption essentially saying that in some contexts you can assume that the speaker has an opinion about psi, okay? So essentially, either she believes that psi is true or believes that psi is false. Something that I'm going to write more compactly as B psi or B not psi, okay? Okay, so once you have these two things, then the usual story goes that you can reason and derive weak implicatures, sometimes called primary implicatures. So from the maximum quantity, and assume the speaker uttered a weaker alternative phi, then you can reason, well, the speaker uttered phi when she could have uttered a stronger psi. Then I'm going to reason that it must be the case that it's not true that the speaker believes the stronger statement, okay? Again, I'm going to write this as not B psi. This is all standard. These are a primary implicature, and that sometimes you can combine that with the assumption of opinionatedness. And so you have the primary implicature, the opinionatedness, and then together you derive something stronger, namely that the speaker thinks the stronger alternative is false, okay? This is secondary implicature. All very standard. And now when we apply that to disjunction, we derive with these two ingredients in a unified way, we derive both exclusivity and ignorance. So just to write more schematically the assertion, something like P or Q, assume as standardly done the alternative about the disjunct and the corresponding conjunctive sentence P and Q. These are all stronger, so you end up via the maximum of quantity deriving all primary implicature, not believe P, not believe Q, and not believe P and Q. And then already from these two primary implicature, we derive ignorance. Okay, why? Because with the assumption, the quality assumption that the speaker believes what she said, and not believe P and not believe Q, you can show that you also derive not believe not P and not believe not Q. And this altogether essentially tells you the speaker doesn't know about P and doesn't know about Q, okay? Which is the speaker doesn't know which seat is uni went to, which is what we wanted. And then the exclusivity in the same way, so we already have a primary implicature about exclusivity from the maximum of quantity. If you combine that with opinionatedness, then we derive the secondary exclusivity implicature that the speaker believes not P and Q, which is what we wanted. So the speaker believes that she didn't go to both cities. Again, this is all familiar, but it's sort of a neat account of ignorance and exclusivity in a unified way. And in particular, what is important for us here is that in this architecture, in this account, you have this architecture in which both ignorance and exclusivity have the same source, okay, in primary implicature, but importantly in the maximum of quantity. Yeah. Okay, so this is in the background, and now we go to the challenge from what we can call semi-cooperative context. I'll tell you in a second what they are. And let me illustrate the challenge in two steps. The first has to do with ignorance, the second has to do with exclusivity, okay? So first of all, an observation about ignorance. In ordinary context, ignorance inferences appear to be very robust. So if I tell you something like, I was born in Rome or Milan, there's something odd about this, presumably because I'm suggesting I don't know where I was born, which in ordinary context is sort of odd, okay? So in other words, the way to think about this is that ignorance inferences are robust and lead to oddness when they're in conflict with contextual assumptions. Now, this is not the case in certain contexts, right? So in particular, think about a game show context in which the host is known to know where the money is exactly, but of course he's not going to disclose this information, but he can give hints to participants, and he gives hints in the form of disjunction, okay? And now, the observation is that 19 is fine, okay? There's no oddness here. The host can say there's money in box 20 or box 25. So it seems that we're not concluding that the speaker doesn't know where the money is, okay? Which would be in conflict with contextual assumption and should lead to oddness in the same way as before. So there's a contrast here in terms of ignorance, and you might say, well, but where's the puzzle? Because the way to think about this context is, one main way to think about this context is that the speaker is not assumed to share all the relevant information they have, right? So that's because of constraint in the context. And so, in fact, if you think about it, this wasn't in the formulation of the maximum quantity in Fox, but already in Grice, there was, of course, sort of taking into account the context and the purpose of the exchange. So you might think, well, there's a modulation of the maximum of quantity depending on which context you're taking into account, and this could account for the contrast in ignorance. In fact, to make it more concrete and going with what Fox does is a natural move from a Gricean perspective would be to say that this game show scenario is a context in which the maximum of quantity is suspended, right? So the listener thinks the speaker is not going to share the relevant information they have. So in a sense, the maximum of quantity is not active in those contexts. And this is fine, and in fact, would account for the contrast in ignorance that we just seen. However, it makes a clear prediction, right? So the prediction is that both exclusivity and ignorance, remember, in the architecture we've seen before, are derived via the same source, the maximum of quantity. So if you don't have the maximum of quantity, or is suspended, then you should expect no exclusivity either, okay? So in this context, you shouldn't expect neither ignorance nor exclusivity if the maximum quantity is not there. Okay? Very clear prediction here. And again, comes from the architecture of the standard account. And this is where Danny comes in with the paper, S&P paper, in which he argues that in this game show scenarios, from the host hint, we actually can still derive exclusivity. While we do not derive ignorance, he's contributing the intuition that you still derive that there isn't money in both boxes, okay? And he asks us to consider a case where you clearly don't have exclusivity, given the addition of or both. And in this case is contrasted with the case in 20, you can still see intuitively that you derive exclusivity. Or at least that's his idea, that's his observation. Okay, so to summarize, ignorance doesn't arise in semi-cooperative contexts, and this is not a problem in itself, but because you could think that the maximum quantity is not active in those contexts, but this would predict that exclusivity should also not arise. But if Fox is right, then exclusivity also arises in game show context, despite ignorance not arising, and this is a problem, a challenge for the standard pragmatic approach. Okay? Now, this was only his intuition that we want to see, we want to sort of establish this fact. And there's a previous study trying to provide experimental evidence for that. And this is Agiamang 2020. And essentially, what she does is she tests Fox's scenario, okay, in an experiment. So the way she described to participants is a context in which there are 100 boxes and 5 of them are associated with money. And then the host tells hints to the first contestant in the critical condition, in the form of a simple disjunction. There is money in box 20 or box 25. And the first contestant picks box 20 and finds money there. Okay? And now you're asked, as a participant in the game, you're asked which action are you most likely to take? Are you going to choose box 25 or any other box? Okay? And let me show you the logic. The logic is the following, right? So the choice of the second box depends on exclusivity in the following sense, right? So in the target condition, there is money in box 20 or box 25. If you interpret this exclusively, you're going to conclude that there isn't money in both. So in the condition which you see the first participant picking box 20 and winning and finding money, then you're not going to choose box 25, okay? In other words, to see evidence for exclusivity, we want to see less box 25 choices in the target case as compared to a control case in which there can't be exclusivity. Okay? So a difference between these two would be evidence for an exclusive interpretation. And this is indeed what Agiamang finds. She finds a 25% decrease of box 25 choices in the simple disjunction target as opposed to the control. And she interprets this as evidence for confirming the intuition and the challenge from Fox. Okay, so when we saw this, we were a bit worried about a couple of things. Admittedly, sort of vague worries, but let me tell you. So the first one is like, we're reasoning, so we're talking about these game show scenarios where there's an incentive for the host not to reveal where the money is. And so we were thinking maybe this is a low-level reasoning about how this game show scenario works. So in that game show, don't just give away money normally. And so maybe the reasoning is that there's going to be only one prize in the two-mention box. Admittedly, again, this is not as obvious because there is the control. So this low-level reasoning should also apply to the or both control. Or maybe this is the feasible reasoning. So we wanted to get away from only money type scenarios. And the other clearer worry that we had is that in Agiamang design, you had a within subject manipulation of the target and control. And we think this might, or we worry that this might have artificially inflated the contrast between the two. Okay, so we took this as motivation for running a follow-up to investigate further this semi-cooperative context, eliminating the within subject contrast between target and control, and addressing or trying to address the potential confound about money scenarios. So we replicated the money context in the same way as Agamang, but also we added a celebrity slime scenario, which is the best we could do about there not being an incentive for the host not to have the celebrity slime because it's funny, and it's not the same as with the money. That was the intuition. So we did the same thing. So there are 100 number boxes. 5 of them are associated with slime, and the host warns the first celebrity there is slime in box 20 or 25. And in the critical condition, you find the first contestant picks box 20 and finds it empty. And then you're asked again, which action are you most likely to take? And let me show you again. So we had 3 factors. So game type, between subject, whether it was money or slime. A factor that we could call inference availability, which is essentially target versus control. And unlike, so simple disjunction versus or both. And unlike Agamang, this was between subjects. And finally, we also manipulated whether the first contestant would win or lose. Okay. So once again, let me remind you how the prediction depends on exclusivity. So in the money case, once again, there's money in box 20 or 25. If you interpret this as, but not in both, and you see box 20 winning, having money in there, then you're going to go for another box. Okay? In the slime case, is the opposite, right? So remember, you're trying to avoid the slime, of course. So there is slime in box 20 or 25. If you interpret this as there isn't slime in both, and you see in the critical condition that box 20 loses, so it has slime in it, then you're going to go for box 25 if you think there isn't slime in both. Okay? So we expect sort of the opposite effect in the slime scenario. Okay, so we recruited 200 participants, 100 per game type, and here's the result. I'm going to walk you through this, but here we're plotting on the y-axis the box 25 choices. Okay? In the money context, in the slime context for control and target. Okay? So first of all, on the uncontroversial cases, so when, in the money scenario, when there was no money in box 20, okay, and the host said there's money in box 20 or 25, then of course everybody went for box 25, and this is what we see, which is reassuring. Similarly, in the slime scenario, when box 20 had no slime, then everybody went for another box and not box 25. Again, showing that they understood the task and the way things worked in the experiment. But now critically, we replicate in an even clearer way, in the money context, Agamang's effect, Agamang's result. And in particular, what we see is that there is way less box 25 choices in the target with respect to the control. And what we found that convinced us more is that in the slime context, we find exactly the same effect, but the mirror. So there are more box 25 choices in the target with respect to the control for the reason that I told you before. Okay? So the fact that we find exactly the same effect in both contexts sort of convinced us that we're confirming and refining the challenge from semi-cooperative context, removing the within subject comparison between target and control, and addressing or trying to address the potential confound having to do with the money context. Okay, so now if you go back to the challenge, if you remember, the standard pragmatic account predicts that ignorance and exclusivity should go together. We confirm and refine the challenge from this semi-cooperative context, where you can have exclusivity, it seems, but not ignorance. And you can take it, of course, as Fox does, as supporting the alternative grammatical approach, or you can take up the challenge and try to modify the pragmatic approach so as to account for the challenge. And this is what we try to do here, okay? So in the last few minutes, I'm going to tell you about our attempt to respond to the challenge from the pragmatic approach. And here's the idea. So remember, the challenge is based on the assumption that the maximum quantity is deactivated in semi-cooperative context. And you can go a bit less radical than just saying that the maximum quantity is deactivated, but the challenge remains. You have to explain why you get no ignorance, but exclusivity is there. Okay? And so our attempt is, can we reformulate the maximum quantity so that it can remain active and lead to exclusivity, but still not predict ignorance? And here's the idea. So we started again from Fox formulation. Remember, Fox formulation was talking about if the speaker believes both are true, the speaker should prefer the stronger alternative. And now, rather than talking about only believe, we make it more general. And we talk about the speaker being in a position to communicate both, then the speaker should prefer the stronger alternative. Now, of course, we owe you an explanation of what is this being in a position to communicate, and here's the idea. So you're in a position to communicate phi, which I'm going to write as PTC phi, if this conjunction holds, right? So if you believe phi and you're willing about phi. What does it mean to be willing about phi? Well, the idea is that you're willing about phi if you're okay for phi to be added to the common ground, you're okay for phi to be communicated if you believe it to be true. Pretty sort of weak assumption that we generally have, right? So if you believe that phi is true and it's relevant, then you're okay for it to be added to the common ground, at least in ordinary conversations. Okay, so these are the two notions that we introduce, being in a position to communicate and this willingness assumption. Now, let me show you first that nothing changes in ordinary context. So in ordinary context, we have an assertion, phi, the alternative psi, and now we derive weaker primary implicatures, right? So the implicature we derive is not being in a position to communicate psi, okay? Which is the negation of a conjunction, or equivalently, either the speaker doesn't believe psi, or is not willing about psi. Okay? However, in ordinary context, nothing changes because willingness about psi is generally assumed, right? So there is no obstacle for the speaker to communicate psi if she believes that to be true. And so we conclude the usual, with this assumption, we conclude the usual primary implicature, not believe psi. The same when we think about secondary implicatures. In particular, if you think about the opinionatedness assumption now made more general with the position to being in a position to communicate. So now the opinionatedness, which to give it a label we call informative attitude, is either the speaker is in a position to communicate psi or in a position to communicate not psi, which unpacked is what you see in 37, but essentially it's the same as before, just adapted. And now when we apply to the weak primary implicature and we make this assumption, then again, as before, the first disjunct is false, and so we conclude the second one. And given that willingness about not psi is already assumed in the context, then we derive the usual secondary implicature. Okay? So this was just to say nothing changes in ordinary contexts. And in fact, the same for disjunction in ordinary context. Here I'm showing you the same thing. So P or Q, the alternative, we derive weaker implicatures, but then we have the assumption, say, about the disjunct. We have the assumption about willing about P and willing about Q, and so we derive the usual primary implicatures, and therefore we derive ignorance as before. Okay? So again, nothing changes. Same for exclusivity. In fact, let me show you with the next slide. So same for exclusivity, so we derive not PTC, P and Q, but we have willingness about the assertion, willingness about the conjunction, and willingness also about the negation of the conjunction. And so we derive, so from the regular primary implicature and the informative attitude assumption, we derive the speaker believes not P and Q and is willing about not P and Q. But again, this was already assumed in the context, so again, in ordinary conversation, we get the same result as before. Okay? But now, of course, this is going to become crucial in the game show. So in the last couple of minutes, I'll show you that, that this is going to be different in the game show scenario. Okay? So remember, the assumption in the game show context is the following, right? So the host is assumed to know exactly what the money is or the slime is, but of course, it's not going to disclose. And she can give hints, but crucially not give away the exact location, right? And in our framework, this means that we cannot assume willingness about P, or willingness about Q, or willingness about P and Q, because all of these would reveal the exact location of the money or the slime, okay? So unlike ordinary conversation, these are not assumed in the context. And now, given that, so let's see that we do not derive ignorance as we want. So given that the willingness about P and Q are not assumed in this context, from the weak implicature, you cannot derive anymore the stronger not believe P and not believe Q as before, but you're stuck with this weaker implicature that either not believe P or not willing about P, and same for Q. So you cannot derive, if you cannot derive the weaker normal primary implicature, then you cannot derive ignorance, okay? So we derive no ignorance, which is what we wanted, but crucially, and this is really the last bit, we can still derive exclusivity. How? Well, so from the primary implicature that the speaker is not in a position to communicate P and Q, remember that willingness about P and Q is assumed to be false in the context, right? But if it's assumed to be false, it means that it's true, not willing P and Q, okay? Now, if a participant in our experiment made the opinionatedness assumption as well, from this assumption in the context, then it derives that the first disjunct has to be false, right? Because if it's false, willing about P and Q, then the whole first disjunct has to be false. But if the whole first disjunct is false, then you derive that the speaker believes not P and Q and is willing about not P and Q. And notice that willing about not P and Q is not problematic here because it doesn't lead to the exact location of the money. So we end up with the second disjunct, and importantly, with the secondary exclusivity implicature that we want. The speaker believes not P and Q. Okay. So in other words, what we've done here is we propose a reformulation of the maximum quantity, which is active in semi-cooperative context as well. And the intuition, which we think is very Gricean, is that the speaker here is trying to be as cooperative as possible given the constraints in the context. So it's not going to reveal where the money is, but it's nonetheless trying to be cooperative. And this more general formulation of the maximum quantity and the competence assumption does not derive ignorance, but still derive exclusivity, or at least has a way of deriving exclusivity. Okay, so conclusion very briefly in 30 seconds. So we've seen the main inference of disjunction, and the standard pragmatic approach can give us a unified account of those as implicatures. Semi-cooperative contexts have been argued to challenge this approach. We sort of confirmed or refined the challenge with an experiment, and then we extended the challenge to the presuppositional level. I didn't show you here, but you can ask me about that, but we found identical results there as well. But we also provided a response from the pragmatic approach based on modifying the maximum of quantity and the opinionatedness assumption. What we think is that interesting here is that semi-cooperative contexts allow us to refine the assumption underlying the reasoning over what the speaker said and could have said instead, not only about beliefs and informativity, but also about willingness. And then we're trying to extend this to other contexts where the speaker is clearly not willing for politeness, reason, or liability, and you can ask me about that. Thank you. I'll tell you about Boris Johnson if you ask me about it.
Okay, we have time for questions. We'll start with questions from in the room and then alternate, work in questions from the Zoom. So questions. Andrea.
Thanks. Really interesting. So yeah, so maybe I just wanted to ask you if you had any thoughts about the last bit that you had. So what would be your predictions in context in which we have complete unwillingness on the part of the speaker to reveal some type of information, especially because I think in recent work it's been shown that in fact not being cooperative because of like a complete lack of willingness does affect a lot of dimensions of social perception, of communication. And so I think it would be really interesting to think of what would happen here. Thanks.
Okay, great. Yeah, so what we're trying to find is a good context in which we can assume the belief. So remember, so we had context in which in ordinary conversation we can assume willingness and we derive not belief. And the thought was, can we find the opposite? Can we find a context in which it's clear that the speaker believes the stronger alternative, but we conclude not willingness? And we don't know whether this is a good context, but that's what we thought. So this is a real context. So the journalist says, we have photos of the prime minister at the party and testimony from a dozen workers. And the spokesman said, what was the question? And he says, was the prime minister at the party? And the spokesman said, the prime minister is committed to the health and safety of the British people. And the question here is it obvious enough? So the question for us is it useful to think in the following term? Here we can assume that the spokesman believe, and it's common ground that the spokesman believe that the prime minister was at the party, but we have the inference that he's unwilling to say that. So I don't know if this is the perfect context, but that's the way we're reasoning about that. Thank you.
Other questions in the room? Yeah, Brian.
Hey, yeah, thanks. This was really nice. My first thought when I was thinking about these sorts of game show contexts is like, well, the context already entails that the host is not ignorant, so you just can't derive those ignorance inferences, whereas the context doesn't entail anything about the conjunctive case, so you can. So it seems to me that another case to look at would be a case where the context somehow makes the disjunction and the conjunction contextually equivalent. And then I guess that one would expect the disjunctive sentence to be odd if the scalar inference has a different status than the ignorance inference. Does that make sense?
So it's like a Magri scenario in the game show context.
Yes, exactly.
So it's something like if there's money in box 20, there's money in box 25 as well, and the question. Oh, nice. Okay.
Yep, exactly.
And what's the intuition? Do you think it's odd?
My intuition is that it is weird to say the or sentence, even if you know that the or and sentences are equivalent, which would sort of go with all of this. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I didn't think about this before. Yeah, that's nice. So again, showing that we need exclusivity here. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably still compatible with Fox's grammatical idea for the asymmetry. So it doesn't adjudicate between yours and his, but it's still just further evidence for that. You know.
No, that's nice. Thank you. Thanks.
Questions in the room? Ezra.
I just want to put it that the classic like teenager answer to, like where you're going out would be another case of not being willing to agree, right? And so I think that works well. I really liked your system. Have you thought at all about like embeddings of these, like free choice or anything like that?
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, there's a question how you account for free choice in the first place from a non-grammatical account. So there's all discussion there, and then whether free choice is an implicature. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, of course, if you want to derive, I mean, from the perspective of the pragmatic approach, even the control that we had in the experiment, there is money in box 20 or box 25 or both. There's a question how you account for that. So it's not, so what we were trying to do is trying to defend the pragmatic approach in the particular case, but of course then you have to, there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think it works really well in your case though.
Okay, thanks.
Questions in the room, questions on the Zoom. We have a couple of minutes remaining. Maria?
Hi, very nice talk. I wanted to ask you about the competence, whether you don't find it strange that we assume in the same context competence with respect to the conjunction, but not with respect to the disjunct in general. So how rational is it to assume it just for the conjunction? And but I wanted to check, but probably it works. If you so once you add your W, how would the competence assumption look like in the case of the disjunction, the ignorance one? Because normally you don't assume competence in the case for the ignorance one, because it would interact. Then you get contradiction with the assertion.
Yeah.
If you add your W, does that create problem? Probably not, but I wanted to check.
No, good, great. So I think, yeah, exactly. On your first point, I don't think you need not assume competence about the disjunct, but you need to somehow complicate the reasoning about strengthening so that, you have to take into account that you don't derive contradictions, basically. So innocent exclusion or whatever similar. So I didn't say that, but yes, you have to add that in the reasoning that you have, that you strengthen as long as you don't derive contradictions and whatever complication you have. So you can assume competence about the disjunct, but then you also have a blocking mechanism for deriving a contradiction when you strengthen them. I don't think there's going to be any problem when you add the willingness, or at least I cannot see it right now, but maybe. Yeah. So if you think about if you think about this being P alone, right? I'm not sure. You would anyway, right? Because you have a conjunction. Yeah. But thank you, yeah.
Okay, please join me in thanking our speakers again. Okay, our second and final talk in this session is Andrea Beltrama and Florian Schwartz, Social Identity, Precision, and Charity when less precise speakers are held to stricter standards.
Hi, thanks very much. So I want us to use the little remaining stamina of the day to contemplate this pretty extraordinary meme, the top part of which says 250,000 miles on a clear night in June. And by the way, that's a quote from a song by Eminem. And the bottom part says false. The moon is actually 270,100 miles from Earth on that exact moment in time. All of which is overlaid on a picture of Dwight, a pretty iconic character from the TV show The Office. Now, if we focus on what happens in the bottom part, we can see that describing facts about astronomy in this excruciating level of detail conveys what is usually known as a socio-indexical meaning. There's a sense in which speaking in this particular way conveys, evokes, projects a coherent set of qualities and traits about who the speaker is, or at least who the speaker is trying to come across as in that context. We can imagine this trait in this case as being something on the lines of someone learned, someone pedantic, someone annoying, someone nerdy, and you can really add as many as you want. And what's really interesting is that in this case, this is not a quote from Dwight, but this social association between this way of speaking and this association with the inference that we can draw by the speaker is strong enough to actually justify the very existence of this meme. Now, we know that socio-indexical meaning has been extensively investigated in sociolinguistics and linguistic anthropology, as well as in language processing, especially in the phonetic domain. And recently, there's been a growing effort towards integrating the study of social meaning in semantics and pragmatics in at least two different ways. On a formal level, recent work has shown that social meanings can be modeled with the analytical tools of semantics and pragmatics, especially within game theoretic frameworks and RSA frameworks. And on an empirical level, it's been shown that listeners are actually really good at drawing social inferences about the speaker, so drawing social information about the speaker based on the semantic and pragmatic properties of what they say. So the goal of today's talk is to take a further step in this direction and ask how comprehenders conversely reason about social meaning and who the speaker is when it comes to resolving the indeterminacy about meaning and assign an interpretation to linguistic utterances. So here's how we're going to proceed. I'll begin by introducing our case study, the case study of imprecision that we'll be focusing on today. I'll then review some work that I carried out with Florian Schwartz to take a first step towards addressing this question, and we'll then move on to the experiment that will be the bulk of the talk today, which is aims at understanding the effects of social identity and meaning on imprecision resolution in a truth-value judgment task. And then I'll conclude by taking a step back and considering where we're at and how we can make sense of the results that we'll be seeing. Good, so let me just introduce the case study that we'll be focusing on today. So as we all know, linguistic expressions are routinely used in a way that doesn't fully adhere to the truth conditions. So for example, we can imagine us describing a time of 2:59 as being 3 o'clock, just like we can at least reasonably imagine a situation in which we can report on a price of $207 as being $200. Now, this is a phenomenon of imprecision, something that has been investigated in philosophy, in semantics, and pragmatics. And for our purposes, something that is especially interesting here is that imprecision is one of those empirical domains in which we do see a systematic association between what happens on the semantic pragmatic plane and the type of social inferences that we can draw. For example, again, we can imagine at least two ways in which a speaker could report on this price. They can choose to be particularly accurate and use a short numbers to say that the price is $207, or they have the option of being more approximate, use a round numbers, and describe the price as being $200. So what I've shown in recent work with my collaborators, Stephanie Salt and Heather Burnett, is that there's a systematic way in which listeners draw association between a speaker's choice of being more or less precise and the type of information that we can draw about the speaker. In particular, speakers that choose to be extremely precise, so they use, for example, short numbers, tend to be associated with a cluster of qualities that we can see as pertaining to two separate categories. On the one hand, what we might want to see as high intellectual status, so they're perceived as being articulate, educated, intelligent, and at the same time as having what we might want to see as low sociability, for example, as being uptight, pedantic, annoying. And speakers that choose to be less precise, conversely, are associated with qualities that seems to be the flip side to those associated with precision. For example, as being friendly, being laid back, being cool, being likable, and so on and so forth. So we can draw on this systematic association that we can observe between the choice of being imprecise, of being more or less precise, and social meaning, to actually ask if the reverse relation also holds. That is to say, is it the case that we reason about social information and about who the speaker is when it comes to engaging pragmatic reasoning, and in this case, ultimately determine how precisely we want to be in interpreting an expression? And imprecision gives us a great test bed to actually investigate this question. So we can imagine a description like the price is $200 as being embedded in this space of uncertainty, such that depending on how much precision we're willing to tolerate or apply in the context, we can imagine this utterance as receiving different interpretation from exactly $200 to a range of different sizes. And so what we're going to ask today is, how do comprehenders reason about social identity to go about navigating this challenge and ultimately interpret numerical expressions by means of determining the precision level they want to adopt in the context? So here's what we're going to see. So in a nutshell, we see that social information guides, indeed, comprehenders in solving imprecision, but it does so in two different ways. It helps them determine what we might want to see as the extension of a numeral, and that we'll see in a task that we'll call the cover screen task. And it also helps them determine the amount of charity that they're willing to apply towards judging imprecise speakers. And this will precisely emerge in an experiment that will make use of a truth-value judgment task. So the bottom line will be that social information affects both the referential and the epistemic dimension of meaning interpretation, unveiling what seems to be an exciting but also very nuanced and complex relationship between social meaning and whatever happens in interpretation at the semantic and pragmatic level. So let me just, as a first step, summarize a study that we actually presented at SOLT last year, in which we took a first step towards addressing this question. So in this investigation, we proceeded into 2 steps. The first thing that we did was to create an identity contrast between 2 types of speaker. One type of speaker who embodies the social qualities that we can see as being linked to a high level of precision, and we juxtapose this with a type of speaker who embodies the qualities that are conversely linked to a lower level of precision. So to implement this contrast, we relied on the notion of social persona, that is to say a socially recognizable type of speaker who embodies a clusters of qualities at once. And we rely on this notion, among other things, because it's been shown in recent work that the notion of persona is indeed very important to understand how we negotiate and exchange social meaning both at an interactional and at a cognitive level. So here's how we did it. We implemented this contrast by creating 2 sets of characters. On the left-hand side, you can see what we call the narrative characters, who embody the detail-orientedness, the learnedness, the meticulousness that we've seen as being so central to the social associations with high precision. And we contrasted them with what we call the chill characters, who, vice versa, embody the laid-backness, sociability, chillness that we've seen as being central to the social indexicality of lower precision. So after adequately norming this contrast and making sure that these characters were indeed perceived as different, we then proceeded to test how the identity of these 2 characters would affect the way in which comprehenders resolve imprecision and ultimately interpret numerals. And the way we did that was through what we call the cover screen task. And in a sense, we already got a taste of that with the previous talk, because it's a study that really employs a very similar logic. In this study, we presented participants with a conversation between one of these 2 sets of characters. In this case, you see the nerdy characters, where one character asks a question that requires a numeral in response. So the question is, how much is the cheapest flight? And the other character looks on their phone and then responds, it's $200, so using a round numeral. And then we presented participants with the pictures of 2 phones. So on the left-hand side, you can see a phone that makes a number visible, so we call this the visible screen. On the right-hand side, you can see a phone that's flipped upside down and makes no number visible. So we call this the cover screen. In the instruction, we told participants, look, if you think that the number on the visible screen fits what is being said in a conversation, then pick the visible screen. However, if you think that a number like 207 does not fit what is being said in a conversation, then you have the option of going for the cover screen. And in the critical condition here, in a condition in which the number on a visible screen is somewhere in the ballpark of $200 but doesn't perfectly match it, we expected participants' response behavior to ultimately depend on how they would resolve imprecision in the context. In particular, if they're adopting a linear interpretation, so if they take $207 as something that could be seen as a referent of 200, then they should go for the visible screen. But if they're being strict, so if they do not think that 207 can be seen as a referent of $200, then we expect them to go for the cover screen. So we can really imagine cover choices here as a proxy for a precise interpretation. And we manipulated the identity of the character. So we either had the nerdy or the chill characters in here. So what we found is that there was indeed a higher rate of cover choices, that is to say of precise interpretations, whenever the speaker embodied the nerdy identity as opposed to the chill one. Moreover, this effect was qualified by how participants oriented themselves towards these characters. In fact, the effect was stronger for comprehenders that did not see themselves as sharing the same features of the speaker. So the more different the participants were from the speakers, the stronger this persona effect was. So this seems to be providing at least preliminary evidence that indeed the resolution in precision, among other things, also seems to be shaped by both the social profile of the speaker and the comprehenders. Good, so let me just take stock now and see where we're at. So based on these results, this suggests that we can reason about social identity to ultimately determine the extension of a numeral by determining imprecision. In this case, we've seen that given a description like it's $200, we've seen that reasoning about social identity helps us determine whether we were willing to take a price like 207 as something that can be seen as associated with this description. But there's also another angle that's left open and that's still unexplored. That is to say, what if we get at the outcome of meaning interpretation from the opposite angle? That is to say, given a known established price of, for example, 207, can we take an imprecise description like it's $200 as a description that adequately represents this state of affairs. So as you might already notice, this is indeed the logic that's behind the truth value judgment task, which is a very common experimental technique to investigate meaning in semantics and pragmatics. So basically, we can imagine truth value judgment task as being an experimental setup in which we ask participants, given a state of affairs, can we take a particular description to be true, to be appropriate, to be acceptable, and and there are different ways of formulating this particular question. And so, as I was saying before, this paradigm has been extensively used to investigate meaning interpretation in relation to a variety of different phenomena. And then recent work has also been exploring the array of pragmatic and contextual factors that affect participants' reasoning when it comes to make this type of assessment. Especially, this work highlighted that there's actually a whole lot of other stuff that happened above and beyond just resolving the extension when it comes to understanding how participants reason in this particular task. So what we want to do now is basically to ask if we observe the same effect of speaker identity for this type of inference as well. That is to say, in a situation in which we're given a fact that we need to basically assess a description. In more precise terms, we ask whether imprecise descriptions from nerdy speakers are rejected to a higher rate than those from chill speakers, building on the fact that, as we saw before, whenever the speakers are embodied in nerdy identities, this seems to be leading to a higher rate of precise interpretations. So we tested this question with a minimal variation of the cover screen task, in which everything was pretty much the same, except for we would only show the picture of one phone. And we would tell people, look, this is indeed the phone that the person is looking at. So this is established. And is this character's response right or wrong? So we manipulated two things. One was the identity of the speakers again. The other was the match between the number on the phone and the number that is being uttered. So in this case, you can see a match condition in which the two numbers are identical. So we do expect participants to basically always go for the right option here. We had the mismatch condition in which the number on the phone was clearly off with respect to $200. So here we expect participants to overwhelmingly go for the wrong type of option. And then we had our imprecise condition, again, where we expect the action to happen. So in this particular case, we can see that the number on the phone is somewhere in the ballpark of $200, but doesn't quite match it. So here we expect, once again, that depending on how precise participants decide to be, we'll be observing a different response patterns. In particular, if they're being lenient, so if they take a description like it's $200 as something that adequately represents a price of $207, then we expect them to go for the right label, to label the response as right. But if they're being strict, so if they reject the description like it's $200 to represent 207, then we expect them to go for the wrong, for labeling the response as wrong. And besides this, we also had another experiment, another sub-experiment in which we did the same thing again with the cover screen task. So essentially doing exactly, replicating the task that we used in our previous study, so that we could have a fully balanced data set and we could really compare the effects of the two tasks here. So let me just summarize the design. So we had three factors. One was the speaker persona, either nerdy or chill, that was manipulated between subjects, so participants would only see either the nerdy or the chill characters. We had the match manipulation that manipulated the match between what's visible on the screen and what is being said. And this was done with these subjects, so every participant would see examples from the match, the mismatch, and the imprecise condition. And then we had the task manipulation, again, between subjects, such that participants either took the experiment with the truth value judgment task or with the cover screen version. We had 24 items. The numerals were drawn from the three categories of cost, as we already saw, plus distance and time, and 24 fillers. So what do we predict? In general, we predict to find the persona effect such that in the imprecise condition, there should be a higher rate of strict interpretation whenever the speaker embodies a nerdy identity. Now, crucially, we expect this effect to emerge in different ways depending on the task. So in the cover screen task, replicating what we found before, we expect to see a higher rate of cover choices, again, of precise interpretation when the speaker embodies a nerdy identity. In the truth value judgment task, we expect a higher rate of rejection of the description, so of responses, of participants' decisions such that they label the response as being wrong whenever the speaker is nerdy as opposed to chill. So we recruited 292 participants on Prolific, and we analyzed our data with the mixed effect logistic regressions. Our dependent variable was always the binary choice, either between the visible and the cover screen or between the right versus wrong label for the response. So let's take a look at the control first. So at what happens in the match and mismatch conditions. So again, we can imagine our target utterance here as being it's $200, what is being said by the characters. Let's consider the cover screen task. So the y-axis plots the proportion of covered choices of situations in which participants went for the covered option as opposed to the visible one. On the x-axis, you see the mismatch and the match conditions. So when either the number in the visible screen was totally off or when it perfectly matched what had been said. And the red bar identifies the speaker embodying the chill identity, the blue bar, the one embodying the nerdy identity. So as we expected here, we see that in the mismatch condition, pretty much everyone goes for the cover screen. In a match condition, nobody goes for it. So people seem to be behaving exactly as we expected. Same thing happens with the true value judgment task. So the only difference in this case is that the y-axis plots the responsive label as wrong, so what we take to be a rejection here. And in the mismatch condition, the number visible on the phone was the number that was off. And in the match condition, the number on the phone was the number that was identical to what had been said. So again, what we observe is that in a mismatch condition, everyone labels the utterance as being wrong, so they reject it. And in a match condition, basically nobody labels as being wrong. So the control confirmed that participants behave exactly as we expected in these two conditions. Now let's get to our critical condition, the imprecise one, where we expect the action to happen. So again, given an utterance like it's $200, let's see what happens with the cover screen task. So here we see that whenever the visible screen has an imprecisely fitting number, there's a higher rate of covered choices, that is to say of precise interpretation for nerdy speakers as opposed to chill ones. So these pretty much replicate the results that we had before. That seems to be reassuring in the sense that there is this consistent behavior that participants had whenever they are navigating this task. Now let's consider what happened with truth value judgment task. So here, once again, we see the proportion of rejections. What we find here is that there is a persona effect, but that goes in the exact opposite directions. So there's a higher rate of response being labeled as wrong whenever the speaker embodies the chill identity as opposed to the nerdy ones. So imprecise descriptions uttered by chill speakers are rejected to a higher rate than imprecise descriptions uttered by nerdy speakers, which is exactly the opposite of what we had predicted would happen here. So before thinking about how we can explain these results, let me also take a further step. So in our previous work, among the findings was that above and beyond the persona effect, it was also important to consider how this effect was modulated by how participants would orient themselves toward the character that we would be seeing. So to this end, just like we did in the previous study, at the end of the experiment, we had this exit survey in which we asked participants to describe themselves on a 1 to 10 scales in terms of how nerdy and how chill they saw themselves as being. So our assumption here is that we can take participants' self-ascribed nerdiness and participants self-ascribed nerdiness for participants seeing the nerdy characters and participants self-ascribed chillness for participants seeing the chill characters and take this to be an indicator of the degree to which these participants would share the salient social trait of the speaker. So to this end, we combine these two measures and created what we call a similarity index, which basically gives us a measure to get at the degree to which respondents share the same salient trait as the speaker. So this basically gives us a measure of the similarity between the participants and the characters that we will be seeing. So let's take a look at how this similarity modulates the responses. So this is the imprecise condition only. So this is for the cover screen task. On the y-axis, again, we have the proportional cover choices. On the x-axis, we have the similarity index. So the more we move to the right, the more similar participants are to the character that they're seeing. So what we and the blue line identifies the responses when the speaker is nerdy, and the red line when the speaker is chill. So what we find here is that the more we move towards high similarity, the less the persona effect becomes visible. And this seems to be especially driven by the nerdy speakers. So characters seeing the nerdy speakers, when these characters are not nerdy, so when they're less similar to the speaker, they tend to interpret nerdy's utterances more precisely. But participants who are more nerdy, so who are more similar to the speakers, tend to interpret the utterance of the nerdy speakers less precisely. So basically, we have a decrease of the precision as we increase along similarity. Now, with the truth value judgment task, we do see something similar, at least impressionistically, in the sense that once again, the difference between responses for chill versus nerdy speaker seems to be decreasing as similarity increases, even though this effect is not strong enough to reach statistical significance. But at least the pattern seems to be pretty much aligning impressionistically. So what can we conclude? So the main takeaway is that the utterances by nerdy speakers seems to be interpreted more strictly in the cover screen task. That is to say, in a situation in which we have a description like it's $200, we're less inclined to accept a price of $207 as something that can be seen as part of the extension of $200. But in a truth value judgment task, the utterances by nerdy speakers are actually interpreted more leniently, in the sense that given a price like $207, we're more willing to accept an imprecise description like it's $200 when the speaker is nerdy as opposed to when they're chill. And then we saw that this persona effect is further modulated by how comprehenders, is stronger for comprehenders who do not see themselves as nerdy. And this emerges especially in the cover screen task. So let me just pause for a minute and spend the last 5 minutes of the presentation to think about how we can make sense of this result. So to shed light on why we observe this persona effect that seems to be going, at least apparently, in opposite directions across the two tasks, we suggest that it's important to think about what the implication of a rejection as a response is in each of these two tasks. So in particular, let's begin with the cover screen task. So in this case, a rejection response, so a situation in which participants go for the cover choice, is crucially neutral. That is to say, in a situation in which participants go for the cover screen, this is still perfectly, basically they're saying, okay, we just assumed that the speaker was not looking at the visible one, so they must have been looking at the other one. And so this is perfectly compatible with assuming that the speaker is still being cooperative or well-behaving. The speaker is just not doing anything obviously wrong here. All we're doing is we're refusing to believe that whatever the visible screen shows is what the speaker was actually looking at. But this is crucially not the case in the truth value judgment task. So in this case, a rejection, that is to say, a situation in which we label the response as being wrong, is crucially prejudicial. That is to say, by labeling the response as wrong, by rejecting this description, we're essentially committing ourselves to saying, well, the speaker must be at fault. At the very least, they are producing they are describing things in a way that's untruthful. So there's a sense in which by labeling the response as wrong, we're basically committing ourselves to say the speaker is doing something off when it comes to conversational behavior. So this suggests that when it comes to assessing imprecise statements, there seems to be this extra step in the reasoning that we need to engage in. That is to say, whenever we have to assess an imprecise description by a given speaker, we basically have to decide to what extent do we want to see an imprecise speaker as being blameworthy. And what we suggest is that this dimension is indeed the one that's affected by persona-based information in this task. In particular, we suggest that persona-based information affects responses' charity towards a possibly misbehaving speaker. In particular, we can imagine nerdy speakers as being a type of speaker who's generally very accurate in describing things. And precisely for this reason, they're harder to be seen as blameworthy. In a sense, they basically get more credit. And this leads participants to treat them more charitably in the sense that they leave more of a benefit of the doubt when it comes to actually assessing and making a decision as to whether their conversational behavior was blameworthy or not. By contrast, chill speakers, because they tend to be less accurate in general, they're easier to be seen as blameworthy, which in turn leads participants to treat them less charitably. If you want, we can imagine this as basically suggesting that we punish chill speakers more often when we're in doubt, precisely because we reason about the fact that you're usually not particularly accurate in describing things. So if we take this together, the picture that's emerging here is one in which there's a very broad sense in which socioindexical information shapes the resolution of imprecision and ultimately the interpretation that we assign to a description like the price is $200. But the way in which this happens crucially hinges on the reasoning that's behind the interpretation and the task that the participants are engaging in. So there seems to be at least two separate dimensions involved here. One is, as we've seen in the cover screen task, one dimension is such that social identity guides comprehenders in determining what facts can be seen as being compatible with an imprecise description to basically to fix the extension of the numeral. But there's also a sense in which social identity helps us determine the amount of charity that we want to apply towards imprecise speakers. So it also affects the way in which we calibrate whatever epistemic attitude we have towards the speakers in terms of trust, in terms of credibility, in terms of whatever goes in actually making a decision as to whether we want to believe the speaker or not. So this, on a broad level, suggests that yes, we should pay attention to sociolexical information as a factor that seems to be playing an important role when it comes to resolving meaning indeterminacy and ultimately coming up with interpretation. This also poses what I see as two exciting yet also challenging questions that pertain to the goal of situating this type of work in the broader agenda and program of semantics and pragmatics. In particular, on a theoretical level, I think an important question is raised here is where should we place social meaning and speakers' information at the social level in the interface between semantics and pragmatics? Once we see that it plays a role, then how should we think about the way in which we should model and think about that role among the many components that we know that we keep track of whenever we communicate and reason? And on a methodological level, it also raises the question of where social meaning figures in the constraints that determine the outcome of truth value judgment responses. So as I was saying before, there's a growing interest in unpacking and understanding what goes in the reasoning that determines this assessment. And so a lingering question is also, how can we think of social identity as fitting within this array of factors and type of reasoning that determine the outcome of this judgment? That's all I wanted to say, so thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
All right, so we'll take questions from the room and then from the Zoom. We've got one here at the back. Nathaniel?
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the talk. Very interesting. I was wondering, if you thought about, what happens when you raise the stakes of the problem. If the problem is very severe, whether people are held to stricter standards, and if at some point it doesn't matter how severe the problem is, at some point social meaning overrides those concerns.
Mm-hmm. So just to clarify, by problem you mean the question under discussions or whatever task we're doing in the conversation?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great point, and I think it's really important because we know that, in general, stakes matter in conversation, but they matter especially when it comes to imprecision, because we know from all the work that has been done that there's a sense in which details matter to the extent that they're relevant to whatever we're trying to achieve. So, my hunch is that raising the stakes or manipulating the type of activity that the type of the problem that participants are trying to resolve is likely to affect this type of reasoning. So our approach was to start with some sort of, as you may be also pointing out, some sort of situation in which the stakes don't seem to be terribly high. So we're just in a situation where we're trying to figure out something that's not particularly urgent and not particularly influential for our lives. It's really interesting to think about what would happen if these stakes get raised. So I don't know exactly what type of prediction. I can see things as going into different ways. Might be one in which social meaning becomes even more important at that point because we resort to some sort of reasoning about credibility and trust even to a higher extent. But I might also imagine a scenario or situation in which the stakes trump the social meaning in a sense. When the stakes become so high, then we sort of forget about that. Something I want to say is that if you think of the opposite angle, so on how we draw social inferences from how precise a speaker is, part of what I did in the study with Stephanie Sultan and Burnett was to manipulate different contexts. For example, a conversation in a court of law versus a conversation at a bar versus, contexts that had, among other things, different stakes. And what's interesting is that we did see some effect, but not as much as we thought. So there was a sense in which at least this kind of inferences of what social inferences we draw from level of precision were remarkably robust across different contexts, but of course one could think of more contexts to manipulate. But thank you for your question.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Thanks.
Scott?
Thanks. It was really interesting work. I'm wondering to what extent your explanation that you gave, it seems to me that it relies on you being right that the sort of two dimensions of nerdiness and chillness that you identified, the sort of pro-sociality dimension and the intellectual dimension, that those really do form some kind of gestalt or something, or that people think of them as being together? Because it seems like in this task, clearly like chill speakers are equally capable of looking at the phone and repeating the number on the phone. There's no like question of whether they could get that right were they to want to. It's really just a question of like, how much do they care to be precise given that it's not clear they really need to be? Whereas your explanation was sort of about nerdy speakers tend to be right more often than chill ones, which sounded more like about capacity.
Yeah.
And so if that's the explanation, it seems like that crucially relies on these being real categories. And yeah, so I'd want, yeah.
Yeah, also, I just wanted that Florian is also here with us, so if you want to chime in at any point, feel free to do that. No, I think it's a really good point, and in fact, I want to stress the fact that, and you know, it's important to clarify this. I think the explanation is more based on ideology than on capability, in the sense that it's not so much that, oh, we don't think that chill speakers are good enough at reading off a number on the phone, and so we reason in that particular way. But I think precisely because, as you were suggesting, there seems to be this very strong sense in which this gestalts of clusters of traits really seems to have some sort of social reality in the way in which we reason, then we kind of still resort to that to actually determine this in the task and ultimately assign how much we want to believe and trust these speakers, which ultimately will affect the true value judgment task. But I agree on the fact that, at least the way I see it, is not so much about just merely reasoning about capability. Obviously, I think an open challenge is to pinpointing exactly how this reasoning happens that goes from the social identity of the speaker to determining this level of trust. But yeah, thanks for inviting me to clarify that.
If I may just chime in, can I be heard? So yeah, I think it's rather than capacity, it's really sort of about the, in a sense, an attribution of authority, right? So if that sort of person says it, then I'll let them get away with it. They must have good judgment in assessing that it's fine to describe the $207 as 200. But if this other chill person says it, then right, you have this other perspective on whether they have the right judgment that they bring to whether they could describe it in that way. And then you're more likely to, sort of see them as being wrong.
Ezra.
Thanks, very interesting. Nice to see you, Florian. I know this wasn't what you expected, right? But it seems like a really cool finding that you could take and run with. You know, you could up the stakes like Nathaniel was suggesting, and imagine that someone's giving testimony, and it's someone from a different group than the listener, and have them rate, maybe it's a young person or an old person or from a different ethnic group or something, and have them rate the trustworthy of that, and then have a similar setup. It wouldn't be about like a number on a phone, but it could be something more consequential in a court case or something like have you thought of extensions of this work to that kind of thing?
Thanks. Yes, we have, and I think what's fascinating and at the same also a little daunting about this is just think of the many directions one could take to kind of see all these possible extensions. I think among the things you said, there's something that's, I agree with everything you said, but something that I think is especially remarkable is the fact that in our stimuli, we always had in-groupness between the participants. We always had the nerdy talking to the nerdy and chill talking to the chill. And so something that would be interesting to think about is how would the reasoning be affected if we were to shuffle things around a bit. That is to say, if we have two interlocutors that do not share the same type of stereotypical identity, what are we going to see? Are we going to see more convergence, or are we going to see more divergence in the way in which we reason about that? So I think that's one direction. Another one would also be to try to shift from this kind of bird eye view in which we ask participants, okay, look at this conversation and what do you think is the outcome of this, to actually try to think of an approach that would allow us to get at what the actual interlocutor in the conversation would think and would respond, which I think is another important dimension here, because especially, to kind of ground it a bit more in the actual exchange that we're seeing. So we see these two as two promising lines of extension. I'll let Florian add something if he wants to, but definitely a lot of, thanks for this suggestion.
Yeah, I think just one other thing I'll mention, also especially for this crowd here at SALT, is that it'll be fascinating to look at sort of other subtle aspects and dimensions of meaning, right? I mean, we have lots of things we could look at in similar ways. How much do you let people get away with, overly literal statements and the implicature on different interpretations of presuppositions? Sort of loose talk with quantifier domain restriction or something like that. And I think there's sort of interesting potential. I mean, this is not directly speaking to sort of the more real world dimension that Ezra, I think, was just getting at, which I agree is fascinating and a bit daunting. But it also offers a cool additional new set of angles at this whole wide range of phenomena of meaning, where you can really go one way or another in actual usage. And sort of testing for interactions between the social dimension and different choices you make about interpretation, I think, can also further help us elucidate how these different types of meaning relate to one another and how they interact with something that we haven't looked at so much in sort of formal semantics and pragmatics.
Brian?
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on a comment from Florian a couple comments ago about authority, because that was actually my first idea when I was watching this is, the nerdy people in some sense have more authority than the chill people. And if the labels are right versus wrong, and authority in some sense dictates what's right and wrong, then that could maybe go a little ways of explaining that. But I also didn't quite understand if that was any different from charity. But more generally, I was kind of wondering, despite calling this a truth value judgment task, it's really right and wrong. So another dimension to play with would be those labels, right? Like I can imagine something like what so-and-so said is surprising versus unsurprising, that kind of thing.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, that's an excellent point. And I think I agree with you, especially in the sense that we can see this as a truth value judgment task kind of loosely construed in the sense that it's about assessing a description given a state of affairs. But I agree with you in the on the fact that we don't seem to be exactly, or at least not just about true and false per se. Now, one of the reasons we decided not to go with true or false is that, especially with imprecision, it's a kind of a, it's a very delicate phenomenon, because it, by definition, at least on certain theories, imprecision is basically how much distance from the truth you're willing to tolerate. So what we thought might happen is just that we just push people to respond as literally as possible, and that could have sort of washed away all the effects of social information that we could have been after. But I think it's worth thinking about other, maybe not, I don't think neutral is the right word, but maybe less authority-heavy labels than right and wrong, and think, maybe what you were suggesting, and see what might happen. So I think that's another exciting direction. Thanks.
Okay, we're just going to take one last one over here.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. I was, first, just a clarification question. So the tasks were about money, distance, and
time.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering whether, you chose the one dimension, like the nerdiness dimension, but like with money, being cheap or being poor could be also another index or another dimension. So I was wondering whether there was an effect depending on the time of task, and also like, I don't know, I can imagine different situations in which people might think like, okay, if I'm poor or if I'm like cheap, I might choose a different answer. And how you could integrate all these dimensions that I think are playing some role.
Yeah, thanks. That's basically a dissertation, I think, but thanks for the great point. I think, so, I mean, we're in a situation in which, as I think it's common with a lot of experimental tasks, it was also a matter of like making a decision in terms of breadth versus depth. And so we opted to at least draw our numerals from these three different categories to have some sort of counterbalancing between different type of quantities, precisely to avoid the placing all our eggs in the, in the prize basket of one or the other one, such that then all of a sudden there will be all these other additional considerations. Now, long story short, we didn't see any particular difference between the three categories in a post-hoc analysis, even though obviously, the power wasn't super high, given that was not part of our manipulation, but we didn't see anything that seemed to be particularly striking. But I think you're absolutely right, and I think these are all dimensions that sociolinguists for decades have been saying, look, these matter, these are important, this is what, that's what's part of social meaning. It's not just your personality, is not just where you're from, but it's about also this kind of more subtle type of activities and taste and things that you're used to do, and being cheap versus not being cheap. And so, yeah, the short answer, I think all these things matter. I think the challenge is try to think of how we can tease them out and study these in a way that allow at least with some sort of confidence to say, well, I mean, we've established that at least persona matter, and then we can think about other ones. And again, it's part of what makes it fascinating, but also what makes it hard, in the sense that if you think of it, there's a lot of possible things that go on. I think one way is to try to at least begin by controlling for as many of them, and then try to incrementally test more. But yeah, thanks for raising that point. I absolutely agree with that.
All right, we are out of time. Please join me in thanking our speakers.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Good to see you, if only virtually.
There will be transportation to Coyoacán in 10 minutes if you need a lift. You have to follow someone. ¿Puedes hacerlo? ¿Sí? You have to follow her.